Good morning, Colorado. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is Wednesday, June 22nd. It is 9 a.m. and this is our general session. We will initiate our meeting today with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Messer,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 4 out of 7 commissioners present.
Yeah. Good to see everybody. We've got a full day or two for us. The first thing on our agenda is commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have any comments for the good of the cause? All right. I would note that we do have 2 new commissioners that have now been appointed. They will begin their commission seats on July 1. First is Brett Ackerman, who will fill the Wildlife and Environment seat. And then second is Mike Cross, who will fill the industry seat. Bill, we're going to miss you. We wish you all the best. And I know you're going to work out your tenure here for the next couple of weeks. But we do welcome our 2 new commissioners for a full slate starting on July 1. With that, we will now turn to general public comment. We had 1 person sign up, Barbara Vasquez. Ms. Larson, if you could see if Ms. Vasquez is with us. While you're looking for her, I would note we had several written comments, 1 from Louis Vanderkool, 1 from Janice Brown, 1 from Karen Artell, and we also had a written comment on the KPK matter from Adams County. See that we are bringing Ms. Vasquez to the panel. Good morning. If you'd like to begin your public comment, you are recognized.
Apologies, Commissioner. Somehow I got dropped when I was promoted to panelist, so I had to log back in. So
No
thank you for allowing me to provide some public comment this morning. I'm Barbara Vasquez, a resident of Jackson County. Your agenda today and tomorrow, as you well know, includes a lengthy hearing regarding KP Kaufman's performance with respect to the compliance plan agreement established last year for their operations on the Front Range. I'd like to draw your attention, however, to KP Kaufman's pending application for a variance from Bradenhead testing for their extensive portfolio of wells here in Jackson County in the McCullum fields of the northeast of Walden. KPK is the operator of all the wells in that large old field of shallow stripper wells. Old is a relative term, as you know, but this field earns its descriptor with the first well drilled in 25 and actively developed through the 50s. And I invite you to consider the probability that KPK will do any better in this remote field, given staff's opinion delivered to you in their pre-hearing statement regarding the KPK CPA. And I quote, "The KPK cannot operate in the state of Colorado in a manner that is protective of public health, safety and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources." My request is that the commissioners of COGCC deny this KPK application for variance for the 5 wells in Table 1 and the time extension requested for the 53 wells listed in Table 2, and conversely require that KPK shut in these wells until it can comply with the Bradenhead testing requirements. In support of that request, please note that Earthworks filed complaints with CDPHE and COGCC on 3 KPK wells in this field in the past 2 years. The FLIR images show emissions of uncombusted hydrocarbons from valves connected to the wellheads. For Conoco Federal 34, McCullum Unit 52, both submitted in October 2020, and for the McCullum Unit 12, submitted in May 2021. These 3 wells are among the 53 wells listed in Table 2, for which KPK is requesting the time extension. I encourage you to view one or more of the videos, and I'll provide links in my written comments, which were submitted with the complaints filed by Earthworks. These videos also include important digital images of the rusting, decaying infrastructure in addition to the FLIR images of emissions. In parallel, please consider the financials for this field while developing your decision to grant or deny KP Kaufman's application. Based on data from the COGC database, records for the wells with KPK listed as the operator in 2020 show a total of only 79 wells out of this field that were considered producing, and only 67 had non-zero production for the entire year. The production of those 67 wells averaged 0.73 barrels of oil per day, ranging from 0.13 to 2. It's unlikely that the revenue from this small production is sufficient to maintain and operate the wells in compliance with COGCC rules. Finally, potential emissions from these very old stripper wells pose a threat to environment, including climate change. I urge the commissioners to deny this application for variance and time extension for Bradenhead testing in the McCullum field from KPK, and instead require them to shut in the wells until they can comply with the rule. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Does any commissioner have questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No question, but I just want to confirm this is not in front of the commission today.
The variance is not, but I wanted to bring your attention to it as you consider KPK issues, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. We appreciate you. With that, we will move to consent agenda. Does any commissioner have questions on consent? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Continuing through our docket, we will now move to docket number 2202000036. The applicant is DeNova Sequestration LLC, operator number 10790. And this is a request for a variance. And we will now recognize Ms. Fulcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. We've got a few other panelists to join. So Ms. Larson, if you could please elevate Jessica Gregg and Steve Hawthorne as panelists as well. And they should be identified also with DeNova sequestration in their title.
Give us a sec.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I see Jess and
I see Mr. Hawthorne.
I think I got it there.
Yep, we can see and hear you, Mr. Hawthorne. Thank you.
Thank you.
And someone sharing their screen, so we've got that too.
that's right. Excellent. Thank you very much. Looks like we're all ready then. Well, good morning, commissioners. Great to see you all this morning. My name is Jill Fulcher, and I'm an attorney with Beatty and Wozniak, here today on behalf of DeNova Sequestration, who is a wholly owned subsidiary of Carbon Capture America, and the variance application before you today. With me today is Steve Hawthorne, who's the land manager for DeNova Sequestration, and Jessica Gregg, who's the director of environmental and regulatory compliance. And they're going to lead you through the substantive portions of our presentation, but I'm going to just kick off the first couple slides, starting with the agenda. Jess, if we could advance to the next slide. Perfect. So first off, I want to start by saying DeNova is not a typical applicant before you. DeNova is not an oil and gas operator. DeNova is a company that's engaged in the permanent sequestration of carbon and is a fully integrated company in that endeavor. And you're going to hear from Ms. Gregg about that. So DeNova has identified a large potential target formation for permanent carbon sequestration in rural Washington County. And as you know, that's a topic that I know has been of quite a bit of discussion here at the commission lately. But the sequestration process is currently governed and with the jurisdiction of the EPA under their Class 6 injection process. But prior to moving to that phase of the project, DeNova first needs to drill a stratigraphic well, and you might hear us call it a test well, to get additional core sampling and water sampling to verify that this target formation out in Washington County is going to be ideal for permanent carbon sequestration and storage. So while the EPA Class 6 process isn't with this commission yet, the stratigraphic test well and permitting the stratigraphic location, the 2A, is within your jurisdiction. And the rules, as you know, would currently direct DeNova to submit a full oil and gas development plan before the 2A and the 2 for the stratigraphic test could be approved. So that's what led us to the variance here today, is to ask you to waive rules 303, 306, and 307 that pertain to oil and gas development plans for this project, and then authorize the director to move forward and approve the Form 2A and then the Form 2 without further hearing. So let's move to the next slide, Jess. So I'm just going to walk through a few key reasons why this variance meets with Rule 502C requirements before handing it off. First, I want to underscore that that DeNova has made a good faith effort to comply with the OGDP requirements where applicable, but also want to underscore that it's unable to comply with large portions of that rule. As you know, oil and gas development plans are the cornerstone for full-scale oil and gas operational development and exploration and production. And quite simply, that's not happening here. DeNova has no intent to produce hydrocarbons out of this well. You're going to hear a little bit more about this, but we've identified the site because we believe in and fully expect this to be a dry hole based on other analog wells in the area. It's part of the reason why this is a great formation to sequester carbon. But we're not an oil and gas operator, and there's zero production operations happening on site. So the quantitative and qualitative analysis that would accompany an OGDP can't be accomplished here. But that being said, DeNova has done its best to comply with portions of the rules. We have submitted with this application an emissions evaluation for the limited emissions expected for construction and drilling with just a small sputter rig. We've also submitted the Form 2A and all of the required attachments and plans with that Form 2A. And finally, consulted with every stakeholder at multiple times in many cases, even above what would be required by your rules. Let's go to the next slide, Jess. Also, this variance will not violate the basic intent of the act. Oil and gas development plans, as I said, are meant to drive and be the cornerstone of an oil and gas operation. But DeNova, since they're not engaged in oil and gas operation, that intent won't be further accomplished if DeNova is required to submit the OGDP. Again, no oil and gas facilities will accompany this pad. There will be no tanks, no separation equipment, no completions operations, no minerals produced or stored. At the end of the day, you're going to see a wellhead and a wellhead only on this site until the Class 6 injection process is underway. Let's go to the next slide. This variance is necessary to avoid undue hardship. As you all are well aware, rules 306, 307, and rule 303 are very time consuming, not just for the applicant, but for all the stakeholders, for the director, for staff, and for this commission undergoing the full oil and gas development plan process. And if that process has to be undertaken by DeNova, it's going to result in delays to the sequestration project. At this point, DeNova intends to move forward with construction of this pad this summer and drilling of the test well this summer, so we can get busy analyzing those core samples and then permit the Class 6 injection well and get moving. So an oil and gas development plan and additional hearings on this matter will just delay that process. Let's go to the last slide for me, Jess. All right. Finally, granting this variance will result in no net adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, or the environment. As I mentioned, this is not an oil and gas operation. So I've already belabored that point on the limited scope and scale of this project and what this pad is going to look like for the test well. This pad has also been located very strategically away from any receptors. The pad is over 1.5 miles from the nearest residential building unit and about 8 miles, maybe a little bit more, from the town of Yuma. There are no receptors on site, so there's no sensitive wildlife in the area. There's no aquatic habitat in the area. There are no floodplains or riparian areas. So we really feel like this site is very well chosen as well from a surface and cultural perspective because of the limited to non-existing receptors. Again, all mitigation plans have been submitted, and if the strat test is successful, it actually leads to permanent sequestration of carbon dioxide, so an environmental benefit. So final remarks from me. This application was noticed to all interested parties and no petitions were filed and no comments were received opposing this variance. Staff has undertaken a review of the application and technical staff has indicated their support for approval of the application. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Gregg, who's going to walk you through the next slides.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting there. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for meeting with us today. I'm Jessica Gregg. I'm the Environmental and Regulatory Compliance Manager here at Carbon America, which is the parent company to DeNova Sequestration. We're located right here in Colorado. We have offices in Arvada and Denver West. And if this science well is successful at proving up the geology in the area, we will be sequestering carbon dioxide from 2 Colorado ethanol plants. Based on discussions that we've had with the federal EPA as well as the state EPA, this is anticipated to be the first Class 6 sequestration project, not only in Region 8 and under Region 8's jurisdiction, but in the state of Colorado as well, which is pretty exciting for us. As this is a first of its kind project, get the slide to switch for me, thanks. As this is a first of its kind project, we've been meeting with the COGCC staff since back in October, pretty much. We're just trying to figure out how to navigate the stratigraphy well permit. We had an initial meeting with them in October, and then Jill met again with their legal team in January just to confirm this variance process and how we're going to make it through it. We filed the variance application in February of this year. Shortly after that, I got the operatorship approved through the COGCC. And then I was able to submit that Form 2A in March with about 10 associated SPCC, stormwater, traffic control, and some of the road and pad engineering design plans have all been submitted and available to your commission since March. The notice of hearing, as Jill mentioned, went out in April. We received no responses to that at the end of May. And now we're pretty excited to finally be here at the hearing. As this is a first of its kind project, we really have been doing a pretty rigorous stakeholder engagement effort the last couple of months. We've met with multiple municipalities. The Washington County officials particularly are in charge of the sequestration and stratigraphy well location. We've met with all of the landowners that will be affected by drilling this well and their neighbors. We've already met with numerous regulatory agencies, including the COGCC, the SLB, CDPG, CPW. We've met with a couple times and we have upcoming meetings with them. As I mentioned, we also have been undergoing ongoing meetings with the federal EPA and the regional EPA. We had just had another one on Friday to discuss our wellbore design, et cetera. Additionally, we've spoken with multiple state and federal senators, Senator Bennett's office, Senator Hickenlooper's office, the Colorado Energy Commission, the State Tech Committee, and the State Climate Change Task Force, as well as the governor's office. And our executive team has put out a press release. They've done multiple podcasts, PBS and CPR interviews, et cetera. All in an effort just to provide the stakeholders in this project a chance to learn about sequestration and to ask us any questions they might have, since it's a new thing out here in Colorado. So far, the outreach has been incredibly well received, and we've heard a unanimous support for the project. And we're looking forward to moving forward with this stratigraphy well. Now I will pass this over to my colleague, Steve.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Steve Hawthorne, and I'm the land manager at Carbon America. The next few slides, I'm going to show you some of the physical aspects of the location of this geologic evaluation project. So this one shows you roughly where in Colorado we are going to be doing this. If you look at the map in the top center, the project region is shown in the upper right. This is in Washington County. The location is not far from straight south of Sterling, kind of midway between I-76 and I-70. So, why are we here? Well, we looked at literally dozens of potential locations in Northeast Colorado, and this one had what we felt was the best intersection, as represented by the two circles on this slide, that best intersection of favorable geology and the minimal impacts on public health, safety, the environment, public welfare, wildlife resources. The location itself is on state lands. So the blue shaded boxes are the state lands in this area, and the that are overlaid on an old 10-year-old, roughly 10-year-old seismic survey that was done originally for oil and gas exploration, which is shown in orange. Our location is in the yellow box. The town of Yuma, as Jill pointed out a little while ago, is about 8 miles, a little more than that, to the northeast, as you can see marked on the map. And the town of Otis, which is the next nearest town, is over 10 miles to the northwest. Any other direction, it's considerably further. The location is close enough to the ethanol plant, which is the source of the carbon dioxide, but far from any sensitive receptors. There's no nearby oil and gas production at our target depths. All wells that have been drilled in this area to our target depths have been dry holes. The state lands that are shown in light blue that are surrounding the well location are uninhabited, and they do not have regular public access. The topography of our chosen location is sandy, so it drains really well. It has no standing water, no waterways, ponds, or wetlands, and no wildlife or other environmental concerns. Jessica, next slide, please. As a result, the location setbacks from public and other receptors of importance is an order of magnitude greater than would be required for a Rule 304 alternative location analysis. Now, why is this area so open? Unlike many large ranches, which are often consolidated over time from smaller ranches and therefore contain multiple homesteads, this block of state lands was together from its inception. So it's never been inhabited. There's never been any kind of population on it. The nearest building of any kind is over a mile away from our test location, and the nearest residence is over 1.5 miles. That circle that I drew on the map here, that's 4 miles across. There is only one residence in that entire space. So, and from that residence, just because of the lay of the land, some subtle ridging, from that residence, you can't even see the location. They might be able to see the top of the rig during drilling operations, but the bottom of the rig and the location itself won't even be visible from that residence. And as I stated before, there are no concerns of sensitive wildlife, no aquatic concerns. It's not a floodplain or a riparian corridor. There have been no raptor nests located, and so on. In fact, Colorado Parks and Wildlife said that when they reviewed this in conjunction with the state lands, they said that this was, if I remember right, they said this is the first project review that they've done, which found absolutely no concerns for any of these factors. So out of an abundance of caution, we still did evaluate a potential alternative location under the Rule 304 criteria, but there was nothing else that we could find in the area that didn't have greater effects, at least on the view shed and on surface disturbance. So we actually did do that analysis, and this ended up being the best location still. Next slide, please. Thank you, Jess. These factors were all confirmed by thorough surveys and studies, both desktop and in the field, by our staff, by the state land board, and its partner agencies like Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and by third-party consultants. So the tables on this page reflect some of those findings. The first table shows the factors that can be reduced or eliminated through site selection. So as you can see in that first table, this location avoids completely any adverse effects on health and welfare, such as the dust, traffic, noise, light, cultural, water resources, wildlife. These are things that can be avoided completely through location selection, which we've done here. The second table doesn't have all those avoid boxes checked because these are factors that are inherent in drilling. The only way you completely avoid these is not to drill at all. But what we have done through selection of the location and through the plans we've submitted is minimize or mitigate these. So the Carbon America has submitted 10, I think it is, individual plans that address these elements in particular. And many of those details are in the appendix to this presentation, which you should have received just before the weekend. The images that you see on the right are of the location area. We took these last September when we visited state lands to study the area, and they give you a pretty good sense of the topography and the remoteness. It's beautiful country, but it's uninhabited and wide open. Next slide, please. This slide I put up to show you what the anticipated location surface impacts would be. On the left, you see the map that we submitted that shows the access to the location. 2/3 of the access is on an existing ranch road. In fact, that same road was used 3 years ago to drill a test well for oil, which turned out to be dry. So there won't be any new disturbance there. And that road is used strictly for pasture access from the nearest public road. There are no buildings, water resources, or other features of any kind along the entire route. The remaining length of the road and the pad location were determined early this year in the presence of and with the help of state land staff to minimize impacts like potential erosion. The pad itself is about 2 acres in size, and that's about 1/4 to 1/5 of what you have been used to seeing for typical horizontal drilling developments. The upper right image there shows a similar size test project in Louisiana. That's about what it would look like. The lower right image is of a carbon dioxide test injection well in Michigan. Once we're done drilling, as Jill mentioned earlier, all you're going to see is the wellhead that I've circled in yellow there. There will be no tanks, no mechanical equipment or facilities on the location. Now, if the project is successful and is used for injection, the components that we would add are similar to what you'd see here. There'd be a pipeline coming out of the ground with a meter and a solar panel and a transmitter and a connector to the wellhead. We would add the trees if we could, but you saw the aerial image. I think that'd be kind of a stretch here. Next slide, please. Jill also alluded to the timeline. We're past the first box here, which is what I call the design phase. That's working with the State Board of Land Commissioners and doing the planning, the surveying, the engineering, wildlife reviews, surface inspection, and preparing the variance permit and the various plans to submit. We're now in the test phase. So we're hoping that with positive results from this hearing, we can complete the permitting process, prepare the location later this summer, and actually have the rig on location for several weeks, somewhere between mid-September and mid-October. We expect about 3 weeks for the construction of the road and the pad. And then there would be a little bit of idle time as a buffer built in, depending on what the rig schedule is. And the rig itself would be there for about 3 weeks as well. Now we're still reviewing the wellbore design with the EPA, and they may request some changes to the wellbore design for their own needs. That might add a little bit to the rig time, but we're still expecting right now in the range of 3 weeks, possibly a little more. Once that's done, the well will be isolated to COGCC specifications while we review the data through the end of the year. At some point around the end of the year, we've got 2 decisions. That's the results phase shown in the lower box. The first one is the geology doesn't match what we predicted. So if Carbon America encounters geology that's worse than predicted to the point of being unsuitable for carbon dioxide storage, we will make plans to plug the well as soon as practicable. Now it's winter, probably won't be a great time to do that. So we would expect to do that in the spring of 2023. If the well does confirm the predicted geology, then Carbon America will isolate the wellbore and monitor and test as required by COGCC while moving forward to develop the project and get the EPA injection permit. Current timeline on that is it could be a year and a half to 2 years. So during this time, the well would remain in that isolated status, subject to COGCC regs, and would remain bonded and under de novo sequestration operatorship. So that concludes my remarks, and I will now hand it back to Jill for a concluding summary. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And I don't have much more to add except to extend my gratitude to the commission for your time today, and also to staff. As Jess pointed out, we had a lot of early meetings last year with staff on this project because of its unique nature. Again, this was the first variance for stratigraphic well for carbon sequestration filed with the state. And again, a first of its kind project. So that involves, I think, a lot of collaboration with a lot of folks. And we really just want to extend our appreciation to staff and to the director for their time as well. Hopefully you can see here from this presentation and from the record that we presented to you why the variance is necessary. It's kind of like fitting a square peg in a round hole if you were to go through an oil and gas development plan process for this, recognizing that we're not engaged in oil and gas operations. So that's what's driving the need for the variance today. We appreciate that staff has evaluated this project and supports approval of the application, and also appreciate that all of the stakeholders have been engaged and have not raised any concerns. So with that, we are done with our presentation and are here for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fulcher, and to your panel for the presentation. I was going to note that I noted from review of the file that technical staff does support variance request, and you just mentioned that. I think that's an important component to our consideration. Looking around at my fellow commissioners, does anyone have questions for the panel? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation today. So I'm going to apologize up front because I read this application a while ago, and I have some questions about if this well proves to be dry and it's eligible, and this I guess I call it a basin, is a good spot to do carbon sequestration. Will the other wells all be based on state land board land? And this is just a curiosity question because I don't know the answer. Because you're not pulling minerals out of the ground, there's not a mineral owner to pay royalties to. So, but if you're sequestering something on someone's property, how does that work? How does that partnership work?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question. I'm going to start by just saying, and I believe this was in the record, but I don't think we said it here today, that Carbon America has secured a carbon sequestration exploration lease with State Land Board, and that covers about 10,000 acres. So it's a pretty large acreage block that carbon capture and de novo have to work with within state land board lands. So want to mention that at the outset. And then that document is going to be the governing document for a lot of the activities that you're going to see on site. But then I'm going to push it to Steve or to Jessica to augment my answer there and then further dive into detail to answer your question.
Sure, thanks. Commissioner McGowan, this is, you come at this from absolutely the right perspective. You're thinking this is not extraction, this is injection. So one way to think about it would be it's almost like a reverse extraction. You guys are used to seeing drilling units for hydrocarbons where there's a block of land that's where you are extracting hydrocarbons and everybody is paid proportionately royalties based on the ratio of their land to the total unit. And all the models that you're seeing across the US are the same in reverse. So you determine geologically, and we've done pretty thorough review of this already, and we're drilling the strat test to confirm that. And what you end up doing is you create an injection storage unit with each party paid a fee based on the tonnage that is injected, just as they would for extraction if there were an extracted resource. So you're doing the same thing. You're creating a voluntary contractual unit it's the same concept, just going in the opposite direction. And the geology will be confirmed because we know the predictions, we know the wells that are in the area. We've done a lot of geological and geophysical modeling. So the next step is going to be to actually drill the well to say, okay, does this actually match what you've seen in other well bores and what we know regionally? And then you feed that information back into the model, which will then give you the best possible prediction of what the footprint is going to be. And from that, you create your injection and storage unit.
Thank you. And then my second question is all the carbon going to come from the ethanol plant and it will be piped to the wells?
Yes, right now we're looking at what's going to be the safest and most efficient method. Right now, pipeline seems to be it, and a pipeline from Yuma is what we're looking at this point. There are no other emitters no other kinds of emitters that we're looking at. If there's another ethanol plant that we can add down the road, great. You know, that if the storage will permit it and it's a benefit to the area, we would like to take that into account. There are no other types of emitters at this point that we're planning on sequestering here.
And then my final, I guess, question is, if we grant this variance and then the director approves your form administratively, this is the one bite at the apple for people to have public comment on this project. Is that correct?
I'll take that, Commissioner McGowan, and thank you for the question. Not quite. We are not asking for a variance to the 2A process. And likewise, we have talked with the staff and the director and would propose that a public comment period commensurate with an OGDP still be undertaken as part of the 2A. So there will be invitation to comment to our stakeholders, just like there would be for an OGDP for a 30-day period consistent with an OGDP. And then staff can then take those comments under advisement should any be received, and then potentially add additional best management practices or conditions of approval on the 2A, just like you would see in the oil and gas development plan process.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. I think this is really interesting, and I appreciate you bringing it in front of us. My question's for staff, because it was not clear to me in the submittals that were put forward in the docket what the review process was to this point and what the review process would be should this move forward going forward. And similar to Commissioner McGowan's question, I mean, I did understand that there potentially would be a public comment period through the technical review process of the 2A, but it wasn't particularly clear to me. So I'm kind of looking for that walkthrough so I understand the review up to this point and what the review would be like moving forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Commissioner Messner, we can bring Mr. Stephen Schwartz in. He would be able to address that question.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Schwartz.
Good morning, commissioners.
Did you hear the question?
I did hear the question. Believe the first half was describing the process basically after today, as well as the review up until this point.
That's correct, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll flip those around. So the review up until this point has focused on the variance application. A 2A submitted without a 2B, 2C, and OGDP hearing application is considered an incomplete OGDP. So the 2A has not yet undergone a full technical review. After today, if the variance is approved, the 2A would immediately begin completeness review, as all 2As do under Rule 303B. Once the 2A is deemed complete, it will be moved to in-process status and undergo Rule 303D public comment period. The Form 2A will still have to meet all Rule 304 informational requirements for all Form 2As, including the rules required for required plans, attachments, and best management practices. Though the variance from Rule 306 and 307 would remove the requirement for the director to issue a director's recommendation on the project and the requirement for the project to come before the commission for a hearing and a vote, such that the director would approve or deny the 2A administratively, the 2A would still undergo a full technical review from OGLA staff to ensure protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Appropriately protective BMPs and COAs would be applied, and questions and requests for further information by OGLA staff satisfied before the 2A is even brought to the director for consideration for approval or denial. And this is the same process that all 2As go through. Once approved, the Form 2 would then be submitted because Form 2s require the location ID on the Form 2 prior to submittal. And that would undergo review by permitting and engineering staff, as all Form 2s do. And none of the variance requests today touches on the Form 2 submittal or review process. So that would just move through as normal.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. That was really helpful for me to understand exactly what the process would be here moving forward, so that I have a clear understanding of what I'm approving or not approving. But I think that makes sense. I think that is clear to me now. And so thank you for that response.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Okay, seeing no further questions, do commissioners have thoughts regarding deliberations on the variance request? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the presentation today from the applicant. It's an interesting direction that the state's moving in. It's nice to see these opportunities come up for carbon capture in our state. This is the second application we've had for a stratigraphic well, specifically looking at the potential for carbon sequestration. The other one came at the beginning of this month, I think at the June 1st hearing. And in that, I'm applying kind of the same rationale that I did there that I do here, in that when you don't have a producing well, when you don't have large scale equipment, when you don't have associated emissions, when you don't have production activity and completions and all the ins and outs of bringing product to surface, a lot of the processes that we put in place for the OGDP rules don't really apply. And that's why I thought that a variance was appropriate at that time. And that's why I think a variance is appropriate at this time. That being said, I'm in support of this variance, and I plan to vote in favor of it. That's my comment. One thing that I want to add, and perhaps not quite sure if this is the best time, so I'll just kind of flag it here, and maybe we can take it up after a vote is formalized on this matter, is this is to my fellow commissioners. When we didn't really think about stratigraphic wells and non-producing wells when we created the OGDP process, and I'm curious as to whether my fellow commissioners think that perhaps really these stratigraphic wells should be limited to the review internally by staff of the Form 2 and the Form 2A. And if we're going to be seeing more of these in the future, that maybe a more long-term standing order could accomplish a little more direction towards how we as a commission will adjudicate these, or how staff will look at these stratigraphic wells. And so I don't know if that's in the form of a standing order or what that looks like, but I wanted to throw that out there just for everyone to kind of think about. Maybe not today, but if we get more of these in the future, it might be a more streamlined and efficient way to address this, so that staff who's looking at the 2s and 2As really is making those decisions and can elevate it to us, the commission, as appropriate, but maybe not every time. So, I don't want to take that ability from the commission to ask questions, to participate in this process. Should it be the commission's prerogative to do so? But it was just an idea that I had, and I thought about that kind of coming out of the last hearing, and just in general, the application of the OGDP process to variances for stratigraphic and potentially other non-producing wells. So long ramble there. I will sum it up just with my support for this variance application.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Others with thoughts? Commissioner Messmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for those thoughts. I think I would agree with you. I mean, I think that there's opportunities here to develop a review process for applications like this and other applications that perhaps don't tie directly into our OGDP application process. And so I think that's a worthy conversation to have in the future. I think that this variance request, as brought forward, is an appropriate utilization of the variance process for this particular situation. I appreciate Mr. Schwartz's information that was provided as far as how this would be reviewed moving forward. And so I'm comfortable with the application as presented, and would be happy to make a motion for approval for the application.
I'm going to consider that a motion. Do we have a second?
A little soft, but it's a motion, yeah.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Messner, as to the idea of sort of a standing order, what I would suggest we do is give direction to our directors to consider that for us, and perhaps bring that back with some consideration from staff and technical staff and the director. And then at a future date, perhaps we can act upon that motion if the staff is in support as well. Does that sound okay, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Chair, I think that sounds great. That's kind of what I was thinking about as well. One of the things that I think may be beneficial to hear in that feedback from staff is, a little more detail in terms of what that process will look like absent an OGDP, to help us on the commission understand what will be happening on the administrative side with the potential for an administrative approval of these types of wells. So just wanted to add that, but yes, I'm on the same page, Chair. Thanks.
Commissioner Messmer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree. In my mind, the order would be a temporary step until we develop, a process that perhaps we could do a rulemaking in the future in order to be able to create a process for these. But I think a temporary step as we continue to work through some of these types of applications, I think would be good.
Good with that direction, Ms. Larson?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Fulcher, thank you for your time in the panel. Your variance is granted.
Thank you very much, Commission.
All right.
Mr. Chair, did we vote?
Yeah, I think we did. Did we vote? Hearings Manager Larson?
I believe so. We can certainly, just out of an abundance of caution, take another vote. But yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Did
Right.
Commissioner McGowan disappear? I don't see her on my screen anymore.
She did.
All right. I was going to suggest we take a short break because the next matter is going to take most of the day. It is 9:50. Let's return at 10 o'clock. And in the interim, Hearings Manager Larson, if you could find Commissioner McGowan, that would be great.
Yes.
All right, welcome back. It's Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is 10 a.m. We're going to get started. We now will take up docket 2011000261, the KPK Compliance Plan Agreement hearing. Hearings Manager Larson, I believe we need to elevate KPK's attorneys and their witnesses at this point.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've been trying during the break to make this as most efficient as possible to get all the KPK folks in. We've not been successful. The lawyers continue to decline to become a panelist, and I don't see their witnesses in the hearing. So I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Let's see, lead lawyer, Mr. Jacobs, do you want to raise your hand and perhaps we can try to elevate you?
Or Mr. Jacobs, if you could please just accept my request to become a panelist, and Mr. Satterley as well. Mr. Satterley, I see that you are a panelist. If you don't mind, if you could let us know perhaps if your team needs a little more time.
I will track down John right now. Thanks.
And Mr. Satterley as well. I don't see your witnesses in the hearing, so I'm not sure if
After opening statements, our first witness will be remote. That's Richard or Rick Stoltz. I don't know if he's in the audience yet. But then the second witness, we will get to the witness room at the end of the first.
Okay, that's fine. If possible, we would like to just swear all the witnesses in at the same time. So if they are available now, but if not, we can take them as they come.
Thank you. If you excuse me, I will get them lined up. Bye.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Mr. Jacobs, good morning.
good morning. We're assembling our witnesses who are physically here for a joint swearing in our KPK witness room. So they'll be there momentarily if you'll give us just a few minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Stoltz is available here remotely for that swearing in as well.
Okay, thanks.
And I also believe our witness, Mr. Price, will be logging in. If he does not, then we'll just need to swear him in when he is called to testify. Thank you. Thank you. If I may, I want to be sure, you know, participants. Ms. Larson, do we have KPK witness room?
Yeah, so it should be in the finding.
Oh, okay, it's under my associate's name, Katelyn Pritchard.
Okay.
And all of the witnesses will be on a webcam in our witness room at that location, logged in under Katelyn Pritchard's name. There we go. That's them assembling now.
They'll squeeze in here. Are we on? Yep. Oh, okay.
Kathleen, you might need to sort of pick up the webcam and step back to the far end of the room so that we can see all of the witnesses who are present. That'd be great.
Then.
Very good.
Okay, Mr. Jacobs, then with the witnesses then in the witness room as well as Mr. Stoltz, is that the entirety of your witness list?
As I indicated, Mr. Price, who is in North Carolina at his home, was expected to be online. Ms. Larson, do you see Mr. Price among the participants?
I do not.
So we'll just swear him in later.
That's
Mr.
fine.
Davenport, if you want to go ahead and swear in the witnesses that we have before us, that would be great.
Of course, Mr. Chair. For all of the witnesses, in a moment, I'll ask you to raise your right hand and state your name and that you swear to tell the truth. And please consider yourself to be under oath and sworn in for the entirety of the hearing. We won't re-swear you in if you're called back after your initial testimony. I'll start with Mr. Stoltz and then go on to the witness room. And whatever order you'd like to do it, I won't call on you each in turn if you just go down the row there in the witness room, please. So Mr. Stoltz, if you just raise your right hand, state your name and say that you swear to tell the truth.
Richard Stoltz, I swear to, excuse me, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Let's start on the left. Jeff Peterson.
Jeff Peterson, I swear to tell the truth.
Jennifer Dallas, I swear to tell the truth.
Greg Weiss, I swear to tell the truth. Kevin Kaufman, I swear to tell the truth. Jeffrey Kaufman, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey, with that, if we could have Ms. Stafford elevate to video as well, the attorney for staff. Good morning, Ms. Stafford. So I have both you and Mr. Jacobs with me. We're going to start the hearing. Wanted to start with, are there any procedural matters from either side before we get started?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe there are several outstanding procedural issues before we can begin today. At least based on my list, we have outstanding objections on behalf of KPK with respect to staff's exhibits, the outstanding motion in limine by KPK, KPK rebuttal exhibits if there are any objections on behalf of staff. And I believe that actually exhausts my list. If Mr. Jacobs has any additional items, I'll let him speak.
I concur with that list, but I have some additional items, Mr. Chair. Let me just run down those quickly. Listed witnesses, Jeff Rickard, Avi Mailer, and Enrique Carrillo, who were not sworn in, are unavailable to testify at the hearing, unfortunately. We have written testimony in the form of an affidavit from Mr. Rickard that was not objected to by staff, so I don't think that that's going to be an issue. We do have some written testimony from Mr. Mailer, our Vice President of Land, that may or may not be offered if relevant in the nature of rebuttal. And I don't know if staff wishes to object to that, but we could resolve that now or perhaps if and when it is offered. Ms. Gallus has a central role in our case as project manager for Marcom on behalf of KPK under the Compliance Plan Agreement, or CPA. And as a result, we've split her testimony into two pieces, and we'll call her again for the second piece. I don't think that should draw an objection, but I wanted to let everybody know about that. That's that. We do have one other small matter before we get into the motion in limine and objections per se, which it's my understanding will be resolved by the commission based on argument by counsel. Mr. Mueller will be handling our motion in limine argument and some of the other admissibility and objections argument to get that resolution here this morning. But I do want to point out that with respect to public comment this morning, and as pointed out by Commissioner McGowan, the general public comments that you heard had nothing to do with the scope of today and tomorrow's hearing and should be disregarded by you as fact finders and making any determinations during and at the conclusion of this hearing. And I expect you would agree with that, but I do want to make that statement for the record. There's Mr. Mueller. Those are the extent of my preliminaries, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mueller, did you have something to add to the list?
You're muted, Kirk. Sorry.
Just joining the meeting and saying hello. When the time comes, I'll have some argument to present with regard to the exhibits and the motion in limine, but you let me know when you're ready.
All right. So I think that preliminarily we'll take up the motion in limine. This is filed by KPK to exclude unadjudicated notices of alleged violations. Commissioners, it's up to the four of us as the judges to determine whether we desire that we need additional oral argument on the motion, or if we're ready to proceed in determining the motion. I think I'm pretty comfortable in knowing where I stand. Do other commissioners desire oral argument, or do you want to initiate into deliberations? What's your pleasure? Commissioner Messer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't need any further argument on this particular topic.
Mr. Chairman, just to bundle it all up, in addition to the motion in limine that is focused on the notices of alleged violation, we have also objected to proffered exhibits on staff's list that predate the November CPA. There are documents that relate to events that came before the CPA was signed and finalized. Likewise, there are documents relating to spills, releases, other events that happened after the NOAV was signed. Those two categories, along with the NOAVs, we have objected to. They are not relevant to the question of whether or not we're in compliance with Section 4 of the CPA itself. I don't mean to argue. I just want to make sure you understand there are three categories: pre-CPA, post-CPA, and the unadjudicated alleged violations.
Okay. Having received 1 minute's worth of argument on that front, Ms. Stafford, do you want to respond at all in a minute?
Yes, thank you, Chair Robbins. I would like to respond. I'd like to point the commissioners to the APA and also Colorado case law, which sets forth the relaxed evidentiary standards in an administrative proceeding. Staff feels that the exhibits and the NOAVs that we've offered here are extremely relevant to the issues you will hear about in the upcoming hearing. I will note that the NOAVs we reference, we are not intending to get into the details of, but these NOAVs were issued pursuant to staff's tools set forth in the CPA, Section 4, Paragraph 8, Subpart G. Should KPK fail to timely complete one or more requirements set forth in the GRIP, staff may terminate the tolling agreement and issue NOAVs. So at least for the NOAVs, we feel they are very relevant to the upcoming proceeding. We also feel that the rest of the exhibits that we have proffered before you are help staff tell you the full story of what is going on with respect to KPK's compliance with this plan, and they provide the additional information with respect to progress that we intend to set forth today. And thus, we believe staff's exhibits should be authenticated and admitted.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly respond?
Sure.
We have very strong due process objections, both procedural and substantive, with the statements just made and the position taken by Ms. Stafford on behalf of staff. Just because NOAVs are contemplated by the CPA and the staff has unilaterally chosen to issue NOAVs by repudiating the forbearance provision, terminating it, that takes those NOAVs into a process in which staff has the burden. They seek to introduce those NOAVs to you in a highly prejudicial manner in a hearing in which we have the burden. And the most serious sanctions available could be imposed on my client without staff having to bear the burden of establishing violations. That is hugely problematic, and we strenuously object.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. All right, commissioners, does anyone want to lead off with thoughts on the matter? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got a couple thoughts on it. So for me, the matter that we have before us surrounds the question of substantial compliance with the CPA, whether or not it occurred or didn't occur, and that's for us to decide in these next couple of days. As to the NOAVs, the actual NOAVs themselves, to me, I don't think are going to be terribly relevant to my review of this matter. And I think really more so the underlying actions maybe though, right? And so if there's any underlying actions that are associated with the substantial compliance of the compliance agreement, I think that evidence could very well come up through testimony and through presentation of cases. And if there's objections there, of course we can hear those. But I don't know that the actual NOAVs and the formality of the allegations being brought up through this process is relevant. And so in that case, I'd be fine excluding the NOAVs. I don't want to put a limit on the underlying actions that perhaps do relate to the substantial compliance, but the NOAVs themselves are allegations. It's a formal process. It does take kind of a different tenor than perhaps what will be heard and adjudicated in this matter. So I'd be interested in not talking about the formality or the formal NOAVs themselves, but the underlying actions I think could be relevant depending on how they're presented and kind of what those look like when they're presented to us. Now, as the exhibits, I would suggest that perhaps we take those as they come up. As they are offered into evidence and can take them one by one. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. In general, I think that whether or not we can or we can't hear this evidence, I think we absolutely can. I think that Ms. Stafford is correct in that we can take on whatever evidence we deem necessary and important for us to consider these matters. So. In that regard, I'd be fine removing the NOAVs themselves, leave the underlying information open for testimony as part of a presentation in case in chief, and then exhibits that are at issue here brought up and can be dealt with when they're brought up. It's my 2 cents on the matter, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I appreciate that. I'm in largely agreement with those thoughts. Do other commissioners have thoughts? Commissioner Gonzalez, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I think the motion is to grant the KPK's motion in limine as to the NOAVs and deny the motion as to objections to any specific exhibits at this point. Did I capture that correctly?
AG Davenport, you good with that?
Yes, I am good with that.
If I might seek clarification.
Let me get a second first, Mr. Jacobs.
Absolutely.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Messner, did you have a comment?
I think my question for the motion was, I assume that the NOAVs that you're referencing in this, Commissioner Gonzalez, would be just the unadjudicated NOAVs, right?
Correct. I believe there's 6 that were issued on May 2nd, 2022. So I'll add that clarification to my motion.
Mr. Chair,
We have a motion and a second and a clarification. Mr. Jacobs.
I believe there are 7 NOAVs. The 7th was issued on May 27th. And I also would ask if Commissioner Gonzalez intends in his motion to allow exhibits that clearly predate, photographs that clearly predate the execution of the CPA, which is the subject of this hearing, to be admitted into evidence or considered. Otherwise, we have to bird dog all of those, and it'll interrupt a lot of things as we see them in PowerPoint slides and pulled up as exhibits. It's a pretty clean break.
Chair, if I may.
Just a second, Commissioner or Mrs. Stafford, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, so you know, when it comes to the exhibits, if there's exhibits that include photographs that predate the CPA, I'm not quite sure how those exhibits are going to be used. It's possible they could be used for a reference point and kind of a starting point, a baseline against action has been taken since the CPA in determination of substantial compliance. I think that would be appropriate, and I think that for me, when I consider these exhibits, I want to see how they're being used and what probative value that they may offer in context. So that's my response to that, Mr. Jacobs. I will amend my motion one more time to include the NOAV that was issued on May 27th, 2022, along with the 6 that were issued on May 2nd, 2022. And I think that adds more clarification to my motion.
Thank you.
Ms. Stafford.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I think Commissioner Gonzalez covered my main point here, which was these photos are important, as well as the underlying inspections related to specific conditions of approval that KPK ignored over time in order for staff to show the commission the lack of progress that has occurred under the compliance plan agreement. So I just want to reiterate that.
There at the appropriate time. I want to make sure that our seconder is still okay with the motion as clarified.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we have an objection to raise to this hearing. I believe, Kirk, were you going to address that, or I'm happy to?
Well, just to make a record, and we're moving on now from the exhibits, and we appreciate the commission's decision on those. To make the record clear, commissioners, we previously asked that this hearing be continued to a later date to allow APK time to prepare adequately for it. That's been denied. We asked for additional time in which to make our presentations. We don't think 4 hours is going to be adequate. We understand there's some flexibility, but we have not been granted the extra time that we asked for. All of these, in our opinion, undermine the due process to which we are entitled. You know, I've been litigating cases for 36 years. I've never seen cases go from, from the initial complaint, from the beginning of the case to judgments worth millions of dollars in a period of 6 weeks. And that's what's happening here. So for the record, we object to this proceeding happening before we had time to prepare. And we object to the fact that we haven't had the time we need to present our case to this commission. I understand that those decisions have been made. If I'm incorrect about any of them, please let me know. Otherwise, though, for the record, we have those objections and they've been denied by this commission.
Okay. Yes, those decisions have been made and we will proceed forward. I would alert both parties, both lawyers to each side, that to the extent that you want to lawyer yourselves and create record objections, I'd like those in writing before we get started so that we don't have to waste time dealing with them in a record creating setting. So henceforth be warned. Okay?
Wasn't
May
my
I-
intention to waste the.
Please go ahead, Kirk.
wasn't my intention to waste the commission's time, and I think both those requests have been made in writing. I just want them on the record orally as well. That's how we understand we need to preserve the record.
Understood. I'm just letting folks know that not all of us are lawyers that are commissioners, and to the extent that you think there's a preservation of a record, just try to do it in writing, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will.
Okay. Are there, I had like 9 different things that I wrote down that y'all wanted to talk about under procedurals. We've covered a couple. Mr. Jacobs, I'll let you pick the next one.
First was some written testimony. I don't believe there's been an objection to Mr. Rickard's affidavit and some attached graphs of COGCC data that he summarized. There's also the possibility of some written testimony from an unavailable witness, Mr. Avi Mailer, the Vice President of Land for KP Kaufman Company.
I'd like to raise a potential objection to that. Mr. Jacobs, could you point me to where Mr. Mailer is listed as a potential witness on the pre-hearing statement or response?
Absolutely. Just a moment. I believe he was listed as a rebuttal witness in our response in the rebuttal statement.
The rebuttal witness list that I'm reading on page 21 lists Mr. Enrique Carrillo. I do not see Mr. Mailer.
Mailer. Well, I stand corrected. I would still like to consider having Mr. Mailer's written testimony considered for admission into evidence should it become necessary in our view to rebut certain allegations of staff or their witnesses. We could leave that open until the time if that's necessary. It's just one item.
Why don't we leave it open until we get to crossing that bridge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also asked to be able to break up Ms. Gallus' substantial testimony into 2 pieces. I don't think that should be objectionable. I believe staff has had witnesses come back in the prior hearing, and they may well in this hearing. I just don't know.
Ms. Stafford?
Staff has no objection to Ms. Gallus breaking her testimony up.
Thank you.
Ms. Stafford, did you guys have a objection to the Rickard affidavit?
No, thank you, Chair. We actually did not object to any of KPK's exhibits in the sense of being cooperative and allowing them to present their full case in this matter.
So I also have KPK brought up rebuttal exhibits and objections by staff. I don't even know what my notes reflect on that point. Mr. Jacobs, can you clarify? Or was that Ms. Stafford?
I believe that was Ms. Stafford preserving the opportunity to argue about our rebuttal exhibits.
So we'll bring that up if and when the time occurs. Everybody okay with that? Okay. I think we've covered the procedural matters. Does anybody have anything else? All right, seeing none, I believe that the order of play at this point would be an opening statement from Mr. Jacobs, followed by an opening statement by Ms. Stafford, and then the case in chief on behalf of KPK by Mr. Jacobs and his partners. Is everybody comfortable with that? All
yes,
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobs. Let me clarify just in terms of time. Each side has been granted 4 hours for their case in chief. Ms. Larson or Mr. Davenport, is one of you going to be keeping track of time?
Mr. Chair, I'll be keeping track of time.
And is the 4 hours inclusive of Q&A from commissioners or not?
It is not. It excludes commissioner questions.
And does the opening statement, is that part of the 4 hours?
Yes.
Okay, just trying to get us all on the same page.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
before starting on that topic, I believe staff stated in their pre-hearing submissions that they were not including cross-exam in their 4 hours. That is not my understanding of the time allocation. Can we get some clarification on that?
Ms. Larson, or do you have the hearing officer?
Yeah, let me see if Hearing Officer Peskin is able to join us. Give me one moment.
Mr. Chair, could I just request some clarification on council's question here?
Sure.
Could you clarify what you're referring to, Mr. Jacobs? I seem to be missing it.
I believe at the end of your pre-hearing statement that you indicated you request 4 hours exclusive of cross-examination. It jumped out at me. It's not my experience that that's in keeping with this commission's practice.
I am not seeing that particular statement. I'm reading page 23 of our pre-hearing statement, total time. We've each been allotted 4 hours of presentation time exclusive of commissioner comments or questions, excuse me.
With that clarification, then I think we're good.
Yeah, that's my reading of page 23 as well. So cross-examination will be part of the, or inclusive within the 4 hours granted to each side. But now we've lost hearings manager Larson and she's keeping time. And so I'd like her to be aware of that. Did you hear that, hearings manager Larson?
Oh, excuse me. It's in the response of staff. Page 4. Staff reserves the right to rebut KPK's witnesses and requests that any rebuttal time necessary not count against the time requested above. Can we get some clarification on that?
And Mr. Chair, we do have Hearing Officer Peskin available. I believe Hearing Officer Peskin may be able to address this.
Great, bring him on board.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hearings Officer Peskin. Are you aware
That
of-
request as recited by Ms. Stafford, her understanding as recited by Ms. Stafford is my understanding that the cross-examination is included. The response, the request and the response was just that. It was a request, but it's not the norm that cross-examination not count against the time allocation.
Okay, so we're going to count cross-examination against it, whether it's in rebuttal or in cross-examination. Is everybody, are we all understanding of this procedural issue?
And time of rebuttal witnesses for staff will also count against staff's time allocation.
Right.
Excellent, thank you. Just want to be clear.
Yep. All right. Any other procedural matters before we get started? All right, seeing none. Mr. Jacobs or Mr. Mueller, the floor is yours for opening statement.
Chairman Robbins, Commissioners, Acting Director Cuthbertson. This hearing was directed by this commission on its own motion, one that was made and unanimously passed after staff once again engaged in a responsive presentation to this commission following a KPK update containing many allegations of a lack of compliance in progress shared for the first time with KPK and to which KPK was given no real opportunity to respond until today. KPK welcomes this opportunity to document for the commission the substantial effort and resources expended thus far implementing an innovative and admittedly challenging compliance plan agreement meticulously crafted by the parties and the chair and approved unanimously by this commission just last November. This hearing is to determine if KPK has achieved substantial compliance with the requirements of Section 4 of the CPA. That is the sole purpose and scope for this hearing, as established by the Commission's noted motion and ruling on May 4th and pursuant to CPA Section 7.5b. The CPA also specifies KPK bears the burden of demonstrating substantial compliance with Section 4 of the plan. Notably, substantial compliance is not a defined term in the CPA, the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, or its implementing regulations, nor is there any relevant COGCC guidance defining the term. In such circumstances, Colorado courts generally rely on case law and recognize dictionary definitions. One of the most frequently cited legal dictionary definitions, one that has been invoked by Colorado courts and the 10th Circuit, defines substantial compliance as, quote, compliance with the substantial or essential requirements of something, as a contract or statute, that satisfies its purpose or objective, even though all of its formal requirements are not complied with or strictly complied with. That's the Merriam-Webster Law Dictionary in our filings. When measured against this standard and based on the evidence and testimony to be provided, KPK will clearly establish by a preponderance of the evidence its substantial compliance with the essential requirements of CPA Section 4. To aid the Commission in reaching its conclusion, KPK Exhibit Quintuple B was prepared, which is also attached to KPK's pre-hearing statement as Attachment 1. This compliance tracker table, if you will, lists the 8 express essential requirements and sub-requirements of CPA Section 4, the trigger for each requirement, the applicable due date, if any, the status of attaining substantial compliance for each such requirement, the CPA section reference for each requirement, and some explanatory notes and comments. While KPK implores this Commission to carefully examine the full administrative record, pre-hearing filings of each party, and evidence to be presented over the course of the next 2 days, this tracker table is intended to provide a useful guide to ensure the focus of this determination remains on substantial compliance with the core Section 4 requirements of the CPA. Staff's general grievance regarding KPK's overall lack of progress and other discrete issues addressed by staff during its May 4th presentation and in its pre-hearing filings, some of which have no clear nexus to Section 4 requirements, are secondary to the essential requirements of Section 4. This includes, but is not limited to, the generalized and non-specific concerns regarding KPK's overall pace of progress in remediation work and strict conformance to initial implementation schedules, the pace at which KPK is improving its operations and its culture of compliance, and the quality of certain forms submissions unrelated to Section 4 requirements. And while staff passively acknowledges the substantial compliance standard in their pre-hearing filings, it is evident they are actually applying a strict compliance standard and demanding perfect and exacting compliance with even the most ministerial requirements. That is not the proper standard, and this Commission should reject staff's attempt to rewrite the CPA and Colorado law in that respect. In support of KPK's demonstration of substantial compliance, KPK will produce fact and expert witness testimony concerning the essential elements of CPA Section 4, and also how KPK and Marcom have gone well beyond those Section 4 requirements in several respects. This testimony includes the conservative estimation by Mr. Richard Stoltz, KPK's contract chief financial officer, that the company has spent over $1.7 million on CPA required tasks and remediation since November 5, 2021, the date the CPA was signed and approved, and $3.5 million since July 1, 2021, on the projects that were eventually incorporated into the CPA, substantially more than the minimum funding requirements of the CPA at Section 4.3.A. The confirmation of Mr. Stoltz's estimates also will be proffered by KPK's forensic accounting expert witness, Mr. Greg Weiss, the substantial testimony of Jennifer Gallus, Marcom LLC's project manager for the CPA work, on the satisfaction by Marcom and CPA of the essential requirements of Section 4 in the 7.5 months since the CPA was executed and approved, including drafting and implementation of work plans at the 4 NOAV locations, the all-important Global Remediation Implementation Plan, or GRIP, as well as other important deliverables and reporting obligations, and Marcom's performance or supervision of all technical and non-technical work for the many sites covered by the CPA. The testimony of KPK officers, Jeffrey and Kevin Kaufman, will be heard on the company's commitment of all available resources to the CPA effort and their personal dedication and demonstration of holding regulatory compliance as a core value at KPK and instilling that value in their employees across the company. The testimony of KP Kaufman Well Services roustabout supervisor, Mr. Jeff Peterson, will also be heard regarding the training, coordination, supervision, and direction provided to KWS and other contract oil field service operators companies by Marcom and the improved practices and compliance he has witnessed in his work at KPK locations as a result of the CPA and Marcom's work as primary contractor. You will also hear the expert witness testimony of Richard Price, an EHS professional with 35 years of experience in EHS regulatory compliance and an instructor at several universities, including Purdue's Environmental Policy and Management Master's Degree program, concerning the time necessary to meaningfully develop and implement an improved culture of compliance in an industrial setting. And then finally, you will hear the opinion testimony of Mr. Howard Boygan, former COGCC commissioner, a private oil and gas lawyer with over 40 years of industry experience, and someone with a unique perspective of this hearing, given his prior testimony during the POV phase of last year's hearing in this docket, resulting in the OFV and the compliance plan agreement itself. While KPK shares staff's desire for greater progress, we reject staff's view that KPK and Marcom are simply pushing paper, that there has not been adequate progress on the ground, or that the CPA is not working as intended. Indeed, a number of the tasks set forth in Section 4 of the CPA, which include the submission of specific plans for compliance and implementation, some of which have no existing guidance or precedent, have been tendered by KPK, but still await full approval by staff. The CPA is an innovative and ambitious plan. Both sides and Commissioner Robbins put a great deal of thought, time, and energy into its development. The CPA has myriad moving parts, and as you will hear, though it has been in effect for only 7 months, KPK has complied with and completed all the essential obligations. Staff's complaint that, in its opinion, the overall goal of the CPA has not been fully achieved, and its invitation to chuck the whole effort, owing to an alleged lack of strict compliance, is wildly premature and invites a return to the precipice of last year's OFB hearing. Staff offers no consideration for the real consequences of such action by this commission, which consequences would be completely at odds with the commission's own penalty policy and virtually every other environmental policy and the published economic literature supporting them. Rather than abandoning this effort in this earliest stage, the time and energy that have thus far been invested in implementing this plan should be built upon and leveraged. If tweaks or course corrections are necessary, they should be negotiated and implemented with a commitment by both sides not to find pretexts to walk away, but rather to finding ways to ensure that it works. Commissioners, the evidence will demonstrate that KPK and Marcom have indeed substantially complied with the essential elements of CPA Section 4, and in doing so, have laid the important groundwork and infrastructure to realize the promise of remediation and more prompt return to compliance that the parties and the commission intended in crafting, executing, and approving this novel and demanding plan. KPK and Marcom thank you in advance for your careful attention to the witnesses and evidence about to be presented.
Okay, we would now recognize Ms. Stafford for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. If you give me a moment, I'm just going to share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yes.
We're supposed to raise objections as things are used, and now that we have a PowerPoint during opening statement, I don't want to interrupt Ms. Stafford. She has an opportunity to make her opening statement. Are there pictures in here that predate November 5, 2022?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. With that, I'll listen with great interest. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Good morning, commissioners. It looks like it's still morning. I am Assistant Attorney General Katelyn Stafford, and I am representing commission staff in this matter. Commissioners, if you're feeling a sense of deja vu today, it's likely because history appears to be repeating itself. Once again, I'm here on behalf of staff to talk to you about the actions and inactions of an oil and gas operator whose operations continue to impact public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And that operator is KP Kaufman Company, or KPK. The commission has called this compliance hearing to evaluate and determine whether KPK has failed to substantially comply with Section 4, the primary compliance requirements of the Compliance Plan Agreement, or as we've been talking about it, the CPA. Before we get into the CPA, let me back up a bit. This story doesn't begin and end with the CPA, and context and background are extremely important to this matter. As previously demonstrated through evidence presented during last summer's enforcement hearing, staff grew increasingly concerned with KPK's oil and gas operations in 2019. Between 2019 and 2021, the frequency of KPK's reported spills, the severity of resulting impacts, and KPK's failure to take appropriate action in response led to the director's April 2021 901A order. That 901A order required KPK to shut in 87 wells until it could attain closure at 29 open remediations, which were impacting public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Staff then pursued enforcement against KPK with numerous allegations contained in multiple notices of alleged violations. And as the commission undoubtedly recalls well, last summer's enforcement hearing culminated with KPK being found liable for 22 separate violations of commission rules, found to have engaged in a pattern of violations, and assessed a total penalty of just over $2 million. At the conclusion of the enforcement matter, understanding that compliance with the commission's rules appeared to be a shared goal among the parties, the commission determined that KPK should have the opportunity to prove itself, to focus its limited resources on cleaning up its messes and meeting the baseline of compliance, the commission's rules. The resulting CPA, which followed 6 weeks of negotiations between staff and KPK, represented a concerted effort on staff's part to help guide KPK onto the path of compliance, to help KPK achieve what is required of them as an operator, what is required of each and every operator that engages in oil and gas development in this state, compliance with the COGCC's rules and regulations. With that background as context, I want to discuss the CPA. The CPA is a detailed document containing specific requirements, including but not limited to the development and implementation of detailed project-specific remediation work plans for 4 locations with incomplete remediation and open excavations as of the conclusion of the enforcement hearing, the development and implementation of a global plan to address all of KPK's open remediation and spill release projects as of the effective date of the CPA, November 5th, 2021. and the development and implementation of spill training and waste management plans, as a few examples. Like the 9018 order before it, the CPA as a whole is meant to foster KPK's compliance with the Commission's rules and put KPK on a path to achieving closure of its numerous and impactful spill and remediation projects. Importantly, and as explicitly provided for in Section 7 of the document, the CPA is not a substitute for the Commission's rules. The Commission's rules still apply. Now, during KPK's opening statement, KPK boiled staff's concerns down to grievances, making light of serious concerns and environmental impacts that exist and persist in the field. KPK pointed you to their tracker table, Exhibit Quadruple B, the substantial compliance with the core Section 4 requirements of the CPA. Again, they boiled this down to, quote, essential requirements. During the course of this hearing, they're going to talk to you about expenditures that purport to equate to substantial compliance. And in their pre-hearing filings, they've boiled things down to this: drafting and submitting plans on time, deliverables, so they must be in compliance with the plan. They point out there's no progress metric, so they must be doing well. And the GRIP gives them relief from certain rule requirements. But if KPK's actions constitute substantial compliance, then the compliance plan agreement was an exercise in futility. The CPA isn't just about deadlines and submittals as KPK would have you believe. The CPA is about performance. Are the plans being followed, and are the plans being implemented? Is the purpose and objective of the CPA being accomplished? And the answer to this question, based on overwhelming and specific documented examples of work performed or not performed, on site and late, and continually deficient reporting, is unequivocally no. Performance is lacking, timely implementation is dismal, and KPK has not met the goal line of compliance with the rules. If anything, they're stuck on their own 30-yard line on fourth down, and time is ticking away. A recurring theme we've seen through their various filings and presentations is that KPK believes that simply filing documents and checking things off their to-do list equates to substantial compliance with the CPA. Take, for example, their attachment A to their pre-hearing statement, which they referred to in their opening statement as Exhibit Quadruple B. It is the same document, I believe. A date is listed, a submittal filed, and a box is checked complete. The plan may lack the requisite detail and ignore repeatedly applied conditions of approval, for example, but according to KPK, they have complied with the CPA because they submitted something on time. Never mind that, as with the GRIP, for example, that they failed to incorporate all of staff's comments into their final plan. Let's take a look at another example. This is the entry on Exhibit Quadruple B having to do with the UPRR site, which was one of the one of the sites that was adjudicated as part of the enforcement hearing. Line number 13, and as you see, I've taken a snippet from this exhibit. Line number 13, UPRR submit draft implementation schedule, 14 days after compliance plan approval date, December 13th, 2021, complete. But what was required of KPK here? Pursuant to the CPA, no later than 14 days following the contractor approval date, submit to COGCC staff and the commission chair for review and approval a detailed standalone implementation schedule via supplemental Form 27 describing performance of the following tasks, which are enumerated below in the CPA. KPK contends its obligations ended once the form was submitted on December 13th, 2021, no matter how deficient that form was. So what was required in that form? The Form 27 work plan in accordance with the rules and previously applied COAs. Now this is from Staff Exhibit 107, which is the email attaching a draft Form 27 that was returned to KPK because they did not incorporate the necessary requirements from the CPA or the outstanding COAs. As of May 12, 2022, a detailed implementation schedule is still not in place pursuant to Rule 913D. And again, I sourced this from Exhibit 101, which was the most recent Form 27 we had in this matter as of the date of filing of the pre-hearing statement. And as you'll see here, this is the most recent inspection photo we have from April 2022 of the UPRR site. Impacts still remain. And if you'll recall, this particular photo was shown to you, I believe, on May 4th and in staff's previous other filings. Now let's shift our focus and turn to another example, the Grant Tank Battery location, remediation number 12158. That's also one of the specific locations listed in the CPA outside of the GRIP. What you're looking at now is an inspection photo from the end of April. As you've learned through previous filings and presentations by staff, this remediation has been open since 2018. If you recall, violations at this location were adjudicated during the enforcement hearing. Paragraph 7B, section 4 of the CPA requires KPK to submit and abide by a detailed implementation and reporting schedule, which includes determining the horizontal and vertical extent of impacts on location. This is also a requirement sent forth in Rule 913. And what has KPK accomplished since the effective date of the CPA? As you've seen in both in staff's pre-hearing statement and exhibits, and as you'll soon learn from testimony, basically nothing. Per March 14th, Form 27, and as outlined in conditions of approval applied on April 7th, 2022, the implementation schedule, the one specifically set forth in the CPA, remains outstanding. And as an inspection from a few weeks ago shows, which is marked in staff's exhibits beginning, I believe it's exhibit 601, the horizontal and vertical extent of impacts on location remains unknown, even after the enforcement hearing, even as this site remains open going on 4 years. I could go on with a litany of other examples, but let's turn to a final example that helps illustrate progress, or lack thereof, the GRIP. The Global Remediation and Implementation Plan, or GRIP, was specifically included in the CPA to promote KPK's improved compliance, attention to corrective actions, and completion of remedial work at 74 open remediations and spill locations as of the CPA's effective date. Through the CPA, the GRIP explicitly incorporates requirements set forth in the Commission's rules. For example, as part of the GRIP, KPK is required to implement timely and appropriate site investigation and remediation requirements, including specific site investigation and implementation schedules for all remediation projects. Again, this is not just a requirement of the GRIP, but pursuant to Rule 913. And pursuant to Rule 913D, schedule changes must be requested at least 14 days in advance. These are 3 photos that were taken in April 2022, and they are from exhibits 506, 517, and 548. These are all locations that were included on the GRIP, either as a spill or a remediation. As you'll hear and see via staff's presentation, KPK cannot adhere to their own schedules for work on location and is inconsistent in communicating schedule changes, ultimately resulting in environmental impacts that are left on site for extended periods of time. While KPK has repeatedly maintained that no less than 10 sites are, quote, close to achieving closure, and therefore progress is being made under the GRIP, close only counts in horseshoes. But this undisputed fact remains: of the 58 remediation projects listed on attachment A, only 2 have achieved closure since the CPA has been in existence. 2 of 58 remediation projects. This is not improvement. This is not substantial progress, and it certainly doesn't achieve the CPA's stated goal of bringing KPK into compliance with the Commission's rules. As I've mentioned, we are here to assist the Commission, staff is, in its determination on whether KPK has failed to substantially comply with the CPA. And I thought staff and KPK both agreed that substantial compliance does not mean strict compliance. Substantial compliance, from staff's perspective, involves an evaluation of whether the purposes and objectives of an agreement have been advanced, even though technical deficiencies exist. Substantial compliance is less than absolute, but requires a significant level of conformity. And it is up to KPK, it is their burden to prove to the Commission by a preponderance of the evidence that they have achieved substantial compliance with the CPA. and as previous presentations, pleadings, evidence, testimony, the full and complete record in this matter demonstrates KPK cannot carry this burden. Commissioners, I want to close with one very important thing to keep in mind as you consider the evidence and testimony before you. As set forth in Section 7, paragraphs 8 and 9 of the CPA is not a substitute for compliance with the rules. Rather, the CPA represents a novel approach to help KPK achieve overall compliance and to help KPK meet the obligations required of them under the rules. But as the materials in this docket show, and as staff's presentation will set forth, there remains a long way to go for KPK to achieve the purpose and objective of the CPA, compliance with the Commission's rules. The CPA was supposed to help KPK commit to compliance, not a one-off substitute for compliance or a veneer of compliance. Actual compliance. Based on the pre-hearing filings and the evidence and testimony you will hear, there can be no question. KPK is not in substantial compliance with Section 4 of the CPA. Therefore, staff requests that you enter a finding that KPK has not substantially complied with Section 4 and consider imposing the relief that is set forth in the CPA, which includes but is not limited to imposing the remaining outstanding portions of the suspended penalty, terminating the CPA, suspending any or all of KPK's certificates of clearance, and or refusing to issue KPK new oil and gas development plans. Thank you.
Ms. Stafford?
Yes.
Okay, so we've heard both opening statements. We now will allow Mr. Jacobs to initiate the presentation of KPK's case in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Satterley, to proceed with our first couple of witnesses.
My apologies, everyone. I'm trying to unshare.
Okay, let's give you the opportunity to unshare before we move to Mr. Satterley.
And I believe we still have Mr. Stoltz on camera. That's right.
You do.
Good. Then with your permission, Chair Robbins, I'll begin.
Please do.
Mr. Stoltz, good morning. Could you state your name and current employment situation?
Good morning. I'm Richard Stoltz. I am a partner and financial consultant for B2B CFO for the past year, providing CFO services to KP Kaufman on a contract basis. And prior to that, I was employed by KP Kaufman as CFO for 15 years.
You testified previously before the commission in this matter during the enforcement proceedings that took place last fall, correct?
That is correct.
During those prior proceedings, we shared with the commission your education and other qualifications and work experience. You explained that you earned a BA in accounting from Hastings College and an MS in finance from Colorado State University. You currently hold a non-active CPA license in the state of Colorado. In addition to your work for KPK, you have experience as a CFO in the construction industry and years of commercial lending experience working for major regional bank systems with an emphasis in servicing oil and gas production companies. Does all that sound right?
It does.
And very generally, what did your prior testimony cover?
I presented information on KP Kaufman's historical production, financial results, a financial forecast, and the impact of commodity price drops and the COVID pandemic had on the company from a financial perspective.
And based in part on that testimony you provided, the commission entered a finding that KPK has an inability to pay a penalty in excess of $795,000. Is that right?
Yes, the CPA states it was developed in recognition of KPK's limited ability to pay the assessed penalty amount. And the agreement allows for $795,000 in penalties to be paid over 5 years, with other portions of the assessed penalty amount to be suspended as long as KPK meets its obligations under the agreement.
Mr. Stoltz, thank you for that background and reminder of your prior testimony. Now, since the CPA went into effect, what has your role been in facilitating KPK's compliance with Section 4.3 of the agreement?
I've been assisting KPK's accounting department with preparing the statement reconciliation for the dedicated project account. KPK is required to fund on a monthly basis and replenish in the amount of $150,000.
And do you believe KPK has so far ensured that this account has been funded and maintained as required by the CPA?
I believe both parties agree that in early December, KPK opened and funded the account, and the account has been maintained in accordance with the CPA since.
So in addition to this primary obligation to fund and maintain the account in the manner you described, does section 4.3 of the CPA require anything else of KPK?
KPK is required to submit monthly account statements verifying the expenditures for the projects that are covered under the CPA.
Does the CPA contain specific dates or timeframes by which these statements are to be submitted by KPK?
It does not.
As of today's hearing, have those account statements been submitted for every month since the CPA went into effect?
They have.
Has staff expressed any concerns regarding the timeliness of those statement submissions or requested that KPK provide additional information to detail and document the expenses that's stated in those account statements?
They have. On several occasions, the commission has advised KPK the statements for the prior months have not been submitted at the beginning of the following month. For example, on the third business day of April, which fell on the 5th, commission staff notified KP Kaufman they had not submitted an account statement for March of 2022.
Mr. Stoltz, you already noted that the CPA does not contain specific dates by which the statements are to be submitted. But because the timeliness of such submissions is one of the primary bases asserted by staff in support of their allegations that KPK has not complied with this component of the CPA, can you explain why there has been some delay in providing staff with statements each following month?
I don't think the parties were ever on the same page when it came to an understanding of what timeliness meant in this case. I think the staff clearly intended for financial reporting to occur or statement reporting to occur within 5 or 10 days a month in. But for the last 20 years, KPK has reported to any independent third party on a consolidated accrual basis of accounting. And standard industry practice for financial reporting, let's say with a bank, would be 30 to 45 days from month in for any commercial company. And for a consolidated oil and gas company, the requirement would be 45 days from month in. And in this case, it took even longer to produce some of the statements at the project level detail that staff wanted to see.
Thank you, Mr. Stoltz. Has staff voiced any other concerns or made requests to verify account expenditures have been made in accordance with the CPA requirements?
They have. The first few monthly statements, they indicated they had difficulty in determining the expenditures related to each project or each attachment A project based on the information included in the statements. In response to this, I prepared a more detailed account reconciliation, itemizing for each amount dispersed from the designated project account, expenses that were allocated to the wells, the zones, and the billing categories.
And did staff make any other requests concerning the dedicated project account?
They requested records concerning work performed by Kaufman Well Service. KWS performs certain non-technical work at attachment A locations under Marcom supervision.
Has KVK provided staff with information that is responsive to that specific request?
Yeah, KPK compiled additional detail and documents, and last week they provided staff a zip file containing field tickets and other information regarding invoicing by Kaufman Well Service.
Okay, now is there anything else you would like to elaborate on as it relates to the CPA work done by KWS?
Well, by requesting these records, there's the implication staff has concern with KWS working on CPA related projects. I would just recognize that since Kaufman Well Service is a wholly owned subsidiary of KP Kaufman, and since KP Kaufman reports all subsidiaries on a consolidated basis, Kaufman Well Service is not a mechanism to financially divert proceeds away from CPA projects or to any other business owners. There are no other owners. All KP Kaufman and Kaufman Well Service financial reports results are consolidated into one reporting entity per generally accepted accounting principles.
So since the CPA went into effect last November, have there been any other impacts to the company's financial condition or circumstances complicating or otherwise affecting the company's ability to report the account expenditures in the detail desired by staff?
Due to the impact of COVID-19 on commodity prices, KPK's was forced to downsize the accounting staff, resulting in some limitations and delays in the company's financial reporting capabilities. Additionally, the company basically was forced to start operating on a cash basis of accounting as opposed to an accrual basis of accounting. The company was already paying attachment A expenses before the CPA or the designated project account concepts were put in place. So the initial systems were not fully in place for capturing payments of attachment A expenses on a project specific basis per month as staff wanted to see.
I understand we're getting a little bit in the weeds, but can you elaborate a little bit more on how these factors have complicated things?
Well, KPK didn't initially flag certain invoices related to the CPA, but more importantly, a number of these spills and leaks occurred from flow lines at or near batteries or consolidated facilities. Predecessor operators and KPK have consolidated hundreds of wells over decades to reduce the environmental footprint, methane emissions, and numerous tank batteries. As the batteries were consolidated, the accounting system was set up to allocate battery expenses from the battery back to the wells and then to the zones within those wells. They're not left at the battery. Staff's desired location-specific project reporting, which these are happening towards the base of the batteries, is at odds with how KP Kaufman's accounting systems are designed. And this system meets industry standards and has been audited by a national CPA firm for over a decade with no issues.
Thank you, Mr. Stoltz. Okay, so while there is no CPA requirement to spend a certain amount of money each month on the attachment A projects, staff has stated that in its review of the account statements, at least those that were submitted through March of this year, the KPK had only expended about $700,000 out of the account. What do you make of that statement by staff?
That statement is incorrect because KPK, the statement would be correct through March for that account only. Significantly more of those expenses, like 60, 70%, actually came out of the company's primary well operating account.
Okay, and in preparation for this hearing, did you have an occasion to prepare information and perform an analysis of KPK's current financial condition and the level of funding for CPA-related work, which supports your conclusions and explains the discrepancy on how much money has been spent on CPA compliance thus far?
I prepared estimates of expenditures by KPK and affiliates in compliance with CPA Section 4 and remediation activities from July 1st of 2021 and November 1st of 2021 through May of 2022, based on information I had available to me as of June 8th. Results of my analysis are shared in a report I prepared on June 9th.
Is KPK Exhibit Quadruple Z the report you are referring to, which was filed in redacted form to protect confidential business information?
It is.
So in very general and layman terms, please, what did your analysis conclude?
In reconciliation of the dedicated project account, it became clear KPK was spending significantly higher amounts on CPA remediation expenditures than the monies flowing through the dedicated project account. As of July 1st, I estimate conservative, as of July 1st, 2021 to May, I estimate conservatively KPK has expended 3.5 million. Since November 1st, I conservatively estimate KPK has expended 1.7 million on remediation expenditures.
Okay, can you describe your approach and methodology for preparing these estimates, at least in summary?
Sure. As I reconciled the disbursements from designated project account, I identified each invoice paid. I tracked the invoice paid to the wells and zones the expenses were assigned to. I then noted the coding to those wells and those zones were very specific to a very limited number of billing categories, and that these billing categories contained amounts much greater than the monies that were flowing through the designated project account. I evaluated the vendors that are being paid through those billing categories, consulted with KPK's field operations and accounting staff to identify any vendors that had no activity related to the CPA, and then eliminated any vendor expenditures not associated with this agreement. KPK is now tracking these invoices specifically associated with the CPA projects and has created some additional billing categories more specific to the CPA moving forward.
Are your estimates accurate down to the penny?
No, my estimates are low. KPK recorded certain CPA-related expenditures to billing categories that I did not include in my analysis because I had no way to filter out all of the CPA or all of the non-CPA related expenditures. I conservatively estimate that KPK paid closer to $1.7 million since the CPA went into effect, and $3.5 million since July of 2021.
Okay, now did the company engage a forensic accountant to independently verify the conclusions and the analysis contained in your report?
Yes, Greg Weiss with Harper Hoffer and Associates based here in Denver.
And finally, without getting into the specifics of Mr. Weiss's analysis, from whom we will hear next, did Mr. Weiss find any errors or inconsistencies with your analysis?
I don't believe he did, no.
No further questions on direct exam for this witness. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I think staff just has a few questions for Mr. Stoltz. Mr. Stoltz, thank you for being with us again today. We appreciate you testifying in this matter. I'd like to back up to some of the beginning discussion of the testimony you just gave. And I'd like to point to the dedicated project account statements that were outstanding as of March 7th. You agree KPK had not submitted any account statements prior to staff informing them that they were missing, correct?
I am not aware of that status, no.
Okay, I'll point to at least staff's pre-hearing statement, as well as the stipulations in this matter, which indicate that prior to the March 7th meeting between staff and KPK, no dedicated project account statements had been submitted. Now, I think you also talked a little bit about the dedicated account statements that were ultimately submitted. You agree those first account statements were bank statements?
I believe that's what the company submitted, correct.
And I'll point you back to the CPA. In paragraph 3C, KPK will submit to the director an account statement detailing the actual expenditures for each spill release and remediation project subject to this plan. Do you recall that portion correctly?
Sure, yes.
Now, how would, I think it's pretty clear, and I think you would agree that bank statements wouldn't tell staff the actual expenditures for each project. Do you agree with me?
I would agree with you on that. I would ask if the statements I provided the detail staff was requesting.
I think we all agree that the subsequent submittals provided additional information, and we do appreciate KPK working to correct that piece of it. Now, I want to move on to what I think is my last few questions here. you indicated there was a change in some of the accounting for keeping track of the project spending related to the CPA, the attachment A projects. Is that correct?
There was no change in accounting.
No change in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There was a reduction in staff, but it's important that the commission understand when these spills and leaks occur near a facility, any lines going into that facility are designed in an industry standard accounting system that KPK uses to where those expenditures are allocated back to the wells and then back to the zones. So it becomes very
Mr.
problematic.
Schultz,
Yes.
I appreciate the explanation, but I don't think we need to get into the weeds here. I want to take you back to my question, though. My next question here, which is, so would you agree that KPK is now taking credit for pre-effective date expenditures for the attachment A projects?
There were some expenditures paid pre-effective date, pre-November 1st. There were, yes.
And that is included in your updated accounting, which was submitted as part of your report.
Yes.
Okay. And did anyone with KPK clarify with staff that this sort of change was coming or being made?
I don't understand the change.
The change or the question?
Well, both.
Okay, I apologize. I'll try to rephrase that. Did anyone with KPK clarify with staff that KPK would be taking credit for these pre-effective date expenditures?
No, but you're talking two different types of accounting. On accrual basis of accounting, those expenses are on the books. The fact that they were paid by cash in a later period is different than me being even able to give you an accounting of expenditures occurred between November 1st and December 31st. There's no way I could provide you that data until February at the earliest.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I think my last question here relates to some of the information you were discussing towards the end of your direct testimony. Is KPK better off financially now that the price of oil has substantially increased?
KPK is improving financially, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Can you redirect, Mr. Satterley?
No redirect from me, Chair Robbins. Thank you.
Do any commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Stoltz, I want to clarify kind of that last line of question. I'm not quite sure I followed. I understand the difference between the accrual and the cash basis for the reporting of the amount. And you had mentioned an estimate of $1.7 million on compliance under the CPA. And I'm curious, so I'm going to ask this question, and I hope it, I need it for my notes, and if it's been answered, I apologize. But did any of the amounts accrue that are a part of that $1.7 million accrue prior to the effective date of the CPA? And if so, how much was involved there?
An accrual, excuse me, from an accrual basis of accounting, the 1.7 million reflected would have occurred from November 1st through May.
Okay. So basically the way I understand that is that from November 1st until May, that any expenses, I guess, basically occurred and may have been paid at a later date, but they occurred, they were incurred by KPK after November 1st.
Correct. Okay. Ms. Stafford's comment goes to payment in the designated project account for expenses that were incurred prior to November 1st, but subsequent to July 1st.
And those expenses that were paid out, that were accrued prior to November 1st, paid out after November 1st, those were part of the reporting that was given to staff.
Correct, for the account reconciliation of the cash account, not for the 1.7 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stoltz, for your testimony today. If I could go back to, I think, testimony that you gave, that there was perhaps a misunderstanding about what timely reporting would be and staff expectation that it would be monthly, and the expectation that maybe within 5 days of the first of the month, and that industry standard might be 35 to 45 days after the beginning of the month. Did it surprise you that despite an industry standard that might be 35 or 45 days in, that staff hadn't been given anything until March? That's not within an industry standard that you would testify to, correct?
I would not.
And did KPK bring you in and ask for your assistance in March after they realized that they were maybe not meeting expectations for timely reporting?
That would be correct, but I don't think the full implement of everything was in process until about that time. I mean, I know the document had been signed, but then they were working on adjusting the accounting system to track information, and I dug deeper through the database to reconcile everything.
Thank you. Have you created some sort of reporting structure now that KPK can use that will meet all these expectations of being able to determine expenditures per project, for example, and timely submittal of expenditures? Or I'll stop there.
Yes, they're tracking invoices specific to projects now, and they've modified some of the billing categories to more accurately reflect what they're doing. For instance, produced water. They didn't have any way of reporting produced water and remediation of these activities. So I didn't include those monies in my analysis because I couldn't separate them. Now there's
that's back to your conservative estimate. I understand. Have you been retained to help KPK through the remainder of meeting the expectations of the CPA?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mute. Okay. We thank this witness for his testimony. Mr. Satterley, your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Stoltz, and thank you, Chair Robbins. Ms. Larson, if you could please find our next witness, Greg Weiss, in the attendee list and elevate him to a panelist.
He's coming in now.
Thank you.
Mr. Davenport, do you want to swear in Mr. Weiss? I'm not sure he was sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weiss, would you raise your right hand, state your name, and say that you swear to tell the truth?
Greg Weiss, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Satterley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Mr. Weiss, we just heard your name. Would you please briefly describe your current employment position and area of expertise?
Sure. My name is Greg Weiss. I'm a Colorado licensed certified public accountant, and I work for a firm named Harper Hofer and Associates, doing different types of consulting around litigation projects and business valuations.
And like Mr. Stoltz, you previously provided expert testimony before the commission in this matter during the enforcement proceedings that took place last fall. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And during those proceedings, we shared with the commission your education, training, and other qualifications and work experience. You explained that you have a bachelor and master's degree in business administration. You are a certified public accountant, certified in financial forensics, certified in valuation analysis, and your CV is attached to the report you prepared in the current proceeding. Does all that sound right?
Yeah, that's correct. My CV is attachment 1 to my report.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Attachment 2, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. And your prior testimony considered whether KPK would have the ability to pay the original penalty proposed by staff that was approximately $3.7 million. Can you please remind the commission what you concluded?
Yes, I evaluated KP Kaufman's ability to pay and determined that they would be able to pay $795,000 over 5 years.
Is it fair to say that based in large part on the testimony you provided, the commission entered a finding that KPK has an inability to pay a penalty in excess of $795,000, and that this finding that you just mentioned was incorporated into the CPA?
That's my understanding.
Now, turning to this current proceeding, can you tell us why you were recently re-engaged by KPK and the purpose of your testimony today?
Yes. I was hired to do primarily 3 things. The first was to evaluate KP Kaufman's compliance with, I believe it's section 4.3 of the CPA, specifically regarding the compliance with the dedicated account for paying remediation expenses. I was also engaged to review Mr. Stoltz's work, primarily the theory that was being used and the data that was being used to drive his models. And then finally, I was asked to evaluate the economic impact to KP Kaufman if the suspended penalty was unsuspended and they had to pay it in a lump sum.
Is that independent review and analysis of Mr. Stoltz's work set forth in the report you prepared for this proceeding, exhibit YYY, redacted version of which is included in the record?
I think so. And is it 3 Ys or 4 Ys? I think it may be 4.
It may be 4 or 5. The alphabetical.
Yeah, I know we're quickly running out of letters.
But it is in the record. I believe it is 4 Ys.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Now, regarding the topic of KPK's conformity with the CPA requirements associated with the dedicated project account, the topic of which we just heard from Mr. Stoltz, what do you understand to be the primary component or components and objectives of this requirement?
Sure. So from my reading of the CPA, KP Kaufman was required to establish a separate bank account for funding the remediation activities for the attachment A properties. That account needed to be funded with $150,000 and periodically replenished. The account wasn't allowed to go below $25,000 and had to be brought up to $150,000 at the beginning of every month.
And in your opinion, has KPK so far satisfied those requirements?
Yes, I reviewed the bank statements. The account was set up within the time frame in the CPA. I believe it was set up December 6th. It was funded initially with $150,000. And between December 6th and the end of May of this year, the account never got below 25,000. It was a little over 25,100 at one point, but that was the lowest it got. And at its high, it was about a little over $188,000.
And I believe we heard from Mr. Stoltz that another requirement of section 4.3 of the CPA is to submit bank account statements for that account, dedicated project account for each month that detail the expenditures and projects outlined in the CPA. Have such statements been submitted in conformance with the CPA in your opinion?
My understanding from what I reviewed is that all of the bank statements have been provided.
What about the timeliness of submitting the monthly statements?
I don't remember reading anything in the CPA that gave a time frame for supplying the statements, but I do know that at least as of the date of my report, all the statements have been submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. And did you hear Mr. Stoltz's testimony just a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
So you heard Mr. Stoltz's testimony about how the expenditures reflected on the account statements don't provide the full picture on how much money KPK has dedicated to the CPA compliance effort.
That's correct.
What did you make of those statements and the conclusions by Mr. Stoltz?
I thought he was accurate.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on why there's this apparent discrepancy between the total expenses paid out of the account and the total expenses for all CPA related expenses?
Sure. So KP Kaufman began paying the expenses in July of last year, prior to when the CPA became in effect. And so because of that, when they started paying some of the expenses, there were no systems in place to capture that data. And then combining that with the fact that, you know, the oil prices had come way down, and that plus COVID resulted in KP Kaufman significantly reducing their accounting staff. They just didn't have the personnel in place to capture that data. But I understand now that system is in place and will be there going forward.
Okay, so based on that, is it fair to say that significantly more attachment A expenses have been paid by the company than what has been paid through the account?
Yes, the way Mr. Stoltz did that was he looked at specific accounts that he knew were being used to fund or specific expense accounts that the funding was going to. And he eliminated any vendors that he knew weren't working exclusively on the CPA attachment A properties. And so if anything, his analysis is going to understate the amount of cash that was paid for remediation. That wouldn't overstate it that way.
So I guess that means you independently vetted the accuracy of the financial analysis that was contained in Mr. Stoltz's report.
Yes, I did. We reviewed the data that he used. We're able to recreate it independently of his model. And then we also checked all the numbers back to his model. And we did some testing of invoices to make sure the invoices were pulling in correctly.
And that includes vetting the engineered methodology that Mr. Stoltz and KPK's accounting staff put in place to more effectively capture the payments of attachment A expenses on a project specific basis in the detail that was desired by staff when they communicated that around March 2022.
Yes, we reviewed the process that he had developed in capturing those expenses and the theory, and tested the theory independently to make sure that it worked.
And did it work? And basically, what did you find in vetting his analysis?
It did work. We found essentially the same thing he did. We did a couple of different things. One was that we actually looked at the disbursements out of the dedicated account, and we're able to come up with about a little over $1.2 million of expenses paid out of the dedicated account. And then using Mr. Stoltz's methodology, we're able to identify about $1.7 million that were paid between November of last year and May of this year, and about $3.5 million from July of last year to May of this year.
Okay, and I think you stated a moment ago that Mr. Stoltz's estimates, in your opinion, are likely understated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't find anything suspicious or otherwise concerning in your evaluation of KPK's funding and use of the dedicated project account, did you?
No, I did not.
So you didn't come across some secret account or other mechanism by which the company is stashing away or diverting money into a subsidiary in a manner that is inconsistent with the CPA?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Now, turning to the final topic of your testimony today, you were asked to determine the likely economic impact on the company if the commission were to impose the $1.2 million penalty in $1.2 million in suspended penalties. Staff has asked the commission to consider imposing if it finds that KPK has failed to substantially comply with Section 4 of the CPA. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
How did you perform this analysis, and what were your conclusions?
So I reviewed the company's year-end balance sheet for the year ended December 31st, 2021, and then the projected balance sheets through the end of May of this year that Mr. Stoltz produced. We tested the accuracy of those statements. What we noted was that the company's liabilities exceeded its assets. And so as a result, it had deficits of working capital and shareholders' equity. And so that if the $1.2 million was unsuspended and they had to pay it, they lacked the financial liquid resources to be able to pay that amount of money, and it would most likely push them into bankruptcy.
Okay, now finally, Mr. Weiss, in your professional opinion, do you feel that KPK is dedicating all available financial resources to the CPA compliance effort?
Yes, I do, from the documents I reviewed.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for your testimony. I have no further questions at this time.
Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
Stephen Cross, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for being here. We appreciate your testimony here today. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Now, listening to your testimony with respect to the dedicated project account, Is it fair to say that your testimony is essentially KPK kept the account funded in line with the terms and conditions of the CPA?
That is part of my testimony, yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review either the stipulations in this matter or staff's pre-hearing statement?
I did, yes.
And staff isn't arguing that KPK did not follow this requirement of the CPA.
Not that I remember. I remember there being an issue with how much was being paid out of it, but not that they weren't.
Thank you for that. I think my final question relates to the last piece of your testimony. You mentioned that a $1.2 million penalty on suspension would, quote, push KPK into bankruptcy. Is that correct?
Yes.
But isn't KPK now better off financially now that the price of oil has gone up since the last time you evaluated their financials?
They're generating more revenue than they were previously, but they are spending more money. Some of that is obviously going to these projects on the attachment A. So if you look at their profit and loss statement, they're doing better that way. But when you look at their balance sheet, that extra revenue is not making its way onto the balance sheet. For example, at the end of last year, they had working capital deficits and stockholders' equity deficits, and both of those grew through May. So that indicates that while they're generating more revenue, that revenue is not making it to the balance sheet. It's all getting spent.
And speaking of the profit and loss statement in this evaluation, when we're speaking about the KPK financial tier, what affiliated companies are included in the analysis?
All of them. I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but I know Kaufman Well Services is one of them. I think they have 3 or 4 companies that are consolidated into one set of financial statements.
If I took a look at their website right now, I believe there's also an affiliate called Kaufman Land Development. Is that included?
I'd have to look specifically, but probably. It seems like all of their entities are combined into one.
Thank you. I don't think I have any further questions for this witness.
Really, any redirect?
Just one question. Mr. Weiss, do you understand that in staff's pre-hearing statement, have they argued that KPK has failed to substantially or failed to comply with the requirements of section 4.3 of the CPA?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions on redirect.
Commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weiss, for participating today. I appreciate it. I'm wondering, as you reviewed the submittals from KPK to try to comply with the CPA, if you were surprised by how their beginning efforts to try to meet the requirements for monthly reporting, i.e. turning in just bank statements.
I know that's been an issue. It's, bank statements are difficult with companies. A lot of us are used to being able to just, log on and look at our bank balance at any point in time. When you're looking at commercial bank accounts, banks charge a lot of different fees and stuff that are based on average monthly balances. So the statements generally aren't finished by the banks until usually the 3rd week of the month. And so the companies don't get their bank statements till the 4th week of the month. And so that's when they get them. And if they have to do other work to prepare them to submit to somebody else, that can take another 3 weeks or a month. So it's not uncommon for somebody to get bank statements 30 to 60 days after the date of the bank statement. So, and I know they were struggling to kind of get their feet under them with the short staffing. So I think from what I understand, they've fixed a lot of these issues and they'll be more timely now. But yeah, I know that there are several of them that were all submitted at one time. So.
Were the bank statements sufficient for staff to figure out which itemized items in the bank statement went to which projects?
I don't think they'd specifically be able to identify, specific things like that. But they would be able to tell how much is being paid to specific vendors.
I'm wondering what your opinion is of KPK's ability to meet the expectations for reporting moving forward.
From what we've seen, they should be able to meet the expectations going forward. They're getting the systems in place, and Mr. Stoltz is more involved in overseeing that. So I think the compliance will be much better going forward.
And is that compliance immediate, or is the commission going to be waiting for that system to get put in place?
I think it's mostly in place. That's probably a better question for Mr. Stoltz, but my understanding is it's mostly in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weiss, for testifying today. Just a couple of questions. I mean, it appears that the testimony indicates that one of the reasons for not being able to address the accounting in a timely manner was oil prices and COVID affecting accounting staff. As you did your analysis, what were the oil prices that you were seeing during that analysis, and what was the timeframes?
So the oil prices obviously have gone up significantly this year, up to over $100 a barrel. So I don't have the schedules in front of me to tell you exactly what those were, but they're in the schedules, and we compared the oil prices in the schedules to spot prices.
Okay. And the timelines when you were doing your analysis was started in July, started in November. What was the?
Yeah, so with regard to payments that KP Kaufman made, that started in July, moving forward through May of this year. And then with regard to expenditures out of the dedicated account, that started in December of this year when the account was set up through May of this year.
Okay. And as you did your analysis as far as the impacts of COVID on timeliness surrounding accounting, I mean, what specific impacts were associated with COVID?
So I mean, it's hard to strip the decrease in oil prices and COVID from each other. The KP Kaufman's accounting staff decreased significantly, including Mr. Stoltz going from a full-time CFO to a essentially contract CFO at the company.
So these two things are tied together. So there wasn't any particular COVID issues from a staffing perspective. It was just a decrease in oil prices resulting from potentially COVID. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, and it's like everything. It's a complicated answer, but yeah, COVID kept people at home. There's overproduction that drove oil prices down. So it's hard to it's the chicken and the egg argument, but the combination of the two caused KP Kaufman to significantly reduce their accounting staff.
Okay. And then I'm trying to just understand the cash flow, understanding that I've read the submittals and the exhibits, but, under some analysis, there's potentially $3.5 million expenditure associated with projects incorporated with the CPA. At the same time, there was an argument that there was an inability to pay the penalty. There continues to be an argument that there's an inability to pay the penalty. I'm assuming that this expenditures that's associated with the CPA were unanticipated expenditures. And that's a pretty significant amount of money for unanticipated expenditures, particularly because it's over and above what was associated in the dedicated project account. How did that cash flow work, and how does that fit into this argument that KPK has an inability to pay a penalty?
So when I did the ability to pay opinion last year, that was based on oil prices at the time and their production levels at the time. And included in that was some remediation expenses were built into that model. And I don't have, I wasn't asked to reopen that, so I haven't looked at it, but there were remediation expenses included in that model that reduced the ability to pay. And as I talked about earlier, gas prices have improved, or oil and gas prices have improved, which is resulting in more revenue coming into KP Kaufman. But they're taking that revenue and turning it around and spending it, depending on what time period you look at, at least $1.5 million probably 1.7 million, more than 1.7 million. And if you look clear back to July, 3.5 million. So their ability to pay these remediation costs have come from the improvement in oil and gas prices that are resulting in better revenue. And that money is just getting turned around and being spent on these types of expenses.
In your professional opinion, do you feel like, with the increase in oil and gas prices, if the operator chose to follow the dedicated revenue account, that they would have an ability to pay a penalty of $1.2 million if they weren't spending over and above the dedicated revenue account?
I didn't look at that. I'd have to rerun the analysis that I did. The issue we always come to in this kind of thing is the fact that, oil prices fluctuate greatly and nobody knows where they're going to be in, a month, 3 months, a year. I looked at the energy information administration projections for oil and gas prices, and they're projecting them by the end of 2023 to be lower than they were when I did my initial analysis. So, it's hard for me to say what they would be, which then that drives really KP Kaufman's ability to pay a penalty.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I believe this witness can be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. With that, I believe I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Mr. Jacobs, to interview our next witness.
Jacobs.
Mr. Chair, our next witness is our project manager, Jennifer Gallus. Her testimony in the first installment will be fairly lengthy. Given the hour, I'm wondering if it might be appropriate to take a lunch break.
Fine by me. Fellow commissioners, are you good if we do that as opposed to starting in with Ms. Gallus and then taking a break in the middle? All right, let's take a break till let's say 12:30. That's a little more than 30 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, it looks like we are all here. Welcome to the afternoon session of the June 22nd Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission hearing. We are in the midst of, and I believe we now will recognize Mr. Jacobs for continuation with witness and case in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I first please confirm that Ms. Gallus has been elevated? I see her present. I also need to ensure that Katelyn Pritchard is elevated to present. She'll be handling exhibits that we may refer to.
All right, give us a chance to get Ms. Pritchard.
Thank you. Ms. Gallus has already been sworn as well. Very good. I see Ms. Pritchard. I believe she'll be able to screen share as necessary. With your permission, I'll get started, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Ms. Gallus, would you please state your name and current employment position for the commissioner's benefit?
Yes, my name is Jennifer Gallus. I am the regional manager for the Colorado office for Marcom LLC. I also hold the title of senior project manager.
Thank you. And what is your role for Marcom in support of KP Kaufman Company's implementation of the compliance plan agreement, which is the subject of this hearing?
I'm the project manager.
And what post-secondary degrees do you hold?
I hold a bachelor's of science in geology from Idaho State University, as well as a master's of science in soil and water sciences from the University of California, Riverside.
What was the primary emphasis of your master's degree in soil and water sciences?
I studied the fate and transport of contaminants in soil and groundwater.
Thank you. How long have you been employed as an environmental consultant?
Pretty much since my graduation in 2006. I also held an internship during my college years in the environmental realm as well.
And that was your master's degree graduation in 2006?
Yes.
Thank you. And what professional licensing and accreditation do you hold?
I'm a registered professional geologist in the states of Idaho, Wyoming, and Nebraska. I'm also a Colorado Oil and Public Safety representative. That's recognized environmental professional rather. Also stormwater plan administrator.
Thank you. What Colorado regulatory programs have you worked with in your 15+ years of environmental consulting?
I've worked with Colorado OPS, or Oil and Public Safety. I've worked with CDPHE as well as COGCC. I also have similar experience in other states.
With those, what other states are you referring to?
Wyoming, Nevada, primarily.
Thank you. And do you have federal regulatory experience as well?
I do. I have worked on numerous EPA Superfund sites. I've worked under NEPA regulations, as well as the Department of Energy.
Very good. Thank you. Turning to your work for KP Kaufman Company, how did Marcom come to be selected as primary contractor for KPK under the compliance plan agreement?
Marcom began working with KPK on the Martin J. Schaefer site in September of 2021. We were contracted to help them with that site investigation and remediation. I was project manager for that particular project as well. Based on our performance on that project, KPK opted to propose us as the primary contractor under the CPA.
And COGCC staff approved of Marcom's engagement as primary contractor under the CPA, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And do you recall when that approval happened?
Yeah, I believe that came through on November 29th of 2021.
And that was, I believe, the Monday after Thanksgiving, was it not?
Yes.
So describe for me your initial efforts to get up to speed and get working on the most immediate requirements of CPA Section 4.
Yeah, we immediately needed to get up to speed on the compliance plan agreement itself and the requirements under it. We also had to download a lot of data out of the COGCC COGIS database relevant to all of the projects listed within the CPA. We also had to gather data from KPK themselves from their prior work that had been performed. We created a calendar to try and track various deadlines and submittals that needed to be done. As well as writing the 3 primary plans, which would include the GRIP, the spill release training plan, and the waste management plan, all while submitting forms on behalf of KPK, as well as performing field work and tasks on projects themselves.
Thank you. Sounds like you had a pretty full plate. So you started on the 29th of November, perhaps the next day. You were approved on the 29th. And you had 3 big plans to draft from scratch that were due December 31, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what, 31 days maybe to go from 0 to 60 for 3 big Section 4 requirements in draft?
Yes, it was a lot in a very short time period. It was very challenging.
Before we talk about the preparation of the plans required by CPA Section 4, what was your role in negotiating the scope of work for this project with KPK, excuse me? You were approved by staff on the 29th, but you didn't have a scope of work with KPK at the time of your approval, did you?
That's correct. So I was directly involved in writing and negotiating that scope of work with KPK.
And you recall about when the scope of work was submitted by KPK to the commission chair?
Yeah, I think December 21st, 2021.
So that was about 3 weeks after Marcom's approval.
Correct.
And that was on top of all your other obligations that you just described for the commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let the record reflect that the parties stipulated facts confirm the timing at paragraph 13. It sounds like the holidays were a very busy time for you last year. So what sort of help do you have now? How many Marcom staff are devoted to this work? This project manager?
Yeah, we've devoted 11 environmental professionals to this contract. We also have a couple of administrative people as well.
Thank you. And if you've had to coordinate with and obtain information from KPK, I believe you mentioned that, to get up to speed and for your work moving forward. How is that process going with KPK?
Very well. They've been very responsive to our requests for data and documentation. From day one, we were very close contact with KPK directly.
Great. Thank you. So you got those first 3 drafts of CPA required plans into staff by the deadline, and one of them a little early. Is that correct?
That's correct. The spill release training plan was submitted about a week early, I believe.
Under the circumstances you've just described of your first 30 or 35 days, and given the tight timing from startup on November 29 or 30, did you think those draft plans were perfect or get minimal comment from staff?
No, they were draft documents, and I did expect comments from the COGCC staff in response to them. I do believe if we had been given a little bit more time to prepare the documents, they probably would have been a little bit more complete, but they were good drafts to begin with.
And when did you first get comments from staff about the first 3 required draft CPA Section 4 plans?
Actually, the commission had brought up some questions and concerns and comments rather within our first quarterly update meeting in front of the commission.
And that was the update, the first update on January 5th?
That's correct.
So that was just 35 or 36 days after Marcom was approved and got started working on the CPA, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when did you get staff's actual written comments on those draft plans?
Those came to me via email on January 12th.
And when you got those comments, did you request to meet with staff about them?
Yes, we set up a meeting for the following day, the 13th of January.
And I believe that set of comments from staff on the GRIP are marked as KPK Exhibit BB. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. How extensive were staff's comments on the draft GRIP plan?
They were quite extensive.
Without going into great detail on them, what were the biggest issues for Marcom and KPK regarding the draft GRIP at the meeting held with staff the next day after receipt of those comments on January 13th?
Yes, I had a couple of areas that I wanted to address with them, and one of them was the way that we had prioritized the sites as higher, medium, lower priority, as well as whether or not the GRIP was to be a global plan or a site-specific plan for each of the projects with detailed plans, as well as we had received a comment that they had expected us to submit project-specific schedules for every project. And we had come to an agreement during that meeting to limit that to about 18 projects.
So in their comments, staff wanted those detailed implementation plans for every one of the locations covered by attachment A, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Why was that a problem for Marcom and KPK?
Well, first of all, with the time that we were given, that was difficult to come up with that for all of the projects, but also because many of them were still in the site investigation phase. Coming up with a site investigation plan as well as a remediation plan according to an exact schedule would be basically a guess.
Okay, thank you. And were you able to reach agreement with staff about project-specific implementation schedules at that meeting on January 13th?
Yes, we agreed to provide those project-specific schedules for 18 projects that we had been working on at the time. We also agreed that those schedules that we proposed within the revised GRIP would likely need to be changed and that those changes would be implemented on subsequent forms.
Would those be forms 27 supplemental?
Yes,
And for the record, those schedules are in the final GRIP submitted by Marcom for KPK on January 31, 2022, marked as
Yes.
KPK's Exhibit PP.
yes.
Thank you. And has Marcom updated some of those schedules in the manner you described since January 31, 2022, using forms 27 supplemental?
Yes.
And has staff objected to or commented upon those schedule changes to your knowledge?
Not that I know of until very recently.
So were those forms 27 supplemental with revised schedules approved?
Yes.
And were there any notes to the effect, or did you note those approvals to the up to those schedules in your master spreadsheet for KPK work under the compliance plan agreement prior to the very most recent comments of staff?
Yes, implementation schedules, if they were updated, were also tracked in our project files, yes.
Very good. So as of February 1st, was Marcom implementing the final GRIP it submitted the day before on January 31st?
Yes, under the requirement of the CPA.
So you began implementing the GRIP immediately.
Yes.
And what about the other two big plans that you submitted in draft that last week of the year between Christmas and New Year's? The waste management plan and the spill release reporting training plan.
Yeah, at that time, we were still awaiting comment on those two plans. Staff indicated that they would hold back those comments so that we could focus on incorporating the GRIP comments at that time.
Very well. So when did you get staff's written comments on the draft waste management and spill release reporting training plan?
On March 3rd.
And when did Marcom submit a revised waste management plan to staff?
After receiving a brief extension on the deadline, which was initially supposed to be April 4th, we received an extension to April 11th, and that was when they were submitted.
And what about the spill release reporting and training plan?
Yes, that's the same. We also received an extension until April 11th.
Thank you. Are you doing anything with these plans between their submission and draft? Were you doing anything with these plans between their submission and draft at the end of December and their revision to reflect staff's comments?
Yes, actually, some training of KPK personnel took place during that week between Christmas and New Year's, I believe.
Very good. Do you know who performed that training?
Yes, KPK's environmental director, Ray Gorka.
Marcom did not perform that training. Is there a reason for that?
We did not perform that training.
Is there a reason why?
Yes, we were extremely busy trying to get through the documents for the GRIP, as well as performing field work and other tasks.
But Marcom's been involved subsequently in training?
Yes, we intend to.
Great, thank you. I want to go back for a minute to the comments on the GRIP. And as I indicated earlier, I believe those are in KPK Exhibit BB. Do you recall that, Ms. Gallus and Ms. Pritchard? Could you pull up KPK Exhibit BB and screen share?
I am working on that. Did you say Exhibit BB?
BB as in dog. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
No.
No.
No, I cannot.
All right, it says I am, all right, let me just confirm.
There we go.
There we go.
Great. Can you enlarge that, zoom in a bit?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Ms. Gallus, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
And that's your draft RIP, is it not?
correct.
And then staff provided comments in the margins in a comment function in Word, I believe.
Yes, they did.
So, Ms. Pritchard, if you'd scroll down to section 6, please. There we go, proposed schedule. And if we could zoom in on some of those comments so they're a little more legible, that would be great. Are these staff's comments on this proposed schedule that were provided to Marcom on January 12th, Ms. Gallus?
Yes,
And do they reflect the agreement you described that was reached at the meeting on January 13th, or do they reflect the January 12th position of staff?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
These are the January 12th comments, so I'm assuming they reflect staff's position prior to your meeting on January 13th.
Yes,
And then we can refer to the final grip concerning the agreement reached at your meeting on January 13th, perhaps in a moment. Is that your understanding that the agreement reached on the 13th is reflected in the final grip?
yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, you can stop screen share. Thank you, Kathleen. Did Marcom perform any other early stage training of KPK and KWS personnel on waste related issues to improve compliance?
Yes, we did notice some deficiencies with waste manifest completion when we addressed those with KWS and KPK so that we could get more complete documentation.
Thank you. So haven't the two plans, the waste management and spill release reporting training plan, been revised? And what is their status currently?
Yeah, we did revise them on about 7 weeks later on June 2nd. We did receive an email from staff stating that they had accepted the plans with comments.
So let's see. Accepted them with comments. Is that final approval? You understand that to be final approval?
I'm really unclear on that because they didn't particularly use the word approval or approved. They had stated that they accepted them with comments.
And that's in the email correspondence with Ms. Graber on June 2nd, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We'll get to that in just a moment. So did you confer with staff again, like you did in January on the draft script before submitting the revised waste management and spill release reporting training plans?
Yes, that's correct. After receiving staff's comments on the plans and also receiving some correspondence from staff regarding some incomplete forms 19, I requested a meeting with staff to go over how to properly fill out a form 19 with KPK and Marcom.
And when was that meeting that you requested?
It occurred on March 29th.
And were KPK and Marcom staff present at that meeting?
Yes.
And were Mr. Axelson and Ms. Graber and other staff for the commission at that meeting?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the disconnect between your Form 19 submissions and staff's expectations with respect to those submissions in the recent past prior to that March 29th?
One of the biggest things that we learned is that the guidance available to us on how to fill out those forms that we were utilizing as resources for providing that training plan were out of date. And we were requested to update our screenshots within the spill release training plan on how to fill out a Form 19 to reflect that.
Was the meeting also generally helpful in other ways?
Yes, we were able to ask some questions on how they wanted us to revise the plan. And we were also able to use that information to update the spill release training plan so that it was more complete and accurate.
So were the benefits of that meeting that you'd requested with staff, including the taking of new screenshots of Forms 19 for spill reporting training purposes, were those all included in your revised waste management spill release reporting training plan?
Yes.
Very good. So turning to this accepted with comments versus final approval, do you understand that that's contemplated by the CPA? Accepted with,
sorry, go ahead.
just the language of accepted with comments, I think is what you described.
Yeah, I'm still a little unsure on that. The CPA does call out once the staff approves of the plans, but since they've indicated acceptance with comments, I'm not sure if that is still falling under that.
I confess neither am I. Ms. Pritchard, I'd like you to screen share again and pull up KPK exhibit quadruple H, which is the June 2nd email from Graber.
I guess if you could make that a little bigger, that might be helpful, at least to these old eyes.
Mine too, thank you. Okay, so we're looking at that communication from June 2nd from Ms. Graber. Is that correct, Ms. Gallus?
Yes.
That second paragraph, single sentence, could you please read that?
Yes, it says, please note that adherence to these plans, accepted with comments, does not supersede KPK's responsibilities to comply with any other federal, state, or local laws, regulations, or permits.
And the second sentence of the first paragraph, I'm sorry, I got that out of order. Read that as well if you would.
Yes, COGCC is accepting these plans with the provided comments and is not requesting a revision to the documents.
Very well, thank you. At least now we all know the confusion over is this approval or what does it mean? Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. You can stop screen share. So back to the plans as they currently exist, accepted with comments, I guess, and training to them. Has that occurred or is it scheduled?
It's currently scheduled for next week.
Very good. And will Marcom provide that training?
Yes.
Let's turn to another CPA requirement for Marcom on KPK's behalf. What sort of reporting do you provide to staff regarding the entire CPA, not just the project-specific form submissions that you regularly and frequently make?
Yes, we provide monthly and quarterly written reports under the CPA Section 4.
And when do you submit those reports? How quickly following the month or quarter on which you're reporting?
We've submitted all of those either on the last day of the month or within the first week or two into the next month. And it just kind of all depends on what other work that we have in pending deadlines.
Does the CPA specify a date of the month following a reporting period on which those reports are due?
And no, it does not.
And in your experience, in considerable experience in other regulatory programs, including EPA Superfund sites with lots of reporting, do those statements of work and other plan requirements typically specify by the 15th of the following month or by the 30th of the following month to report on a specific time period?
In my experience, if they are wanted by a specific date, then a deadline is specifically laid out to follow.
Do you consider any of the quarterly or monthly reports that you've prepared and have been submitted to staff to have been tardy or out of compliance with the reporting requirements of CPA Section 4?
No,
And has staff commented to that effect on any of your monthly or quarterly reports?
we haven't received any comment back to my knowledge on any of those reports.
That would be with respect to timing or with respect to any of the substance of those reports?
Both.
Do you find that unusual?
Not really, unless they want something changed.
So if you hear nothing back, you're assuming that staff has no issue with the substance of your reports?
That would be my assumption, yes.
Thank you. You're also responsible for submission of all required forms, forms 19, forms 27, the 1A to get designated as an agent and to submit the forms even on behalf of KPK for the CPA work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there a point early on when you weren't approved to submit forms and KPK had to submit them, even though Marcom was required to submit them under the CPA?
Yes, there was a little bit of a delay in getting that form submitted and approved. Therefore, KPK did continue those forms for a while.
But the forms that needed to be submitted got submitted either by KPK in those early days or then subsequently have been all submitted by Marcom. Is that also correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobs, you cut out a little bit with the
Oh, I'm
audio. there.
sorry.
Can you repeat that?
Good old Wi-Fi. I'm on firm network, not even Wi-Fi. So, and you still, notwithstanding that it took some time to get designated as an agent of KPK for purposes of submitting forms under the CPA, all the forms that you wanted to be submitted were either submitted by KPK in those early days or then subsequently submitted by Marcom. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gallus, I'd like to cover one last topic in this portion of your testimony, if I may. How do you as project manager keep track of everything for such a large project?
Well, understandably, there's a lot of data to keep track of. So I did develop a spreadsheet to track the progress of the projects as well as their locations and other info.
And is that the sort of master spreadsheet I think you referred to, or maybe I referred to earlier in our testimony here?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that master spreadsheet available for you to screen share and walk through briefly for the benefit of the commissioners as a demonstrative?
It is.
I would ask you to screen share now, if you will, and pull that up and just sort of walk us through the tabs and different worksheets of that spreadsheet and describe for the commissioners all of the detailed information for the many locations you're charged with project management responsibilities on.
Can everybody see the screen okay?
We can. That's great.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to proceed, but you know, if there's a summary tab, or if you could maybe talk about the tabs first and then maybe go into each tab and just kind of scroll slowly to describe the kind of information we're looking at, that would be great.
Yeah, you bet. So one of my initial tasks when we were approved as a primary contractor was to tabulate all of the projects that were included in the attachment A of the CPA. So we created this spreadsheet, and this combined list was my first tab that I had created. We used the information based on document numbers and remediation project numbers and facility IDs that were listed within the CPA to create this spreadsheet. And we added some additional information, such as facility name. I don't recall, I believe that these weren't actually named within the CPA for many of these, so we did pull these names off of forms within COGIS. We also added a status column on here so that we can track when things do get closed out. We also provided the geographic location for each of these sites, a brief status summary so that we could try and use that information to prioritize them for the GRIP. This priorities column also then is where we establish those priorities. We do list the sites that are included in the Director's 901A order, as well as their county location. And then we did also provide maps within the revised GRIP. And we also have these columns in here to show, because Weld County sites are numerous, we had to split them into multiple maps for the benefit of being able to see them. And then we've created a number of other tabs. This priority list for the GRIP is a shortened version of that same table so that we can indicate the priorities without all of the location info. It's just a little bit easier to read. We provided this within the GRIP, the revised GRIP. We also have a tab on here to track submittals and all of the, again, status of the sites. In previous hearings, we did have these tables that we used as a graphic for the May hearings. So we did outline all of the sites that were indicated as high and then color coded. The same with medium, and low is on here somewhere lower. So all of that is in here as well. We do have another separate spreadsheet that tracks all of our sampling dates when we receive the laboratory data, and those sorts of things is when they are uploaded into our project files for separate tracking purposes as well.
Very good, thank you.
You bet.
Is there anything else you care to describe more generally about this important tool for you to keep your arms around all of the details of each location and their status?
This spreadsheet is used, I have this open on my computer pretty much all day long. It has a large amount of information in it that I find very helpful. I can filter and sort accordingly. The remediation project numbers and the facility IDs do allow me to comb through the COGIS database rather quickly and easily. And then this is continually updated so that we can refer to it whenever we are looking for information about a particular project.
So you don't have to have encyclopedic knowledge of this information and instant recall because you keep it all in the spreadsheet. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's very fair to say.
Very good, thank you. I think we can stop screen share now, Ms. Gallus, if you would, and then Ms. Pritchard, I'm going to ask you to screen share. I'd like to go to the final GRIP submission by Marcom on KPK's behalf on January 31, 2022. That is marked as KPK Exhibit PP.
She's helping me unscreen share, and then
Yeah.
she'll have to go back to her her station.
Thank you, no problem. Appreciate the help with that. If you could pause our time for just a moment while Ms. Pritchard gets back to her office to
Thank you.
Screen share Exhibit PP, I would appreciate it.
She's running.
Oh my goodness. They didn't tell us that in law school. Very good. Okay, now this looks familiar. We had the draft rip up earlier. This is the, well, you recognize this document, do you not, Ms. Gallus?
I do.
And is it the final grip that Marcom submitted on KPK's behalf on January 31?
That's correct.
And Ms. Pritchard, if you could scroll back through to section 6 on schedule. Is this the section where you would reflect the agreement reached with staff on January 13 regarding a limited number of sites with detailed implementation schedules to be prepared?
Yes,
And is it your understanding still, with the exception of maybe some recent communication by staff, that Form 27 process is still the means by which you would update and revise schedules for locations that have detailed implementation schedules in the final grip?
yes, that's correct.
And did any of staff's conditions of approval that were the subject of a letter issued on February 8th in response to this document at odds with that procedure for updating and revising implementation schedules for certain locations covered by the GRIP?
I don't recall if that letter had any stipulations on that. Do we have that handy to look at?
Oh, we can pull that up, certainly. Do it on the fly. That's February 8th letter. Conditions of approval. We can pull that up in a moment. Ms. Pritchard, if you would locate that, we could pull that up. But
What is the date on it?
That's February 8th. I'm not seeing it, but it's certainly available to pull up. We can do that actually in the second installment of your testimony and deal with that issue at that time. I don't want to spend any more time looking for that.
It looks like, John, is
Oh,
that
yeah, it
so
is. Yeah, conditional approval. It's QQ. You're right. Thank you. I had my index out of order.
Oh. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. One second. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Okay.
Almost there. Great. Thank you. If you want to scan that briefly, I don't believe there's any schedule related conditions of approval.
That's correct. I don't see anything in these COAs stipulating that there is a different format to follow.
Thanks very much. With that and your brief tour of the master spreadsheet, I don't have any further questions on direct exam of this witness at this time, understanding that it's part one of our two-part utilization of Ms. Gallus as a witness.
Very good. And just confirming, you'll be able to call her back as a direct witness later on in your case in chief. At this time, Ms. Stafford, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you, Ms. Gallus, for being here again today. We appreciate your testimony, and I just have some questions for you based on your direct testimony. So I believe towards the beginning of your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you had to go from, quote, 0 to plans when you were retained by KPK as the primary contractor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, when you were retained, did KPK have a waste management plan in place for you to work from?
It's my understanding that that's why we developed one, because one did not exist.
Ms. Gals, are you familiar with Commission Rule 905A4 waste management plans?
Not off the top of my head, I am not.
If I could screen share for a moment, give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
I can.
Now, what I have on my screen here is the 900 series rules that are effective, that are in place as of January 15th, 2021. They have not, the 905, to my knowledge, has not been updated since that point. Can you see where I am on Rule 905 here?
Correct.
Now we go to 905A4 waste management plans. And I'm going to read this rule and you can correct me if I read it incorrectly. Each operator that generates EMP waste as a result of their operations will prepare a comprehensive waste management plan detailing how the operator will treat, characterize, manage, store, dispose, and transport all types of waste generated. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And to confirm, your testimony today is that KPK did not have one of these in place when they were retained, or when they retained you as primary contractor to implement or to generate plans under this compliance plan agreement.
I'm going to object. Believe you're asking Ms. Gallus to verify facts of which she wouldn't know prior to her engagement as the primary.
My response here is that Ms. Gallus also testified to the fact that she reviewed, she was provided with many documents from KPK in order to begin the scope of generating these plans under the compliance plan agreement. And my point simply is that KPK did not have something that was required by rule already in place for her to work from and improve upon.
The extent you can answer the question, it would be knowledge qualified. So I'm happy to have Ms. Gallus answer with that clarification.
Yes, KPK did share available data to us in regards to those 3 plans.
But they did not have a waste management plan to share with you.
Not a written formal plan, no.
Thank you, Ms. Gals. Next, I want to touch briefly upon some of that data that you mentioned you received from KPK to get up to speed. Did KPK provide you with all available waste manifests and boring logs?
The primary data that was provided to us was analytical at first, so that we could get our head wrapped around where samples were collected and site statuses. We have garnished a lot of that information along the way with getting waste manifests and other documentation from them and boring logs.
But they did not provide you with a complete scope of that data when you began.
They have provided
the
data.
Question. I object to the question. Please hold your answer to allow me to object, Jennifer.
Sure.
I think the council is putting words in my client's mouth. She answered the prior question to the best of her ability.
Repeat
I'll
the
move
question.
on. Ms. Gals, you referenced 11 environmental specialists as part of Marcom's team to help get KPK working on generating plans and addressing attachment A projects. Could you describe those environmental specialists for us?
Yes, we have 2 senior project managers. We have a number of field personnel. We do have 2 senior project managers, a project manager, field technicians, environmental scientists, all engaged.
And are their names listed anywhere that staff has, in any document staff has received to this point?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. I'd like to turn briefly to the discussion of the waste management and the spill plans. You mentioned that you received comments on March 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you also discussed that at that point, KPK began implementing and training on those plans. Is that correct?
Not at that point, no.
So they had not begun implementing and training on the waste management and spill plans as of March 3rd?
We did not implement that training after receiving those comments on March 3rd. An initial training was provided in December with the draft documents. And we did indicate to staff that should significant revisions to those plans be made, that new training would be provided.
Understood. And you mentioned on June 2nd, 2022, and I believe council put up their exhibits to discuss this. I will show you what has been marked as staff's exhibit 601. And if you'll just give me a second, I'll screen share again. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, I believe this is perhaps a slightly different version of what KPK has marked as an exhibit on their part. Staff has marked this June 2nd email as exhibit 601, and it also includes the extensive comments that were provided. Ms. Gals, the sentence that council had you read previously, quote, COGCC is accepting these plans with the provided comments and is not requesting a revision to the documents. You testified that this email was unclear to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you subsequently reach out for clarification to discern what COGCC staff meant by this statement?
No, I have not.
So as of your testimony today, you have not sought to clarify what COGCC staff meant by this?
No, I have not.
And I'll read the last paragraph. I stopped screen sharing. Excuse me. Actually, I'm going to move on from this. I'd like to discuss briefly your testimony related to the Form 19s. I think this was reference to a meeting that you engaged with staff on March 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you also testified that you received some comprehensive, or you received some guidance on how to improve on KPK's current reporting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that at points prior to your meeting with staff, there has been comprehensive guidance and operator training posted to COGCC website and made available to all operators across the state?
Yes, and I also testified that that is outdated.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the operator training. To your knowledge, has KPK attended any reporting operator training?
I do not know.
And to your knowledge, do you know if other operators have had the same issues with reporting in Form 19s, even with the outdated guidance?
I would not know.
And has Marcom attended any operator training since they've been engaged by KPK?
At my request, we did, yes.
And which were those?
At that meeting on March 29th, we were present for that.
But no other generally offered operator trainings from staff?
It's my understanding that that training isn't provided. There's guidance documents, but not a training per se.
Well, staff provides operator trainings frequently on various issues. So I just want to reflect that for the record. That is included on the website. Now I'd like to move along to the next topic of discussion, which was some testimony you gave related to standalone implementation schedules. I believe you testified that you received comments from staff on January 12th, 2022. Is that correct? On the GRIP, excuse me.
Yes, that's correct.
And you also testified that on January 13th, 2022, you had a meeting where an agreement was reached with respect to project-specific schedules. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention back to the rules. I'm going to share my screen again. And can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay, let the record reflect that I am on COGCC Rule 913, Site Investigation, Remediation, and Closure. I'm going to scroll down to rule, the subpart D of this rule, implementation schedule. I'm going to recite the requirement, and if I get this incorrect, please correct me. Each Form 27 will include a specific implementation schedule to complete investigation and remediation. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And in subpart 2, any change from the approved implementation schedule will be requested at least 14 days in advance, and the operator may not make the change without the director's approval. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you agree that these are rule requirements?
I agree that that is written in the rule, yes.
Is it possible that you misunderstood this agreement that you have purported to reach with staff in this January 13th meeting?
No, I don't believe so.
And why is that?
Because I have a specific comment from staff in the GRIP that specifically states that they anticipate these schedules to be fluid and they are to be updated on subsequent Forms 27.
Ms. Gals, do you understand that the CPA does not override the rules?
Objection. I'll be happy to address that on redirect, but it goes to the function of the GRIP and the agreements reached on the 13th of January as previously testified.
Overrule, I think that this witness has the capacity to try to answer that question if she knows.
Very well. Go ahead and answer. Can you repeat the question, Ms.
Please.
Stafford?
Sure. The question was, do you agree that the CPA does not override the rules?
As I am not a legal professional, I do not feel qualified to answer that question.
Understood. Now, with respect to this agreement that was purportedly reached, have there been other instances where clarification on CPA requirements were necessary, where you've been a part of that conversation?
Could you be more specific, please?
Have there been other pieces of the CPA related to perhaps submittals of specific documents where you have requested clarification from staff or the commission chair on what those mean?
I'm sorry, I'm unsure what you're asking.
I'll rephrase, apologies. Would you agree that in previous instances where there has been confusion with respect to CPA requirements, the KPK has reached out to staff and the commission chair for clarification?
I am unsure. I would assume so.
And to be clear, I'm referencing specifically the April 4th or the April 4th to 11th request to extend deadlines with respect to returning comments, things of that nature, where a written request was made to change a requirement.
That is an instance of a request in writing, yes.
But this agreement that you had with respect to the schedules was not put in an email?
It was put as a comment in the GRIP.
Could you? Okay. Let's look at the GRIP then. And I believe it's a reference to the final GRIP.
It's a reference. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to clarify exactly where this comment exists.
I'm referring to a staff comment that was returned to us on the COGCC staff comments on our draft plan.
So that would have been the January 12th return.
Correct.
And bear with me here, I apologize. I had X'd out of that. Gals, what I'm showing you here is staff exhibit 503. I believe your KPK's council showed you a corresponding exhibit containing the January 12th comments provided to Marcom. Is that what you understand this exhibit to be?
Yes.
Now, if you could, and I understand this is kind of small, so I will zoom in a little bit more. The comment that you're referencing, is this, the comment that I understand was shared with Marcom is this.
That's
Quote,
not the comment I'm referring to, no.
Okay. Then is there a reason that the comments in the transmittal comments would be different from what was provided in the GRIP?
There is a specific comment that I'm referring to that is within the GRIP itself.
If I may, excuse me. I believe that the comment you're both struggling with is in Exhibit DD of KPK exhibits on that page that we had zoomed into earlier
Yes.
in section 6.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I appreciate that. I was having some trouble there. I'll screen share once more. This is still within staff exhibit 503. This is the same page that you referenced prior. And the comment you referenced, which comment would that be?
It is labeled as comment 23.
And I believe the references, and I will quote here, and I'll enlarge the document so that other people can read it. Based on the project reviews, provide a specific schedule, including active sites where remediation is being performed, then a sequential list of each project and the anticipated timing of the next remedial action. This can be a fluid schedule subject to change and updated on each quarterly report. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And you understood this to be, understood this comment to be an agreement amending the rule requirement? Is that correct?
No, my understanding is that the staff anticipated us to change the schedules along the way as they indicate that they can be fluid and that we may update the schedule on each quarterly report form. And that was discussed with staff on the 13th of January.
Ms. Gals, you would agree with me that Rule 913 D2 requires a 14-day approval lead-in from staff if changes are to be made. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to my final subject of questioning, which is related to the spreadsheet that you shared with us. Now, as I understand it, or as I believe you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the spreadsheet was developed to manage the attachment A projects related to the GRIP. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are the 4 NOAV sites, excuse me, that were adjudicated as part of the previous enforcement hearing included on that spreadsheet?
They are.
Okay. And to your knowledge, or excuse me, you mentioned KPK provided you with various data, and you also downloaded various data on KPK projects from the COGCC database when you were retained. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, KPK did not have anything like this tracking spreadsheet in place prior to Marcom's being retained?
I do not have access to their files, so as part of their tracking, I am unaware of anything, but that does not necessarily mean that they didn't have one.
Ms. Gals, did you build this spreadsheet from scratch?
I did build this from scratch, yes.
I think that concludes my questioning. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gallus, was it your understanding that the GRIP would prioritize sites as provided in the draft and final GRIP?
Yes.
And if Rule 913B applies regardless to all sites, notwithstanding your agreements reached on January 13th, what is the point of the GRIP?
That is a good question.
Do you believe that the GRIP would control over 913D in the event of a conflict regarding schedule, implementation schedule revision?
Yes, I would understand that, yes.
Very good. And Ms. Gallus, you testified regarding whether KPK had built a spreadsheet of the type that you created regarding attachment A locations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And could KPK have created that spreadsheet between November 5 and the time you were proposed and then approved as primary contractor? In your estimation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, the spreadsheet you built is specific to attachment A locations, right?
Correct. Yes.
And Ms. Stafford asked you if KPK had such a spreadsheet previous to your creation of one. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
In your estimation, could KPK have developed what it took you a month to develop and is still evolving in the half a month or 30 days that it took to get you approved as primary contractor?
Yes, and I don't know why they would if they had hired us as primary contractor to perform that.
Thank you. And then lastly, you don't have specific knowledge, do you, if KPK has had a waste management plan prior to your engagement, only that one wasn't provided to you, correct?
That's correct.
Very good. I have nothing further on redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Gallus, it's now, we generally allow commissioners to ask some questions. I might go first if you're comfortable with that. So you're an independent contractor, right?
I'm sorry, you're muffled a little bit. Can you repeat
Sorry,
that?
I'll try to. So you're engaged as an independent contractor. Marcom is its own company, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And have you done any, has your company done anything like this before? Sort of stepping in as project manager for a fairly large, field oil and gas company in this instance?
Yes, and the answer to that is slightly complicated because we did not do that under the Marcom umbrella, as my team has worked together with a different company before, and we did.
Okay. So you testified that there are 11 scientists or individuals with Marcom that are working on this. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the scope? What's the capacity? Is this, 1 hour a day for each of these 11 people? Is this full time for each of these 11 people? I'm trying to get some capacity, some understanding of that.
Yes, without having timesheets in front of me, I can easily say that the bulk of those people are full-time on this contract.
Okay. Did you work with KPK before this project?
Yes, we came on to help with the Martin J. Schaefer project in September of 2021.
Oh, that's right. And because you did good there, they brought you on board for this project. Is that, do I recall in the testimony?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit about where you see so you work hand in hand with the KPK employees, right? You're the project manager, they're doing some of the work. I'm trying to get perspective on where KPK, what's your view of where KPK's employees and KPK as a company is now versus when you first stepped into this job? Is it the same? Have they gotten better, or I'm just trying to get some perspective on your perspective on that, because you're an independent contractor coming in to shepherding this project.
Can you clarify in what regard you're asking?
So we got into this enforcement hearing because there were allegations that the company was, not willing or not desirous to be in compliance with its rules, and it sort of thumbed its nose at us. And I'm not trying to, there was that. Do you find that with the company now? Has the company gotten better in working under the compliance plan, under the CPA, in your estimation? Are you begrudgingly pulling, information out of the company? Are they being receptive? I'm just trying to get your perspective on how the company's doing.
Yes, KPK has been very cooperative with us. Every time that we have asked for documentation, they work to gather it and get it to us. When we propose various tasks to be performed, and we coordinate with field staff regularly as well to schedule and coordinate efforts in the field. When we do those suggestions and everything in those meetings, they follow direction as to how we want to lay out the priorities and things of that nature. They have been very cooperative. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it helps provide perspective. Thank you. You were asked by staff if you had reached out to staff about what does accepted with comments, I think is what it's called. What does that mean? And you indicated that you'd not sought clarification. Do you have a reason as to why?
I'm being completely honest. It's because I have been preparing for this particular day.
Fair enough. Okay. I think those are my initial questions. Other commissioners? Commissioner Messner and then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gallus, for testifying here today. We've got just a few questions. They may be a little bit all over the place, so I'll apologize in advance. Around the timelines, I mean, to your knowledge, did KPK agree to the timelines associated in the CPA?
Which timelines are you referring to?
The timelines for submittals, the timelines, all the different timelines and dates and submittals required in the CPA, including the timeline associated when you were hired and when your initial submittals were required. And I mean, this was all known information, right? There was folks that signed this and knew that these timelines were there, right?
Yes.
And you knew those timelines were there when you signed on to do the work, and knew that some of the submittals were going to be tight. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, as a independent contractor with significant experience from your resume and your testimony, do you feel pretty comfortable that you understand the rules that govern oil and gas operations in the state of Colorado?
I have been working under COGCC rules and regulations since 2015. I think I'm fairly comfortable with them.
Yeah, so you've got that experience there. And the CPA, as well as some of the interactions or some of the comments that were provided from staff to you, pretty clearly indicate that it's the expectation of COGCC rules and the compliance plan itself that the operator is required to comply with both COGCC rules as well as the CPA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The matrix, and I think that's a great matrix, so I appreciate that. And I'm sure you said this, and I'm sure it's in the submittal, but when was that created? Like, when was it birthed, understanding it's a living document?
Are you referring to my what we're calling the master spreadsheet?
Correct.
That was created, was one of the first documents that I started working on and with my team trying to populate it. But as we indicated, it is constantly evolving over time.
I'm sorry, I missed it again. When was the day that was created?
I don't have a particular day that it was created. It was one of the first documents when we were approved as primary contractors so that we could track all of the projects.
And then my last question, because there's been a lot of testimony and questions about forms and trainings around forms. And I mean, is it your professional opinion that an operator operating under COGCC rules in the state of Colorado needs to understand, what the different forms do and the different rules associated with those forms and understand how to submit those forms?
Yes, I would also argue that COGCC is then responsible for providing documentation on how they would like them done.
But that's laid out within guidance in the rules, correct?
And as I testified previously, the guidance on said forms is outdated on the commission website.
On which form was that? That was form 27 or form 19?
I know that the Form 19 guidance is out of date because we had to provide updated screenshots in our document. I'm not sure off the top of my head if the 27 is the same way.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you, Ms. Gauss.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gallus. And my questions are similar to Commissioner Messner's in that I'm trying to understand the implementation of the GRIP and the agreement as it relates to the commission rules and how it's being applied by you as a contractor in KPK. And I feel like I'm getting conflicting information about how forms can and should be used within these platforms or in these areas, right? So the fact that you asked for a meeting about the Form 19s and follow up because you wanted to make sure that your training documentation was updated based on staff's comments about outdated screenshots implies to me an understanding that the forms are still required and important as part of the agreement and the GRIP and our rules. And so I'm curious to understand why the comment from staff about how this is going to be fluid. I mean, I read that comment as there's a lot going on here. There are going to be a lot of changes, and you're probably going to be filling out forms a lot to update us on all the changes that are happening on, because you have a lot of projects, and just looking at your matrix, you can tell there's a lot going on. And so I want to hone in on my understanding of what you think the GRIP does or does not do as far as the rules that apply to, I have to fill out a Form 19 or a Form 27 if I'm doing X or Y or Z, or versus I don't have to until I do it quarterly under the GRIP, and why that would be. And I hope I'm trying to understand your testimony, and I hope I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah, that's a lot of questions all at once. Can we break it down a little bit?
Sure. So what's your understanding of the utilization of Form 19s, Form 27s, whatever forms, as you are doing work and doing remediation, reclamation, finalizing projects within the GRIP as part of the CAP?
So my understanding is, and that's probably a little bit separate because Form 19s are used for a different purpose than Forms 27. So the Forms 19, of course, are to report releases and then update, as information becomes available with supplementals. And Forms 27 then are to lay out plans on how that project will go forth. And I do believe that I may have heard your question correctly about the timing of when those are submitted. Is it just a quarterly basis? Is that one of your questions?
I think what I heard your testimony refer to was this quarterly report. And so I guess my assumption was maybe you all are only turning in the 27s quarterly.
Okay, so I did understand that question correctly, and no, that's not the case. We have many projects where we have submitted 27s prior to their next quarter due date, because we have proposed sampling plans. We have proposed remediation on them. We've proposed monitoring well installation locations, those types of things. I'll go in on a 27 for approval prior to us doing that work.
Okay, so I guess then, how are you applying the comment from the GRIP from staff that this is a fluid process and quarterly reports? How is this affecting decision-making and what's being turned in and when?
Okay, I think a better clarification would be to sort of explain how this comment came about and the discussion that sort of happened due to it. So if I may, initial comments on the GRIP that were brought to our attention indicated that staff expected the draft GRIP to include very site-specific schedules for every project that was listed on attachment A. It was our understanding that this was to be a global plan and that schedule was to be more generic rather than I'm going to collect samples on this date, and then I'm going to install monitoring wells on this date, and then I'm going to request backfill, and then I'm going, in that discussion with staff, it came to light that that was their expectation. The implementation schedules that are on the Form 27 are more generic and do specify date beginning and ending for site investigation, dates for beginning and ending of remediation. But staff very much wanted us to propose a detailed list of all of the activities that we anticipated doing on every project and dates that they would be completed. My concern with that was that was a lot of information to provide in 3 or 4 weeks of time on a draft plan. Those dates would be nearly impossible to guess for many of the projects, because as we go through site investigation, I don't know what kind of remediation activity I'm going to apply on that site. Therefore, that might need to be updated and changed later on down the road. I also indicated that if we were to put in these site-specific plans, that they would consider us out of compliance if stuff happens in the field as reality happens. Sometimes things get pushed back because of weather. Sometimes things get pushed back for whatever reason. We had a lot of things with irrigation season happening that have changed some of these schedules. And I wanted to voice my opinion that giving these schedules would pin somebody to adhere to them in black and white. And their response to that was, we totally expect these to change and be fluid as long as you are updating us on a Form 27 that this is why they have been updated, then that would be fine. So that's where that has come through. And I hope that that sheds a little bit more light on that conversation.
Yes, that's very helpful. And that seems like a reasonable conversation to have had. For these 18 projects that you did project schedules for, I guess my thought is, if we just leave everything open-ended, then how do we hold folks accountable to getting things done? And so what is in your mind the balance between I need some specifics and dates and deadlines and milestones versus I have a global plan, it'll all get done?
Yes, and that's a very valid question, and I completely understand your perspective on this. And there were some comments on past forms where some of these dates for site investigation or remediation were pushed out into the future. And staff felt that it was pushed out too far. They wanted to reel it back in. And I think that that's really where this conversation came from, is that they wanted to have specifics to show that there is an indication that we want to do certain things on the projects. So it does have to be a balance of us giving a guess and then having things happen in reality and fold out.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm still trying to figure out the whole waste management plan. I'll call it a miscommunication. What does it mean to accept with comments? My understanding is that happened in March, and then you're saying this all took precedence, so you didn't have time to call. I think there's plenty of time between March and now to call staff and say, does that mean this is done and it's approved with the comments and I can move forward with my training? And I guess my thought is, at some point you must assume that it did mean that it was approved, because you have training scheduled for next week for the waste management plan, correct?
Yes, to clarify slightly, that conversation, that email came through in June 2nd, not March.
Sorry, I have March.
So yes, that was fairly recent, and we do have training. It actually was supposed to be one of my project managers actually scheduled it for this week, and I had indicated it needed to be pushed into next week so that I could be present here at this hearing.
Okay. Last question. I'm curious to know if you feel comfortable picking up the phone and calling someone on staff if you have a question about something and getting an answer.
I do, and I do so often.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more question. I apologize. I mean, as the project manager and as a professional with significant experience, what is your definition of substantial compliance?
I would say that substantial compliance means that we don't get down into the nitty-gritty of a very T being crossed and I being dotted, but rather that the general concept as a whole has been applied.
And is there typically a timeline associated in your mind with substantial compliance, or some metric that determines whether or not you're, on the line towards compliance?
I think that that's a very vague and generic question. I would say, as far as these projects are concerned, it would be my opinion that we are substantially compliant with the CPA.
That's not my question. My question was there metrics associated in other projects that you worked on that helped you determine whether or not there was substantial compliance?
To be quite honest, I've never been asked a question as to whether or not a project is within substantial compliance.
So you've not worked on projects that require compliance?
No, that's inaccurate, sir. I'm saying that we do have to adhere to the rules and regulations. I have never been considered out of compliance, even if a project has taken years to complete.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gallus, I will ask that question. In your opinion, do you believe that Marcom and KPK are in substantial compliance, and if so, why?
Yes, the CPA is very specific in what they outline as what those compliance steps are. And I do believe that we have achieved them in a generic whole, if that makes sense.
If allowed to move forward under the CPA, what is your opinion as to likelihood of success, for the next foreseeable future?
I think that that would depend on your definition of success.
Well, advancing further compliance with the CPA, advancing, some of the specific projects, advancing closures, all of the above.
Yes, if we were to continue, we would continue our position and our job of, working through our priorities, performing site investigations, performing remediation, and generally cleaning up the environment. That is, the purpose of the environmental work at hand. And those things do take time. So I think that we need to keep in mind here that our time frame thus far has been very short, and it is very difficult to say whether or not we have made compliance. It's not difficult to say that we have been in compliance, but I have heard a lot of accusations as to whether or not we have made any progress, and that measure of progress, I think, needs to be discussed.
Right, fair enough. I'll indulge you, Mr. Jacobs. That was a lot of questions from commissioners. Did you want to do any redirect at this time, knowing you get this witness one more time later?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I believe you previously testified that training occurred in late December based on the draft waste management and spill release reporting training plans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I also want to clarify, is it your understanding that this hearing is about compliance with CPA Section 4?
That's my understanding, yes.
And not, which is separately addressed in the CPA, about broader compliance with the rules, which, if found after a hearing to not have been complied with, has other available sanctions?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's all I have on redirect, and I appreciate the opportunity for those couple of questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. I believe that this witness can be excused for now, but we're going to hear from her again, and we thank Ms. Gallus for her testimony. Do you want to call your next witness at this time?
I do, but if we could have just a short, maybe 10-minute break, I'd appreciate that very much.
2:13. All right, it looks like we're all back. We will continue the hearing. Mr. Jacobs, you are recognized to proceed with your case in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, our next witness will be Mr. Jeffrey Kaufman. Can we confirm that Mr. Kaufman is elevated to present and
provide his testimony. I believe Ms. Pritchard logged him in. There he is. I'll proceed. Please state your name and current employment position.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Kaufman. I'm excuse me, President and Chief Operating Officer at KB Kaufman Company.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. You testified during last year's hearing on various topics, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
In the interest of time, I'm going to reconfirm the general nature of your prior testimony regarding education and work experience using some leading questions. I believe you previously testified that you joined KPK full-time in 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that you earned a Bachelor of Sciences degree in electrical engineering from Lehigh University, as well as a Master of Electrical Engineering degree and a Master of Business Administration degree, both from Cornell University, before joining KPK full-time. Is that also right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And you also testified that before joining KPK and following your postgraduate education, you worked as a financial analyst for Merrill Lynch in 2008, I believe.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Now, turning to the issues raised for this hearing, I believe you heard testimony previously of Mr. Rick Stoltz, your contract CFO, at the beginning of KPK's case in chief on substantial compliance with Section 4 of the CPA, correct?
Correct.
And do you believe Mr. Stoltz's estimates of KPK's expenditures on CPA required work and remediation are reasonably accurate?
Yes, if anything, they're a little low.
And you have a good understanding of KPK's accounting software and its capabilities, don't you?
I do. I help select the software, and it is quite a capable cost accounting software.
Thank you. So why did Mr. Stoltz have to engage in his method of estimating expenses as described in his report and testimony?
Well, due to the quick work under the CPA, as described by Ms. Gauss, you know, we had to get rolling very quickly, and we did have a reduced capacity of accounting staff until we recently made a couple of hires and staffed our accounting department back up.
Thank you. Has KPK made adjustments to how it codes work in your accounting program to provide more detail to staff and the commissioners?
Yes, in conjunction with Mr. Stoltz's review, we've added some billing categories and are coding work tickets, more specifically in hopes to address any concerns that staff may have. I believe Marcom has also started coding their tickets in a similar manner.
Thank you. When did KPK do this?
Recently, about the time we provided the Kaufman Well Service tickets to staff.
And that was just about a week ago, is that correct?
Just about a week ago.
Okay. Regarding dedicated project account statements, are you aware of some confusion at KPK regarding whether staff would be providing comment on the content that they would prefer for and formatting of dedicated project account statements?
Yes, I know there was some back and forth, and we were looking for additional guidance.
Okay. Did that contribute, do you believe, to the delay in submitting statements in not until March of 2022?
I believe so.
Okay. Mr. Kaufman, do you believe that KPK is devoting all available financial and human resources to CPA implementation and compliance?
Yes, I absolutely do. We're devoting all available resources to the effort. We're employing Marcom and other contractors, as well as utilizing KPK and KWS personnel as appropriate. If there's a concern that we haven't been doing everything we can do, I don't understand the basis for that assertion.
And by KWS, you mean Kaufman Well Services?
Right.
Thank you. You mentioned other contractors besides Marcom. What are those contractors?
We've engaged M&E Trucking, an experienced oil and gas services firm that provides roustabout and trucking services at, I believe, 6 locations. They've augmented our capacity for non-technical work beyond Kaufman Well Services alone. And we've been utilizing many other trucking companies for hauling as well.
Thank you. Let's turn to your work with Marcom and the performance of the Marcom team, including Ms. Gallus as project manager. How would you characterize your work to date with Marcom and Ms. Gallus?
Marcom is a trusted leader in the industry. I think Marcom and Jennifer in particular have done an amazing job under difficult and challenging circumstances. I'm very pleased with their effort and with our decision to propose them as primary contractor to COGCC staff.
Thank you. Do you believe you provided Marcom with the information needed to perform timely under the CPA Section 4 with its aggressive schedule of deadlines?
Yes, we provided Mrs. Gallus with and her colleagues with all available information to do their work. And we've devoted the resources necessary to make sure that they have what they need from us.
Besides providing Marcom with available information, records, and data, how do you routinely interact with Marcom in its conduct of managing the CPA project?
So we have regular Wednesday planning meetings about ongoing work, proposed work, the plan. They're long meetings. They go for a few hours. We also have daily stand-ups every morning. We have a progress and priorities meeting, and Marcom participates on the Monday morning calls as well, and other days as needed.
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, understanding that Marcom is your primary contractor under the CPA, what has KPK done to augment its internal capabilities with respect to remediation and COGCC rules compliance?
Well, we've been aggressively seeking additional EH&S talent to bring in-house. We recently hired a very qualified individual starting as regulatory compliance technician. Mr. Rickard, who recently left KPK to take a position with the federal agency. Unfortunately, this backfills that position now, but we continue to interview additional candidates to further bolster our EH&S department, and are looking to hire 1 or 2 in the near future when we can bring them on.
Thank you. What other contractors is KPK engaged to perform technical work under the CPA?
Well, Marcom is our primary contractor, but the CPA requires a full line integrity evaluation and management plan. And, it needs to be performed by a qualified engineering firm. And so we hired Campo CPC, and they prepared and submitted a full line integrity evaluation at the beginning of April.
Thank you. And has staff commented on the draft integrity evaluation prepared by Campo CPC?
They have. We just got their comments 2 weeks ago after it was submitted almost 2.5 months ago on early June.
Okay. Is actually Mr. Satterley, I believe, is Mr. Satterley elevated as a presenter, if I may? I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Satterley is going to be pulling up exhibits during this segment.
He is a panelist.
Oh, very good. I'd like KPK exhibit Quad E brought up. While he's doing that, let's proceed and we'll get that screen share going. What about the flow line integrity management plan that you mentioned? What's the status of that, Mr. Kaufman?
Well, unfortunately, we had to ask the chair for an extension since we just received staff comments.
And is that because without staff's comments and understanding the relationship between the integrity evaluation and the integrity management plan, Campos needs those comments and some time to prepare a plan?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Satterley, do we have Quad E exhibit? We can come back to it if
I
necessary.
believe I'm sharing my screen right now, but if you guys are not seeing it, please let me know.
We're seeing it.
Great, thank you so much. For some reason, it's, oh, there it is. Great. Mr. Kaufman, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And are these the email comments from Jeremy Farron to KPK and D. Davis Graham, your outside counsel, regarding the flow line integrity evaluation prepared by Campos EPC?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Satterley. You can stop screen share for the moment. Are there any other required CPA submissions that neither Marcom, Campos EPC, or Mr. Stoltz prepared, to your knowledge, Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, we had to provide the due diligence documentation from our original acquisition by KPK of the attachment A locations to staff. And we had to provide Marcom's contract and scope of work to the commission chair. And I believe that our general counsel, Mr. Wattsman, provided those.
Thank you. And are those submissions the subject of stipulations with staff at paragraphs 21 and 13 of attachment 2 to KPK's pre-hearing statement?
I believe so.
Thank you. The master services agreement with Marcom, when was that provided to the chairman? Do you know?
I think the scope of work was provided back in December before the due date, but the master services agreement, which is business terms, was provided to Chairman Robbins more recently.
Okay. Mr. Kaufman, what else is KPK doing, and what have you done personally as president and CEO to improve KPK's commitment to regulatory compliance, to enhance the so-called culture of compliance that has been referred to by staff and some of the commissioners at prior hearings and meetings with KPK?
A culture of compliance is very important to us. We're holding weekly and more frequent meetings with KWS, Marcom, other contractors to review and adjust our work priorities, ensure proper follow through according to Marcom's direction and supervision as primary contractor. I use every opportunity to emphasize the importance of compliance and our progress in our spill response, investigation, remediation efforts, BMPs. We created a new, an improved site inspection log form and the creation of associated photo logs to better document our site visits and the condition of BMPs, signage, other site conditions as observed by our EH&S staff and our roustabout crews and other employees.
Very good, thank you. Is KPK exhibit quadruple N the inspection log form to which you just referred?
Yes, I believe so.
And Mr. Satterley could screen share and bring that up. I'd like you to confirm the nature of that log. There you go. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
And if you could just scroll down, road conditions, site security, signage, wellhead conditions, well pad conditions, well status, a lot of equipment conditions and satisfactory or unsatisfactory housekeeping, containment berms, stained soil, open-ended lines. Please keep scrolling. Flaring pits, pit conditions, reclamation, SPCC, stormwater management plans, field notes, and a signature and date line. That's all contained within the form, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. About how long has KPK been utilizing this inspection log form and associated photo logs? Do you recall?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say a couple of months, month or two.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Kaufman, these efforts you've described to strengthen the company's culture of compliance notwithstanding, staff has asserted that KPK's performance at attachment locations on the ground has not improved and that it appears to be business as usual at KPK. How do you respond to such assertions?
I couldn't disagree more. We've been devoting all of our resources to performing under the CPA as intended. Sure, we would have liked to make more progress, but the rate of progress is increasing. I think to scrap a 5-year plan after only 7 months is unwise and premature. And I really have seen improved and compliant BMPs at our sites. I think the inspection log and photo log should only help more. It's creating awareness within our employees. I have definitely seen the improved care in our site conditions, signage, stormwater BMPs, impacted soil BMPs. And we really stress to everyone in the organization to be mindful of all of these requirements and ensure compliance.
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, what about the incidence of spill or release events at KPK's locations since the effective date of the CPA? Do you have anything to say about that?
I do. I acknowledge we've had our share, but as the data indicate, no more than our share, by which I mean that COGCC's own data indicate that the number of spills per number of wells that we operate remains close to average for other front range operators, and frankly, quite a bit lower than some other large operators in the basin. The data is nicely captured in graphic summaries from COGCC data created by our former regulatory compliance manager, Mr. Rickard.
And are those graphs to which you're referring attached to the affidavit of Jeff Rickard marked as KPK exhibit quintuple A?
I believe so.
Mr. Satterley is screen sharing. We'll get to that affidavit. Happy to have folks look over the affidavit, which simply describes how Mr. Rickard prepared these graphs from COGCC data. But going to the first attachment 1, can you describe that graph for us briefly, Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, so you have plotted the total number of wells versus total number of spills, and you can see KPK is pretty much pretty close to the average number of reported spills per well.
That best fit trend line at being average.
Correct.
And is the yellow dot KPK?
Yes.
And the blue dots are other front range operators?
Correct.
And then moving to attachment 2 as well. This is, well, please describe what this is for our benefit.
So these are the unresolved spills past 90 days, starting at the beginning of the CPA versus total number of wells for an operator.
And again, the yellow dot is KPK. Thank you. And the other blue dots are other operators. We're a bit above average there, but certainly below some of the other operators in the basin. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Kaufman, do you believe the team you've assembled, including Marcom in specific, is up to the task of implementing the CPA and returning KPK to compliance?
I absolutely do. I think we're in good hands with Marcom, and I look forward to success with the CPA over the next 4.5 years.
Very good. I have no further questions on direct exam at this time.
Stafford, cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Nice to see you again. We appreciate you being here.
Likewise.
I want to turn back to the exhibit you were just giving direct testimony from, marked KPK exhibit quadruple A. And the first graph that you were testifying to, you would agree that that shows the number of spills that the KPK has had. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But it contains no information about the impacts of those spills. Is that right?
Well, it is, yes, just describing the number of spills versus number of wells.
And out of the number of KPK spills, how many are active versus historic, to your knowledge?
You know, I don't have that figure offhand, but it is a mix like many other operators.
Would you agree that KPK's active flow line failures are impactful to the environment?
We have very strong spill response. We control spills as rapidly as possible. We absolutely try to minimize impacts to the environment. We've gone through a lot of training and a lot of work led by Marcom to ensure that we are minimizing impacts.
As reflected on the second graph in the affidavit, if I have read this graph incorrectly, please correct me. It appears to indicate that KPK has 4 spills open past 90 days. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, the graph was prepared by Mr. Rickard and prepared before he left. So,
if I may, I apologize. I'm not trying to interrupt, but to assist, we can pull up that exhibit again if that would help in responding to the question, Mrs. Stafford.
No, thanks. I think I'll move on, actually. I'd like to turn back to KPK exhibit quadruple N, the inspection log. Now, you would agree that this exhibit is an incomplete form. It's not filled out. Is that right?
It is a blank form.
And what was the approximate date that this form was generated?
You know, again, I have a 19-month-old. My memory just has never been the same.
I understand. I have a 2 and a 5-year-old.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's been a couple of months, something like that.
Okay. And does KPK currently have any completed inspection logs in their files?
Yeah, plenty.
And why were those not provided to staff when asked?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. When was such a question posed by staff?
Staff requested some inspection logs towards the end of May, I believe, for 4 specific sites due to site conditions that indicated BMPs were not being properly kept.
I believe staff, if I may, Mr. Chairman, respond. I'm not trying to shortcut this. I believe that request was withdrawn, Ms. Stafford. Please let me know if I'm incorrect in that regard.
It was withdrawn but I was clear that it would be discussed during this hearing if it was brought up, and it has been brought up during this direct testimony that you are offering through this witness.
Go ahead and answer the question.
If you wouldn't mind repeating the question again, please.
I was wondering why completed inspection logs were not provided to staff when asked to verify the existence of such logs.
I'm not familiar with these requests. Maybe that's better for another witness. I'm sorry.
Understood. I'll move on to a different topic now. With respect to the contractor statement of work and contracts, I'd just like to ask a few clarifying questions there. I believe you testified that the statements of work were provided to Chair Robbins in December 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on my reading of the compliance plan agreement, those statements of work and the contract, I believe, was to be provided within 30 days of the contractor approval date. Is that your understanding based on paragraph 2 of section 4?
I would have to review that.
If I may, paragraph 2, subpart A, KPK will submit its contract with the primary contractor, including the scope of work, to the commission chair within 30 days of the contractor approval date. Do you agree that the contract wasn't provided until June 14th, 2021?
I think we provided the information that we thought we were required to provide. You know, the scope of work and the information provided really is the body of our relationship with Marcom and their responsibilities under the CPA.
But the contract wasn't provided until about a week and a half ago.
We did provide the master services agreement, yes, more recently.
Thank you. I'll move on to my next question. In discussing plans, submittals, and drafts under the compliance plan agreement, could you tell me who from KPK reviews those submittals prior to their prior to them being sent to COGCC staff?
Well, can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. We've talked a lot about how Marcom and KPK work together to draft these submittals, draft these plans, and additional items. Who from KPK reviews those prior to their submittal to staff?
So we do put a lot of trust into Marcom. I believe Marcom handles the vast majority of those. We also do have in-house EH&S staff that do work closely with Marcom. And you know, they do review each other's documents. Specifically, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you for your answer there. I'll move on briefly. You testified with respect to your in-house environmental team. And I believe you mentioned that a regulatory tech was recently hired. Is that correct?
It is correct.
How many environmental and regulatory staff did KPK directly employ as of May 4th, 2022?
Guess I'd have to pull the figures, but we have field staff, we have you know, staff in our corporate office,
I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Kaufman. Do you have a number or an estimate that you could provide?
Sure. Yeah, I want to say 4 directly involved with EH&S, plus then our contractors, which are numerous.
And how about as of the effective date of the CPA, how many environmental health and safety staff were directly employed by KPK?
Back to my memory. I mean, we could definitely pull those figures for you. I'd say 3 perhaps.
Okay. And then prior to the order finding violation that precipitated the CPA, how many environmental health and safety staff were directly employed by KPK?
And now you're really testing my memory. I'm sorry. I would love to provide these. I want to give you correct answers.
I'll save you some of that trouble. Is it more or fewer than the environmental health and safety staff employed on May 4th, 2022?
I would say we have more staff now.
You have more staff now. I'm talking about prior to the order finding violation in this matter. Did you have fewer or more staff than you have now?
Fewer.
Fewer. Okay. And so as negotiations were ongoing following the order finding violation hearing, KPK did not substantially staff up its environmental health and safety personnel, did you?
We have substantially staffed up through contractors, and we have been aggressively trying to hire additional staff. I must admit, we've interviewed a good number of people and gone through a lot of resumes and tried to acquire talent aggressively. So,
but you agree that these are contractors, not direct employees of KPK?
that state, sorry, excuse me, but that statement was towards in-house staff, and to staff up quicker since we weren't able to bring in the in-house staff. It is a process, getting ads out there and interviewing and going through that whole process. We did hire contractors to take care of our compliance as much as we could.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I'm going to move on to a different question now. You mentioned during your direct testimony that you recently re-engaged M&E Trucking, I believe is the name of the company, to assist with some waste management. Is that correct?
Re-engaged, I think, is inappropriate. They've been a contractor of ours for some time now, but yes.
Was there a period of time between the order finding violation in this case and to date where you didn't utilize M&E Trucking?
In some regard, we have been continuously utilizing M&E Trucking.
On what date would you estimate that I guess you recently utilized their services most recently?
Today.
Okay. Based on some of the project accounting information that we've looked at, it appears that there may be a gap with the engagement of M&E Trucking. Would you agree you haven't continuously utilized M&E Trucking?
I see where we're going with that. So not all expenses were run through the project account. So, as it was not required by the CPA, it was required to use the project account to its fullest, but we had many expenses above and beyond that.
Okay.
So, I mean, we want to be as transparent as possible, and we're happy to provide information.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I'll move to what's hopefully getting close to my last couple of questions here. You just mentioned the project account statements, and I believe you previously testified during direct that you were aware of an issue related to staff potentially reviewing drafts of the account statements we were looking for. Am I paraphrasing that correctly?
Sure.
Yes. And are you also aware that staff was contacted towards the end of January about potentially reviewing these statements?
I wasn't intimate in the process. I was aware that it was going on.
And are you also aware that staff received nothing, not even a draft, but no information on the dedicated project account until staff asked KPK about these statements in March of this year?
I can't speak to that, but I do know that we have provided all requested documentation, and we've been trying to be transparent with staff and showing all detail that they've requested.
Mr. Kaufman, I just have one last question here. You testified during direct about the improvement and the progress you've seen up to date. But isn't it also true that only 2 of the 58 remediation projects on attachment A have achieved closure since the CPA went into effect?
I know that we have performed a tremendous amount of work in the field. And, you know, we have removed a lot of impacted soil, hauled a lot to the landfills, have done a lot of work on the ground. And I know Marcom has done a lot of work both on the ground and in the office with paperwork.
Mr. Kaufman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But only 2 projects have achieved closure, is that correct?
And we desire a lot more to achieve closure.
So yes,
Yes.
no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaufman, understanding that the master services agreement was not provided to the chair until more recently, can you describe what sort of business terms are in a master services agreement? I mean, is there anything specific to the CPA work contained in an MSA?
No. Usually it's just, you know, your typical boilerplate legalese and payment terms and things of that nature.
Like insurance requirements, for example?
Insurance requirements, right.
Okay. Thanks. And then you testified regarding the graphs attached to the affidavit of Mr. Rickard, exhibit quad N, I believe. And we talked a bit about spills versus number of wells operated and how KPK was very close to the average trend line for operators in the basin. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Ms. Stafford then asked you about impacts of spills, and I believe you acknowledged impacts. Given the nature of KPK's system and the wells it operates, how would you rank the relative impact of KPK spills to other operators who operate very different systems?
Well, frankly, being in the oil field since I was a child, you know, our wells are they are rather low producing wells, not to conflate it with the new term of low producing wells, but they, you know, when we have a spill, they tend to be very small. Other operators have much higher producing wells, and resulting spills can be much larger.
Thank you. Just another question or two. Regarding the inspection log form, since its implementation, is that log used for every site on a daily basis?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further on redirect.
Rothman, let me see if the commissioners have questions. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kaufman, for your testimony today. I'm trying to figure out exactly what your role is in the company. Obviously, it's a family-owned company, and so it's part of you, right? And it seems like maybe your role is more financial, but you've testified that you've been a part of these weekly meetings with the contractor on progress. You're part of trying to change the culture. But I find that you're having difficulty answering some basic questions about where KP is in relation to the expectations of the CPA and how far along you are. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about your role and how you see your role in changing culture and making progress and how that is working.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I do take these things on at a higher level. I really focus more on process and process management and making sure that the right pieces are in the right places and that things are flowing and occurring the way that they should. Making sure that we are having the proper progress meetings and getting the proper instruction from Marcom and executing.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if you have seen the letter from Adams County in the docket and concerns they've expressed about, I guess, compliance issues from KP Kaufman. And I'm wondering if as part of the CPA, we've had training, we're trying to change the culture into a culture of compliance and asking for help. Why it is that KPK is still having issues with Adams County. I think Thornton came in front of us and testified, a developer came in front of us and testified about the difficulties they're still feeling challenged about at KPK sites. And so I'm wondering if you could just address why we wouldn't see this spilling over into all the activities with KPK.
I appreciate
Madam
that question.
Commissioner, I apologize, but I do want to interject on the nature of the question, especially with respect to the city of Thornton. I believe that public comment was clearly responded to in prior meetings as involving the contamination caused by a third party encountered by the city of Thornton in a water pipeline project. It isn't even KPK's contamination. And so I do object to the inclusion of that public comment in your question. And I just need to make a record on that. Please answer the question for the commissioner, Mr. Kaufman.
I shall remove the Thornton comment.
Yes, no, thank you. So we absolutely want our culture of compliance spilling over into things beyond the CPA, and the scope is certainly, as far as culture is concerned, far beyond the CPA, and we do want to be in compliance across the board, and I believe we are in compliance across the board. To the specifics of those complaints, we can address those perhaps if we separated it out and I could review it a bit. But to the
You don't need to address. I think I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out if things really have changed and what's going on internally.
And I could go into that a little bit more too. We have a whole organization, pumping organization, 25 guys who go to every site every day. We push and impart on them to take care of our sites and make sure that they're in compliance, make sure that weeds and signs are taken care of, that there's stained soils taken care of, to make sure that these things are in compliance.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Other commissioners with questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kaufman, for the testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Jacobs, your next witness.
Mr. Chairman, my colleague, Kirk Mueller will be examining the next witness. Kirk?
Yeah, and have we got our witness in the box, or do we need a moment to get Mr. Peterson down to the witness room? If the chair will allow.
You just muted yourself, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, I think we need a minute to get Mr. Peterson in the witness room. If you'll indulge us a minute or two.
And Mr. Jacobs, what is the name of the witness room again?
I believe that they'll log in with into the laptop in that room with Mr. Peterson's email. So you'll see his name and then you can elevate him.
Okay.
So it'll just take a moment. Thank you.
Of course.
And do we, I can't tell, Ms. Larson, is Ms. Pritchard still elevated?
She is not. We can bring her back in, of course.
Thank you. If you don't mind, she's going to help me with an exhibit or two.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
may, while we're waiting, I do want to get back to the record on the matter of the Adams County public comment. And I do appreciate that Commissioner McGowan is concerned about the allegations in that comment letter, of which we are aware. But this is an evidentiary hearing, and that is full of hearsay and unsubstantiated allegations. And I ask that it be treated as such.
Thank you for making the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, our witness is here and I'm ready to proceed.
Okay, I don't think we've got Ms. Pritchard yet. Is that going to cause a problem, Mr. Mueller?
Not right away.
Here she comes.
Okay, here she comes.
All right, there she is. Good.
And Mr. Peterson, were you part of the group that was sworn in this morning?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Mr. Mueller. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, please tell the commission your full name and what you do for KPK.
My name is Jeff Peterson. I'm a roustabout supervisor for Kaufman Well Services.
And the commission may remember that you testified last summer on a couple of different days. At the time we went through your background, you have been 17 or 18 years with KPK. You had some post high school, college level construction management training. And as I say, 17 years or so as a roustabout. Can you tell us, first of all, what a roustabout does, what you do as the supervisor of the roustabout crew?
Well, the roustabouts, they pretty much handle all the non-technical work at Kaufman Well Services as far as excavation work or setting up various pieces of equipment involving the oil field. And my job there is dispatching those crews to the various jobs and kind of overseeing their work.
You've been, since the compliance plan was put into effect, working under the supervision of Marcom. And I wonder if I could ask you, from your perspective, as the supervisor on the ground, your experience with Marcom, how they interact with you and what their role is.
My interaction with Marcom has been, pretty good. I mean, Marcom is there to supervise. I guess you could say supervise me. Their role there is pretty much in a nutshell. They tell us if there's impacts to the ground. They tell us where to dig, how deep to dig, when we can backfill, when that time is appropriate. just a lot of the non-technical work that they advise us on and help us with.
You begin, we heard reference from, I guess it was Mr. Kaufman about meetings. You have meetings with Marcom at the beginning of the week, to organize your projects. For the
Yes,
coming
sir. Yes, sir. Every Monday, myself, a person from my staff, as well as Levi Kirk from Marcom, and usually a representative from M&E, Enrique Carrillo. We'll meet usually around 9 o'clock on Monday, and we plan out the coming week as far as what projects we tackle from the list that we have.
You're also involved in the other meetings that were described, I think, by Mr. Kaufman, midweek, the Wednesday meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The Wednesday meetings is more in-depth as far as in-house Kaufman meetings. A lot of the other KWS supervisors, the rig supervisors, truck supervisors, most of us, we go over our what we've done throughout the week, what our plan is coming up for the rest of the week. And this also involves not only the locations that we're speaking about today, but also, various other projects that might be happening in KWS.
And Marcom is a part of that process too, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Marcom is involved in more of the aspect of what I'm involved with as well.
So if you wouldn't mind, take us out to the ground and just give me a specific idea what Marcom might do in terms of supervising your non-technical activities.
So when we have, with these locations in particular, Marcom will come out and utilize a PID meter, and they will, detect if we need to excavate any further on a specific site. If they determine that we do need more excavation or over excavation, they will mark out using either flags or paint, marking paint, and they will pretty much tell us, okay, this is where we want you to dig out. And, and then we will come back and they will come back and utilize that PID, let us know if they detect anything. And if not, usually Marcom will notify COGCC, give them about 48 hours notice, and then they will come out and take samples, which those samples will be sent off to the lab.
Marcom, then in collaboration with field inspectors, folks from the commission, will work together to verify the sampling. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
In addition to being there to observe your work on ongoing excavations and closing out projects as you make progress on those, does Marcom, your crew also responds when there is a new event, when there's a spill, am I right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that there's a new event, a new release or something like that, then my crews need to respond to that.
And does Marcom as well offer assistance and supervision to those?
Yes, sir, they do. They do.
An example came up, I'm given to understand, I wasn't at the March 4th hearing, sorry, it might have been May 4th, but I understand an example of a new spill was discussed there at the Stiber location. And I wonder if you were involved in that spill.
Yes, I was.
And I mean, responding to it. Could you describe for the commission what happened and then how you responded?
Yes, sir. So at that particular location, we were approved to backfill, and we were in the midst of backfilling that location at the time. And I had 2 tracos that were on location. One had a compaction wheel that we utilized to make sure the dirt was compacted. In that process, the operator ran that compaction wheel over a line that he had misjudged the depth of that line, and it subsequently, severed the weld on that line, and a release was caused by that. When I received that phone call, I immediately notified Levi Kirk and also Jeff Rickard, also from our environmental staff, and I was at location within about 20 minutes, in less than 20 minutes. On my way.
How quickly did Mr. Kirk get there?
Levi Kirk had dispatched two of Marcom's employees, Blake and Harrison, I believe their names were, to location, and they arrived just shortly after I did. I couldn't give an approximate, but it was within minutes of my arrival. And while I was on my way over to location, I made a call to our truck supervisor, and he dispatched water trucks over to location. And in addition to that, we had a hydrovac truck that was employed by, I believe, Brand X in our yard at the time. And I requested that I use them on this project as well.
So as I hear it, you, Marcom, and equipment were on scene within an hour of the spill occurring. Is that correct?
I was on scene within 20 minutes. The equipment was on scene within less than 30 minutes.
The guy, the operator who caused the leak, was he employed by KPK?
Yes, he was employed by KPK, and he had a previous 5 years experience. He had experience. He was an experienced traco operator.
How did he react to the trouble that he caused?
He was devastated. He was definitely devastated, especially when I rolled up on scene and he saw what had happened, and definitely affected him.
This is an unusual sort of accident. Had you ever seen something like this occur? An operator caused damage to their own line, driving over it accidentally.
At KP Cab, with my experience here, this is the first time that my employees have ever done something like this during a backfill.
I want to change the subject a little bit. There was some discussion during Mr. Kaufman's examination of the new forms that have been rolled out, the inspection forms. And while I'm asking you this question, I might invite Kathleen to share the screen and just pop that form up one more time. First of all, do you happen to remember, Mr. Kaufman was struggling, maybe you will too, but do you remember when these forms got rolled out and you started to use them?
It's been a couple months now. I want to say I don't know offhand the specific date, but it's been a few months.
These were, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
But in this particular form, I know it's my people utilize this form as more of a checklist. When they pull out on location, or when they arrive on location, they fill this out. At the end of the day, just to make sure that they're covering their bases. I will print these documents off in the morning, and my pushers or my crew foreman will grab a number of these, depending on how many locations they're at in a given day working, and they will fill this out as well as taking pictures to coincide with these reports.
And at the end of the day, once they've taken the pictures and checked the appropriate boxes, what happens with the forms and the photos?
The forms are brought back, and the photos are sent via email or text to our administrative assistant, in which she files those away.
And you said they operate as a checklist, and maybe Kathleen, you could scroll slowly through various. It basically calls out various aspects of any given site. Some may apply at all sites, some may not. But
yeah, the form we utilize the form, but like I said, in some cases, in some sites, some of the boxes may not apply, but road conditions, we definitely check the road conditions, the site conditions, the housekeeping. We try to stay on top of that stuff. We try to get our locations cleaned up and make sure our berms are in place, or Our snow fencing is up. You know, our utilization of booms are in place, things like that.
These are the kinds of issues that were discussed last summer during the pattern violation proceedings and enforcement proceedings. And these are the kinds of the issues that are on that were raised then are now boxes on this inspection report, it looks to me.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Have your crew, in addition to using these, did they receive training on them, how to use them and what their role is?
Yeah, yes, when these forms came out, Manny Silva and Jeff Rickard helped out, as well as Ray Gorka helped us out in training on these forms. And as far as additional training too, you know, they've helped us out with that.
Yeah, you've had, in addition to learning how to use these forms and incorporate them into the daily routine, what other kinds of training since the CPA was signed in November of 2001? What other kind of training has been rolled out for your crew?
We've spill response training. I believe it's the waste management spill response training. Mr. Gorka also helped us out with that. It was training on that. And Marcom, in conjunction with them, we've gone through asbestos awareness training that was actually put on by Marcom. Levi has instructed us on proper use of you know, containment, the use of our plastics, plastic underneath our contamination piles, signage, snow fencing, the use of our berms, as well as straw wattles that we can use for storm or for water or storm management, I guess you could say.
So these two sound familiar to me, having participated in last summer's enforcement proceeding. Those were all issues then, and what you're saying, I hear you saying, is that you're getting training on those subjects now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are.
You mentioned berms and straw wall. I'm sorry, don't let me interrupt you.
In addition to that, Levi, I believe Jennifer also mentioned some additional training that was coming up, and we are planning on actually this coming Monday in our, you know, receiving more additional training from Levi on our how we fill out our waste management manifests, making sure that we have the correct data on there so that that's easier for Marcom to keep track of, you know, whenever they request these documents or whenever the state requests these documents, that the information is there and readily available.
Thank you. Kathleen, maybe we could go to the next photo, unshare the forum and pull up that next photo. Because you mentioned it, Mr. Peterson, I want to ask you about wattles and berms. This too, as I understand it, was raised perhaps by staff at the May 4th hearing. And the next picture I want to show you is a picture from an exhibit that staff has listed. It depicts a location where there are both wattles and berms. This is staff's exhibit 501. It's many pages long. This is just one page. Let me ask Mr. Peterson, do you recognize this location?
Yes, sir. I believe that is the Lawrence Totems location.
And can you tell us how the interplay between berms and wattles and how you use them at an active excavation?
So on these excavations, we place berms around three sides of impacted soil pile. And we do that, we lay our plastic down, which you can see that in that picture there. And then we use the green wattle, which is the technical or the brand name for that is Filtrex. It's used as a stormwater management aid, but we will put berms around the three sides, and then we will put the Filtrex or the wattle in front of the fourth side so that we can gain access to that pile. It's a little easier for us to gain access to, that we can just pull it up and move it out of the way so that we can load up trucks or continue to add soil to that impacted pile.
So at an active excavation where you have crew on scene during the day doing work, the wattle will be rolled out of the way so they can access the site, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So we have another photo of this same site that's a little easier to comprehend, and I'm going to ask, thank you, Ms. Pritchard, for pulling this up. It's not an exhibit. I offer it as a demonstration, and I asked the witness, is this the same site that we saw in the previous photo?
Yes, sir. And if Ms. Pritchard, if she could zoom in just a little bit on that. Yeah, that's good right there. So if you look on the left-hand side, you can see where our green, or the green Filtrex is at. That would be the entrance to that particular pile. And then as you scan over to the right, you can see that our firewalls, we employed the firewalls right there, or the berms, actually.
So berms are the lighter colored lower mountains in the foreground.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Since the CPA was executed, Mr. Peterson, and you've been working with Marcom in the field, also working as you have always been with inspectors and staff representatives who come and oversee what's going on and you know, observe your operations from time to time. How would you describe the relationship between yourself and field staff for the commission?
In the past, interactions with staff has been pretty positive. I mean, we've had conversation. If there's anything that needs to be done, they won't hesitate in telling us, you know, that, you know, hey, you might want to correct this, you know, pay attention to this. And so we try, we do. Here lately, it seems to be a little more strained. I've received reports from my crews that we've had certain staff members just come out on location and, you know, they'll take their pictures and take notes, but no interaction really for some. And then we, you know, might get a report maybe a day or two later, you know, on something being affected, something being wrong. And, you know, sometimes with some of our locations, you know, it's something that we have to go back and fix, or, you know, and it's something that, yes, we do get that, but, and I remind my crews that these are the things we need to take care of, but it just seems that things are a little more distant.
Would it be safe to say, or fair to say, that there's room for improvement, improved dialogue and improved better positive relations going both ways?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely going both ways.
And then finally, let me ask you about your relationship with Marcom. How do you feel having somebody come out and tell you how to do your job when you've been doing it for 17 years?
Well, after 17, or in my case, going on 18 years, you know, I don't know. I guess most people might think that it might be intimidating or a little frustrating. But after 18 years, I welcome the fact that Marcom can come out and instruct us and train us and hold our feet to the fire, which is exactly what Jennifer and Levi have done. Jennifer in particular, she has corrected me a number of times, and I welcome that. They have, you know, Levi will come out and he'll do his inspections. And if he sees anything that needs to be corrected, he will notify me, and we do everything in our power to go out there and correct that. I myself do not have a problem. I think that relationship between myself and Marcom is great. Like I said, it's great to have that knowledge base help me out.
Mr. Peterson, that's all very helpful and informative. I truly appreciate it. It's good to hear from the guys on the ground. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have no further direct questions.
You, I would recognize Ms. Stafford for cross-examination purposes.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. But before I begin my cross, I'd like to, I guess, inquire of the commission a potential point of order. During this direct examination, council brought to light Staff's Exhibit 501, which is an exhibit they've objected to based on authenticity, relevance. I mean, basically every objection in the book. I'm wondering if we can have a discussion about whether staff's exhibits can just be authenticated and admitted at this point if KPK is going to be relying on them as part of their direct testimony.
I don't object, unless Mr. Jacobs corrects me, I don't object with regard to this exhibit. It's my understanding that it may have been shown before. I was not at the May 4th hearing, but as to that picture, I don't think we would offer further objection. Am I wrong, Mr. Jacobs?
No, that's correct.
So am I to understand that, except for this picture, each time staff shows a different picture in this exhibit, you're going to offer an objection on that?
Yes, each picture is different. Each page of your multi-page single exhibit 501 is a separate document, or many of them are separate documents. So I don't want to waive as to the entirety of 501.
Concur.
Here again, in the interest of administrative efficiency here, also speaking to my point previously about the relaxed rules of evidence and with respect to an administrative hearing, I think we should authenticate and admit, or I think the commission should authenticate and admit staff's exhibits, and so we don't have to go through this back and forth each time.
Why don't we take that up, Ms. Stafford, as you present your case in chief? This one photo is now admitted, and we'll take up the rest of the, unless you're planning on using more of them right now with Mr. Peterson.
Sure, I'll address it on direct. With that, I can begin my cross if that is okay.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for being here again. I only have a few questions for you on cross. Now, referencing the picture that council just showed you in staff exhibit 501, that Lawrence Totems photo, would you say those stormwater controls that we just looked at are actively controlling stormwater?
I believe in that picture, it showed actually the retention of water inside that area. So I mean, I would assume that would be what you're talking about.
Okay, and if we the photo that council put up shortly after that of the same location, what is the date on that photo? I don't believe it was brought out.
I didn't look at the date on the photo. I don't know.
Thank you. Now, you testified about sort of recent interactions with staff and how, from your perspective, they appear to be strained. Did I understand that correctly?
It seems to be distant, a little more distant, and with some members of staff, I think.
And you talked about information you receive from staff based on inspections in the field. You received more clear direction in the past. Am I understanding that correctly?
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that in the past it was helpful to, accomplish what needed to be done. I mean, they could talk to us directly. And it just, maybe it's just a personal perception or what, or maybe it's a personal perception on my crews, but You know, in the past, they could tell us that we could improve on this, or we could, you know, you might want to take care of this, you know, such and such a thing. And then we could address that immediately.
Mr. Peterson, is it staff's job to ensure compliance with the rules, or is it KPK's job to
No,
ensure
it's
compliance?
KPK's. It's KPK's.
I'll move on to my next question. You mentioned the Stibra location and some recent information related to a second spill there. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
And am I to understand that KPK caused that new spill as they were attempting to backfill the first excavation?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And I believe you testified that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you were not on location when this spill occurred. Is that correct?
Not when the incident occurred directly. No, I was at another location.
And no representative from Marcom was on location when the spill occurred?
The representatives from Marcom were also at another location.
Now, you indicated the second spill, you know, resulted from, I believe it was the backhoe hitting the line. Is that correct?
It was a track hoe, a larger piece of equipment with a compaction wheel that it was utilizing.
And did the workers on site know the line was pressurized?
I don't know if they knew that line was pressurized. I know that we had tested that line with, I believe it was compressed air. But I don't believe the crew, I don't believe anybody thought that the line was still pressurized.
Okay, and speaking to supervision at other sites, is Marcom typically on location to supervise when you're excavating contaminated material at project sites?
They have been there on site as we excavate.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the frequency? Is it most of the time, sometimes?
With the amount of sites that we have, and given the workload, Marcom comes out as often as they can. Generally, they come out and visit the location after we excavate, just to verify that things have been excavated out properly and to make sure the impacted soil has been removed.
So they're not always on site to supervise when this excavation of contaminated materials is occurring?
Not 100% of the time, no.
Now, I think you also mentioned in your testimony that you frequently deal with Ms. Gals and Mr. Kirk as part of your interactions with Marcom. Is that correct?
Yes, I meet with Levi Kirk every Monday.
Is there anyone else with Marcom that you deal with aside from Mr. Gals and Ms. Gals and Mr. Kirk, excuse me?
The people that I know of, if I can think off the top of my head, I do know of Blake and Harrison. There are also field personnel which come out and assist Levi Kirk and Jennifer. And honestly, I can't think of her name, but there is another individual that will call me for information. You know, if I have that information, they'll ask me questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And I think this should probably be my last question. It's related to the inspection forms that you testified about. I believe it's KPK exhibit quadruple N. You would agree with me that the form that was that has been entered into evidence is incomplete. It's not filled out. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a blank form.
And you also indicated that you have experience at least filling out these forms, or it's your job to do that. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's the responsibility of my crew boss or my pusher to fill those out. Yes.
So these completed forms are in KPK's files?
They bring them back and hand them to our administrative assistant, and she files them away.
Do you know why they weren't included as part of the evidence in this hearing?
No, I have no idea.
With due respect, that's a question's more appropriate counsel to counsel rather than counsel to witness.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect Mr. Mueller?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Peterson, bear with commissioners. Do we have questions for the witness? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
Mr. Mueller, are you in charge of your next witness?
Mr. Jacobs is in charge of the next witness and we'll get him online shortly.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask for another 10-minute recess before we proceed with the next witness? This will be Ms. Gallus, part 2. It could be a lengthy session.
Very good. Let's return at 3:45.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, it looks like most of us are back. It is 3:47. Time to get rolling again. Mr. Jacobs, continuation of your case in chief.
Yes, I believe that Ms. Pritchard is logging in. Ms. Gallus again in our witness room. Would ask the hearings manager to elevate her. Here she is. Ms. Gallus, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're ready. Ms. Gallus, welcome back. I believe we know your education and experience from this morning and your work to get started on KPK compliance plan agreement work up to the point of submitting the final GRIP to staff on January 31. Now, we previously discussed staff's desire for detailed implementation schedules for all attachment A locations and how a compromise was reached with staff on this at a meeting on January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But this apparently was not the end of the issue. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, we did have some additional back and forth on some of the schedules for a few of the sites that were already addressed in the GRIP.
Can you describe the nature or specifics of those issues regarding location-specific schedules?
Yes, and I believe that this is also addressed in KPK's response to staff's pre-hearing statement. But there was a little bit of back and forth regarding 2 facilities with Ms. Graber over a corrective action imposed for the H. Hewitt location and the facility 8 location.
What was the schedule-related issue for those locations, if you would?
Yes, Ms. Graber established a corrective action on a field inspection form regarding a site-specific implementation schedule for those 2 locations, but they had already been established in the GRIP. So I had provided a field inspection report response or a FIR indicating that those schedules had been provided in the GRIP, and those responses were not approved by Ms. Graber.
And were you able, let's see, those responses were not approved. So what did you do after not getting those forms approved, even though you referred her in those forms to the implementation schedule that she wanted?
Yes, I copied and pasted the schedule directly from what had been submitted with the GRIP into another FIR response form, and that also was not approved.
Okay, so 2 attempts, 2 failures. What did you do next to try and get that issue resolved?
Yeah, there was a clear misunderstanding or miscommunication happening, so I phoned Ms. Graber and asked her what she was wanting in regards to this matter. She told me that she wanted to be able to directly hand a schedule to the property owner in response to an open complaint. So she wanted me to separately attach it as an attached document to the FER.
Was that clear from her prior non-approvals?
No,
Did she attempt to clarify her non-approvals?
no,
So you called her and got the explanation the third time around to send her an attachment to a form?
yes, that's correct.
And did that resolve the issue for this is H. Hewitt, I believe you said, correct?
Yes, a similar back and forth also happened for the Facility 8 location, and it did resolve once I had provided those as attachments.
And our KPK exhibits REB-B, REB-E, REB-F, and REB-M, the documents for the H. Hewitt location to which you referred just now, substantiating the back and forth between you and Ms. Graber.
Yes, I believe so.
I apologize for the awkward references to our exhibits. We're getting up into the quintuple letters, and we figured a REB prefix would be a little simpler. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, but it was our best judgment, giving understanding we've been assigned letters instead of numbers. Okay, so I take it that communication even between you and Ms. Graber could be better from your testimony about the H. Hewitt and the Facility 8 location.
Agreed.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn to the subject of Marcom's supervision of non-technical work. And its near sole performance of the technical work required by the CPA and the plans prepared under it. Has Marcom in fact performed most of the technical work under the CPA since you began this engagement?
Yes, that's correct. We also supervise the technical work of Mr. Mike Haddle with Apex Environmental. I do believe that there was another firm who performed the flow line integrity evaluation. That is technical in nature, but we have performed all of the other technical work.
And what does that technical work by Marcom include? If you could just sort of describe the nature of your technical work duties under the CPA.
Yeah, that would include environmental sampling, performing data analysis on the lab data received, providing the forms under the CPA requirement, as well as including our proposed sampling plans or proposed remediation plans on those forms, scheduling and coordination of all of the contractors.
Very good, thank you. And so understanding that, what does non-technical work involve?
I would say that that includes the excavations, backfill, hauling or trucking of the impacted soils for disposal.
Okay. And has Marcom supervised the conduct of non-technical work by KPK, Kaufman Well Services, and third-party contractors under the CPA?
Yes, we have.
Staff has taken issue with your supervision in its filings for this hearing and also in some of its cross-examination questions today, has it not?
Yes, that's accurate.
What's your understanding of staff's position on the requirements of the CPA regarding the proper conduct of your supervision?
They would like to assert that we are required to directly supervise on a near constant basis all excavation and backfill work. But it doesn't use that kind of terminology within the CPA.
So understanding that you're quite familiar with the CPA and that it speaks for itself, are you aware of it using the words direct or near constant in connection with your supervision requirements?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? It cut out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. The CPA, do you recall if the CPA says direct supervision or near constant supervision?
No, I don't recall those terms being used within the CPA.
Thank you. So the real question now is, how do you supervise the non-technical work of KWS and other contractors? Could you please describe that?
Yeah, as indicated in other testimony, Marcom participates with KPK and KWS on a regular basis with field meetings every Wednesday and every Monday. In addition, we also go out and mark the ground either with spray paint or stakes or the like of where we would like, of the areas that we would like to be excavated. We also then touch base with the equipment operators and make sure that they are understanding of our direction. As we mobilize around from site to site, we periodically check back in on progress to make sure that it is following our direction. When we are notified that the area that we marked has been completely excavated, we go back and reevaluate it with field screening methods, which is technical work. And then if it needs further excavation, then further direct that work as well.
And if KWS or other contractors performing non-technical work have questions about your direction, they can contact you if someone's not immediately present at the location?
Yes,
And do they frequently contact you?
yes.
Has there been any issue with them being able to contact you on short notice?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Has this approach to supervision of non-technical work by Marcom under the CPA been effective in your opinion?
Yes, it has.
Have there been any issues as a result of a lack of coordination or direction to your knowledge?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Would having a Marcom staff person physically present during the conduct of all non-technical work improve the quality of the work, the excavation, the backfilling, the hauling of contaminated soil, as argued by staff is required, excuse me, would it improve the quality of the work performed based on your experience this far?
No, I don't believe so.
And would engaging in direct supervision of non-technical work or near constant supervision of that work, as argued by staff is required, help or hurt Marcom and KPK's rate of progress in addressing conditions at sites on the ground and getting to closure?
I believe it would significantly slow our progress on the ground. It would significantly drain our resources able to perform other technical work simultaneously. And that rate of progress is a general concern expressed by staff.
So in some respects, it is in conflict with staff's other concerns regarding CPA work?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Ms. Gallus, I'd like to turn to staff's allegations of inadequate fencing for a moment. Are you aware of those assertions in staff's pre-hearing statement?
Yes.
And has Marcom worked with KPK and KWS and other contractors regarding installation and maintenance of fencing?
Yes, we have coordinated with KPK and KWS regarding those issues with discussions in the weekly meetings and such.
Thank you. Staff refers to just a few of their many photographic exhibits proposed for use in this hearing in connection with these allegations of inadequate fencing. Do you recall their reference to the Longmont Farms location, staff PHS exhibit 501 at page 15? I'd like
Yes.
Ms. Pritchard to pull that up so we can look at it.
Yes, I recall this.
Thank you. Ms. Pritchard, can you pull up 501
page 15, please.
It looks like I'm sharing, but let me know if you cannot see it.
Oh. Hang on,
We can see it.
we can see it. And are you aware of the KPK picture taken of this fencing at this location just days later? KPK exhibit REB-SS.
Yes,
Ms. Pritchard, if you could pull up REB-SS, thank you.
is that the correct one?
That does not look like the correct one. Let's hang on for just a moment. I can clarify. We may have a different page number on that 501 exhibit. My apologies. Ms. Pritchard, would you pull up the page 21 of exhibit 501, and it's a different location. My apologies. Let me back up. Do you recall the staff's reference to the 4AE2 location? Staff PHS exhibit 501 at page 21. And Ms. Pritchard will be pulling that up here shortly in screen share. There we go. You recall
Yes.
seeing that photograph?
Yes,
Now, turning to REB-SS. Ms. Pritchard, could you pull that up? Can you describe the differences between the prior photograph and this photograph, please?
yes, the staff picture indicates some orange fencing with some, it appears to be tumbleweeds within it. The other photo that was collected by KPK shows an open excavation.
Now,
Go ahead.
go back to staff's exhibit at this location on May 17. Is that even an excavation we're looking at? Can you tell?
I cannot tell.
Now, going back to our REB-SS, there's an excavation, there's fencing in good condition, wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
Is it possible that we're just looking at only a little bit of this site the day before with maybe some extra fencing holding some weeds in place? What's your take on it?
yes, they seem in conflict. And it seems to me like the first photo collected by staff is actually a different area of the site that is different than the main excavation area. I'm not sure what this area is. But it is, it seems like it's in a different place on the site geographically from the main excavation on the photo from KPK.
And if that's not an excavation and those are just tumbleweeds, is fencing even required?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And do you know the date on which the KPK exhibit, rebuttal exhibit SS was taken?
I believe it was May 18th.
So that would be the day after staff's exhibit 501, page 21, correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed KPK's other rebuttal exhibits, such as exhibit rebuttal or REB-RR of the Paul Hines location on May 18, and rebuttal exhibit XX of the Kamenish 1 location on May 20th? starting with the first of those, that's the Paul Hines, RR. How would you characterize the adequacy of the fencing depicted in that photograph?
It appears adequate to me.
And then the Kamenish 1 location on May 20th, the next exhibit. How is the fencing there on May 20th?
That also appears adequate.
Given our limited time for this hearing, I won't ask you about any more of them, but there are other pictures among KPK's rebuttal exhibits showing good fencing at KPK locations based on your review of those photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that this is reflective of your direction and some of the training and emphasis that's been placed on adequate fencing at KPK locations?
Yes.
Very good. Now I'd like to turn to another of staff's assertions, inadequate BMPs for impacted soils on location. Do you recall reading about such assertions in staff's pre-hearing statement?
Yes.
In particular, I believe that staff's pre-hearing statement at paragraph 111, they alleged the continued lack of proper management of impacted soils. Do you recall?
Yes.
Has Marcom supervised and instructed KPK, KWS, and M&E Trucking, among others, in the proper stockpiling of soil on location?
Yes, we have.
Staff cites to a photo in support of its assertions that was taken at the Premium Turkey location on May 11, 2022. Ms. Pritchard, if you could pull up staff exhibit 501 at page 14, you're well ahead of me. Thank you. Do you recall seeing this picture when reviewing staff's pre-hearing statement, Ms. Gallus?
Yes.
Do you believe this photo supports staff's assertion that soil stockpiling of impacted soils on location is lacking in BMPs?
No, we do not.
Well, staff says it does, and you say it doesn't. So please elaborate as to why you disagree with staff in that regard.
It appears to me that there is an earthen berm surrounding the stockpile, and that stockpile is contained in the middle of that berm.
And the plastic sheeting that we can see in the picture that's coming out of some of the dirt in the foreground, is that part of what's required for BMPs to isolate impacted soils and minimize impacts to the environment?
Yes.
And would it extruding like that from clean earthen berms be a problem in your judgment?
No.
And is it your understanding that KPK only uses clean soil for constructing earthen berms at its locations?
Yes.
Is there any chance that they used impacted soil to construct the berms that you've described in this photograph?
There would be a chance, but I wouldn't be aware of that.
And they're instructed against use of impacted soil in that manner, are they not?
Yes.
Okay. So you do not believe that this photo supports staff assertion that BMPs for impacted soils, at least at this location on this day, are inadequate?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Again, time does not permit me, given the limitations imposed on KPK in this hearing, to examine you further regarding staff's many photos and KPK's many photos. But do you believe KPK is taking care to properly handle and store impacted soil on location under Marcom's supervision?
Yes, I do.
Turning now to site BMPs required by the GRIP. In particular, staff calls out
sections 3.7 and 3.8 of the GRIP in their pre-hearing statement. Do you recall reading that?
Yes, I do.
I believe those involve undue disturbance and vehicle impacts in one of those GRIP sections. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I'd like to go to page 20 of staff's exhibit 501. Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. I'm showing you one of the cited photos for that assertion in staff's pre-hearing statement. Do you recall seeing this photograph in your review of that pre-hearing statement?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me which location this is?
It appears from the photo that it's marked as Coslet number 3.
And can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph of Coslet number 3 that would appear to have been taken on May 17th of 2022?
Yes, it shows some rock for use as a vehicle tracking pad and what appears to be vehicle tracks to the left of it.
So explain for me the requirement to use this gravel vehicle tracking pad. What is the purpose of that requirement?
To reduce sediment leaving a site, sediment transport.
So the heavy equipment used by KWS or M&E should use the gravel tracking pad rather than any traveling across other parts of the site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe this photo supports the assertion that KPK caused the vehicle tracking to the left of the vehicle tracking pad?
I cannot determine from this photo that any KPK employees are the ones who made those vehicle tracks off of the vehicle tracking pad.
Is there any active excavation going on during this May 17th timeframe at the Coslet number 3?
I don't believe so.
Do you have knowledge of other people who have access to the site, the landowner, maybe a developer or a farmer?
Yes.
You do? Please elaborate.
I do believe that the local landowner as well as the developer have access to that area.
Would they have any restriction on their ability to run vehicles over parts of the site not on the tracking pad?
Objection, this calls for speculation.
No, it calls for the scope of that requirement. Does that apply to operators only or to landowners and developers? That's a rule requirement. You like to talk about rules.
Overruled.
Please answer the question.
Can you repeat it, please?
Is there any constraint on the ability of the landowner or the developer to prevent them, to require them to use the tracking pad, or is that an operator specific obligation?
I believe that's an operator specific obligation.
Thank you. Staff makes the same assertion about a picture taken at the SAC tank battery location in PHS, staff PHS exhibit 624. Ms. Pritchard, if you could pull that up. Do you recall that photo? It's down in the photo deck, a number of pages, I believe, but there's some vehicle tracking pictures. There we go. Do you recall seeing this in your review of the pre-hearing statement and staff's exhibits?
I do.
Is the SAC tank battery, excuse me, even an attachment A location?
No.
Looking at that photo, do you have knowledge of why there are vehicle tracks in the agricultural field at that location?
No, I would have no knowledge of why that would be there.
Are you aware that
KPK has an agreement with the landowner to remove a flow line on that property.
I am not familiar with the site since it is outside of the attachment A location, so I am unable to answer that.
Very good. Turning now to Forms 19 remaining open, another assertion, and quarterly past updates being past due. These are additional assertions by staff in their pre-hearing statement. You recall reading those assertions?
Yes, I do.
And did you review your records to determine if those were correct assertions?
Yes, I did.
In particular, staff asserted that 8 Forms 19 remain open as of the filing of the pre-hearing statement. Did you, were you able to confirm that assertion?
According to my team's review, it appeared that we had 7 Forms 19 at that time.
And is that still the case? 7 Forms 19 remaining open?
I do believe an additional one has been closed since then.
So 6 as we sit here today.
Yes.
Ms. Pritchard, if you could screen share KPK exhibit REB-Z. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Gallus?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe it for us, please?
This is a document that Marcom put together to address the open Forms 19 as listed within the CPA.
And does this substantiate your conclusion that at the time you reviewed staff's pre-hearing statement, there were 7 Forms 19 open, not 8?
Correct.
Thank you. And did Marcom and KPK attempt to close some of these open Forms 19 before the passage of 90 days without success?
Yes.
Can you explain that process and why you were unable to get them closed as you had desired?
Yes, there's a couple of different things, and one of them is that to close the Form 19, if it needs to be converted to a remediation project, that Form 27 associated with that project needs to be opened and approved with a remediation project number. Once we receive that remediation project number, then that number can be put onto the Form 19 as a basis for closure of that Form 19. There's been a number of sites where there was that 90-day mark passed, but that Form 27 with the remediation project number had not yet been approved or assigned. Therefore, the Form 19 could not be closed out.
Thank you for that explanation. Now, turning to quarterly updates, staff also asserts that quarterly updates that are past due are quite numerous. I believe they assert 29 such past due quarterly updates. Do you recall reading that in your review of their pre-hearing statement and exhibits?
I do remember that, yes.
And do you agree with that assertion and that total?
No, I do not.
Did you have occasion to review your records to ascertain the number of quarterly updates that are past due?
Yes, in reviewing those records, I have found that 7 of them were past due for quarterly updates.
Not 29.
Correct.
And are you trying to get current and stay current on quarterly updates in your work under the CPA?
Yes, of course. And hopefully we can get that number down to 0 very soon.
Can you explain how staff could have arrived at such a high number of updates being past due?
No, I'm not really sure, as they haven't really described which sites they count in that number. So I can't check to verify whether or not they are indeed past due.
Okay, thank you. That's also something I'd like to cover with you.
You're aware that staff claims you've also missed 70 different deadlines in GRIP attachment 3 in the work performed today. You read that in their pre-hearing statement.
Yes, that's correct.
And how is that even possible? Can you attempt an explanation of how they could come up with 70 different past due deadlines?
Again, it's impossible for me to really evaluate that fully as I don't know what those 70 are. But I am not quite sure as to whether or not they are counting changed implementation schedules, if they're basing them off of what was submitted with the GRIP.
Okay, so let's back up. I believe you previously testified that of the 18 sites with detailed implementation schedules contained in the final GRIP, that it was your practice and understanding to revise those schedules as needed in forms 29 supplemental. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that until very recently, you were obtaining staff approvals of those forms 27 supplemental containing revised detailed implementation schedules. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Is it possible that they're counting the original schedule deadlines not met but revised as having been missed in that 70 total?
It is quite possible.
Do you believe that's appropriate, given that the forms 27 supplemental containing revised implementation schedules were approved?
I would assume that an approval would equate to approval of that implementation schedule.
And you don't recall ever seeing, or you would track on your master spreadsheet, any condition of approval or partial non-approval of a revised schedule, would you not?
Yes, COAs are tracked on a project by project basis.
Okay, and are you aware of missing any implementation schedule deadlines once revising schedules as appropriate?
No, not off the top of my head.
And you would have tracked that in your master spreadsheet in any event, correct?
Yes.
So going back to, we don't need to pull it up, but KPK Exhibit DD, that was the GRIP with comments that talked about being able to revise schedules on a quarterly basis, and that would be a fluid process. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
And it remains your understanding that agreement was reached on that process, and that is how you've approached the revision of implementation schedules to date.
Yes.
Do you believe that staff is honoring that prior commitment in its pre-hearing filings by alleging 70 implementation deadlines, GRIP deadlines being missed to date?
No, I do not.
Are they most recently beginning to issue COAs that essentially reject forms 27 supplemental submitted with revised implementation schedules in them?
Yes, that's correct. Most recently, I received a Form 27 that had a COA imposed on it, rejecting a revised implementation schedule, asserting that Rule 913D controls instead of the GRIP. And I noticed that on a most recent review of a form that was received within a few days ago.
So just earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Turning to staff's assertion regarding closure of attachment A locations being, well, let's just talk about that for a moment.
Staff also states and has stated in cross-examination that just 2 of 58 attachment A remediation projects have been closed. You recall that assertion in review of the pre-hearing statement?
Yes, I do.
What is your response to that?
I would agree that 2 sites have been closed as part of remediation projects. But I also say that that is incredibly misleading.
In what regard is that misleading? Can you elaborate?
Yes, there are a number of sites that require groundwater monitoring. And COGCC staff has implemented that 4 quarters of monitoring are required for all of the sites. Therefore, it would be impossible for us to close them by now.
So excluding those, it would be 2 of 48, I think, at a minimum, correct?
Yes.
And are there a number of other sites that are close to being closed? In your opinion and based on your knowledge of the project?
Yes, we have a number of sites that have had significant progress on them. So in my opinion, closure is not a measure of progress on the ground. We have a number of sites that are backfilled and entering that groundwater monitoring phase. So yes, we have a number of sites that are getting close to that.
Very good. I'd like to go back to my confusion. I do apologize in pulling up an incorrect exhibit. We got back on track, but we were going to refer to the Longmont Farms location in connection with staff's allegations of inadequate fencing. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
I'd like Ms. Pritchard to pull up exhibit REB-JJ, if you may.
1 second, I'm working on that.
Thank you. If we could pause the clock briefly. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I've pulled it up. 1 second, I'm sharing.
Ms. Callis, can you see that exhibit REB-JJ?
Yes.
And I believe we were talking about adequate fencing at the time we were going to pull that up.
Yes.
And do you see the combination of snow fence and cattle fence utilized at this location?
Yes, I do.
How would you characterize that fencing in terms of its adequacy?
I would say that it is adequate.
And does that support that photograph in staff's exhibit 501 support staff's assertion of inadequate fencing?
No, it does not.
Actually, that's REB-JJ, excuse me, our photograph. Apologies for the confusion. Thank you for that clarification. I'd like to now discuss the allegations of no overall progress or little to no overall progress. You recall seeing that assertion in staff's pre-hearing statement, correct?
I do. Yes.
And how does that strike you? What's your reaction to that? Having spent 7 months, or not 7 months, having spent 6 months working on this project.
I highly disagree with that notion.
You've got a lot of remediation experience, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Is the work that Marcom has performed in the time since you started necessary
to deliver closure and remediation progress?
Yes, it is.
Have you engaged in any unnecessary work in the last 6 months?
No,
And how has that work advanced the goals of the CPA to reach closure? If you might simply describe the remediation process, really.
yes, we've performed a lot of work on the ground, overseeing the excavation activities, performing a number of soil sampling, groundwater sampling activities. We've also overseen soil boring activities as part of site investigations, groundwater monitoring well installations, applying in situ remediation techniques to sites. All of this work is progress toward remediation and closure.
Thank you. Ms. Gallus, you've had some issues with getting closure as a result of staff not approving your requests for closure at several locations, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in particular, I think you've had some issues at one site that perhaps may be illustrative of the challenge of getting clear approvals and directions from staff. And I'm talking about the Keeper George site. Are you familiar with that site?
Yes, I am.
What's the current state of that site?
Physically, that site has been backfilled, and it is awaiting administrative closure.
Are there any remaining impacts at that site based on your review of the available sampling and analytical data?
No, I would say that no, there is no impacts remaining.
And were you approved to backfill that location?
Yes, prior to us coming on as primary contractor, but I have reviewed the documentation of this particular location as part of my Form 19 review under the CPA. It appears that staff granted backfill request. KPK performed that backfill, and then closure was denied.
And closure was denied on what basis, do you recall?
Staff has asserted that KPK did not provide notice of the backfill.
Do you agree with that assertion?
It does not appear that that is accurate.
Was backfill approved by Mr. Canfield at that location based on your review of the forms?
It was.
And then subsequently, Ms. Brown, another EPS with staff, sort of took that back, and what is the implication for the status of that site? What do you understand that Ms. Brown would now like you to do at that site?
In speaking with staff, it's my understanding that they would like all of the backfill to be re-excavated, have the excavation resampled with confirmation soil samples, and then request new backfill approval.
So if I understand this correctly, the analytical data that Mr. Canfield reviewed showed a clean hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And he was given notice and approved backfill, correct?
Yes.
And clean fill was obtained and put in the hole, correct?
Yes, and I have provided the trucking tickets of the dirt being provided from the landfill as clean fill for that.
So staff wants us to re-excavate, clean fill in a clean hole at a site that was approved for backfill by Mr. Canfield because someone thinks that 48 hours notice was not provided. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's my understanding, yes.
what are we doing about that at the Kiefer George site, or have we just moved on until we could try and resolve it administratively?
We're currently at an impasse with staff over this. We have put our priorities elsewhere to work that actually have threats to the environment or impacts to the environment
So
as a higher priority.
that's, I'm sorry to have stepped on your answer. You believe then that there are no impacts based on the data and the science at Kiefer George currently?
The data provided support that everything was indeed clean and below regulatory standards. Otherwise, I have full belief that staff would not have approved that backfill request.
And I believe you forwarded me the forms in question for that site. I'm just for the record gonna read them in. Document number 402-664-788. Document number 402-664-788 approved. Document number 402-703-070 submitted May 27. Document number 402-703-070 approved by Mr. Canfield June 15. This is last year. And document number 402-730-0385 submitted June 25. And then finally, document number 402-730-385 approved on July 19, this time by Ms. Brown, but denying the operator's request for closure and raising the notice of backfill concerns. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
And you did in fact forward me those forms that I just read the numbers off?
I did.
Great. Let's see where we are. You just give me one moment, Mr. Chairman. How are you doing, Ms. Gallus? Do you need a few minutes? Quick break
If I may, actually.
with the chair's indulgence? Might I ask for 10 minutes to let this witness?
Procedurally, Mimi, stop the clock. We do have a 5:15 hard stop today, so I'm alerting all the parties to that. It's 4:37, so we don't have a ton of time left for today's hearing.
I understand. In fact, I'm wondering if instead of a 10-minute break, we might adjourn for the day, avoid your hard stop, and resume first thing in the morning with the remainder of Ms. Gallus' testimony.
That is
my request.
That is fine with me. Ms. Stafford, do you want to weigh in?
I'm not particularly thrilled with that suggestion. To stop in the middle of witness testimony. We've already split up Ms. Gall's testimony into two parts. I don't think it's necessary to continue splitting it up.
How much longer do you have with Ms. Gallus, Mr. Jacobs?
With the break, I'd say another 30 to 40 minutes. We'd be flirting with your hard stop, possibly exceeding that by 10 or 15 minutes.
Let's do this.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break and then come back and see how far we can get this afternoon, noting that we will stop at 5:15.
Thank you.
Return back at 4:44. We're going to try to get started again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Give us just a second, Mr. Jacobs. We're missing one commissioner.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
Oh, there she is. I
am here. I'm turning my video off again. There's too many people, I think, trying to use my internet. And so I'm hoping that if I keep the video off, it dropped twice now. So I really want to catch everything, but I am here.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner McAllen. Okay, we will go for approximately 30 more minutes. So go ahead, Mr. Jacobs.
We may not need quite that much time based on discussions over the break. So let's get started. Ms. Gallus, welcome back. I believe you heard staff's counsel's opening statement, did you not?
I did.
In her assertion that KPK has never submitted an implementation schedule for the Uper location as required by the CPA. Do you recall hearing that?
I do.
And what do you make of that statement?
I disagree with it. I'm not really quite sure where that's coming from, as the implementation schedule was submitted on the Form 27, submitted on December 13th.
And that was one of your first submissions, was it not?
It was.
And then was it a revised work plan submitted for that site?
Yes, there was another revision that was submitted later on February 21st.
And did the final GRIP also include an implementation schedule and address the core elements for that location?
Yes, it did.
I am going to pull up each of these exhibits so you can better confirm this statement for the record. Believe that's exhibit T. If I believe Mr. Satterley is going to pull that up. Does he have presenter capabilities? And if not, could we pause the clock while he gets them?
Mr. Jacobs, he does have the right to share.
Okay, very good. Mr. Satterley, if you can screen share exhibit T, that would be.
It should be on the screen right now. What you're
Great.
seeing is page 6 of exhibit T.
Very good. Thank you so much. Ms. Gallus, is this the December 13 work plan that you just referred to? If you could
Yeah.
scroll up. I think that you're going to be able to tell that. Yeah, there we go. The date on the upper right.
Yes.
Repeat your answer, please.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And what are we seeing highlighted on page 6 of this form? Mr. Satterley, scrolling down to that.
This is the implementation schedule section of a Form 27.
And that was filled out by KPK and Marcom.
This was filled out by Marcom.
Great. And is this the same implementation schedule section filled out in the revised Form 27 submitted on February 21st that you just confirmed in your testimony?
I'm not sure. Lucas, can we? Thank you. Yes, it is.
And was that approved by staff?
The revised form from February 21st?
Yeah.
Yes, that form was approved.
Very good. And were these implementation schedules also supplemented thereafter by the submission of the draft and final GRIP?
Yes.
Are you in exhibit PP there, Lucas? Yeah, great. And is this that schedule for UPER 43 Pan Am G in exhibit PP of the GRIP?
Yes, it is.
And do you believe that KPK is on track to achieve closure in accordance with the implementation schedules that have been approved by staff at the UPER 43 Pan Am G location?
Yes, I do.
Did you also hear Ms. Stafford say that conditions of approval were not addressed in any of the Form 27s for this location?
Yes.
What do you make of that statement?
Again, I disagree with that statement.
Does the revised work and supplemental forms address staff's comments to your in your opinion, excuse me?
Yes, it does. I also submitted a letter as an attachment to that form that laid out all of the COAs that staff was asserting were not completed. And I had put together a response to each of those within that letter stating that they had been.
And is that letter KPK pre-hearing statement exhibit ZZ, which Mr. Satterley is pulling up?
Yes,
And you recognize that this exhibit ZZ to be that letter?
yes, I do.
Very good. With that, I think we'll conclude direct for the moment. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Stafford, you have an opportunity for cross-examination. Do you desire to do that now, noting that we only have about 20 minutes left?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Hopefully I can get through our cross questions in that time.
Very good. Go ahead.
Hello again, Ms. Gao. Thanks for rejoining us. I want to, the second portion of your testimony covered a lot of topics, so I apologize if I'm going a little bit out of order here, but please bear with me. I believe you testified with respect to what is known as the Kiefer site, and you, counsel made reference to a document numbered 403-054-546 of Form 27. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, I believe also in your testimony, you indicated that perhaps the only reason there was this back and forth with respect to closure of the site was based on your understanding because the operator didn't provide notice to one of COGCC's environmental protection specialists prior to backfill. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, that staff's assertion is that they did not receive that backfill notice.
Also included on this condition of approval is staff's statement that they also did not receive notice of the sampling events as required by corrective actions on multiple field inspections, document numbers 689-501-217, 689-501-238, and 689-501-268. Do you recall that portion of the condition of approval?
I do not off the top of my head.
So is it fair to say that staff had a concern because they were not able to witness the sampling events per the rules that contamination might still exist in the excavation?
It's my belief that if they had a concern that there was still contamination present, that they would not have approved the backfill.
I'll move, but it's not, I guess, out of the realm of, I guess it's not as clear cut as you have testified to in your direct testimony. Is that correct? It's not just related to notice of the backfill.
In correspondence, go ahead.
I'm going to object. I think she's calling for speculation here.
It's in the document, Mr. Jacobs.
Answer the question, please.
Yes, in response to opening up a dialect with staff, I did reach out to Mr. Canfield in regard to this matter. I did ask for clarification as to why this was not approved. And he did indicate that it was a result of not receiving backfill notice. And I had then, of course, asked whether or not, you know, if we assumed that clean fill was used and we put it in a clean hole, why that would hold up a closure. And his response was that we cannot assume the clean fill was refused or utilized, sorry, and to provide documentation that clean fill was used. That documentation was then provided and it is still being denied for closure.
Staff wasn't on site to observe the sampling events, were they?
Asked and answered.
If it was, I don't recall the answer.
This witness wasn't there at the time. We're talking about June of 21, are we not?
If you can answer the question, answer it.
This sampling activities did occur prior to Marcom coming on as the primary contractor, so I do not have knowledge to that matter.
Thank you, Ms. Gals. I'll move on to the next question. Many of the photos that you testified to, comparing some of staff photographs in Exhibit 501 to KPK's rebuttal photographs. By my count, a majority of those appear to have been taken after the May 4th, 2022 hearing. Is that correct?
I don't recall specific dates on the photos. It is quite possible.
I can show you the exhibit list if that would help you refresh your memory.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
I'll share my screen. Can you see that PDF right there? This is the KPK's compliance rebuttal hearing exhibit list.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, and I'll scroll down to where many of the listed photographs begin. Understanding there are a couple of here that were taken in line with the hearing at which the commission called for this hearing to occur. Based on what you're looking at on this PDF, would you agree that a majority of these pictures were taken after the May 4th, 2022 hearing?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop sharing my screen. Now I want to speak to the photo of the Kamenish site. Now, is it your understanding that that site is used for, that there are cattle that are apparently on site at that location?
I have not personally visited that site, so I do not know.
And in your professional opinion, would orange construction fencing be adequate to keep cattle out of an excavation?
No.
Thank you. I want to point to, I believe it was KPK rebuttal exhibit SS, the facility for AE site, and bear with me, I will share my screen here again once more, or this PDF, excuse me. Can you see that? I believe I'm on the correct photo that we were looking at.
Yes.
Okay, and it's really small in the corner here, and so I'll increase the size. This is marked as rebuttal exhibit SS. It appears to show a larger excavation. Ms. Gales, you testified that the picture staff included in exhibit 501 appeared to be taken from a different vantage point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is it quite possible that the additional area here, and I don't know if you can see my mouse, is it possible that that is the area that staff took the picture of?
I do believe it is.
So this is all part of the same site, correct?
It is part of the same facility, yes.
On the same location that we've been talking about?
Correct, but we have one excavation area on that site, to my knowledge.
Understood. Now I would like to ask you quickly about, I think it was the standalone site specific schedules. I think we've touched upon in both portions of your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And with respect to, I believe it is the missed deadlines that staff has listed out. I think council reflected close to 70 missed deadlines. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a few sites in particular, to your knowledge, and I understand this could be a little rapid fire. So, but I assume you have great familiarity with these dates. For the Schaefer repair line, was data analysis on soil sampling complete by February 14th, 2022?
I would not be able to answer that question without looking at my project files, because specific dates for all of the projects are difficult to memorize.
Well, I would point you to the fact that these were included in the GRIP on the 18 that KPK purported to focus on and indicate that these were the only required site-specific implementation schedules. What about the, excuse me, what about the East Diber site? What do you know off the top of your head if on March 31st, 2022, the site investigation was complete by that date?
I do believe that the implementation schedule for that site has been updated via 427.
Do you know when that occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
So is it fair to say that many of the dates that are included in the GRIP, that are included in various other filings made by KPK, those deadlines have been missed?
I think that would be difficult to quantify with, that seems like a very general statement.
Understand. Now, I pointed you earlier to Rule 913 D2, which talks about a request deadline if dates are to change in implementation schedules. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that COGCC.
Sure. I'm sorry, can I hold on for just a second, because the screen is glaring. I gotta put down the shade real quick.
Oh, sure.
Apologies, we get afternoon sun in that conference room.
Okay, that's better. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for that. I was unable to see the screen without squinting.
Okay, it's been a long day. I was asking you about Rule 913 D2 and the requirement contained within that rule to request any changes with 14 days notice to staff. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, yes.
I guess my next question is, could you provide us a rough, or could you provide the commission with a rough estimate of how many requests you've made in line with that rule provision?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you've made some or many?
Those terms are sort of subjective.
Understood. Have you made any requests based on that rule provision statement?
Yes, I'm sure I have.
Okay. Now I want to touch briefly on, I believe it was the discussion about site supervision of non-technical work. Do you recall that piece of your testimony this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe part of your testimony indicated at least that you interpreted this as direct or constant supervision, or at least that was how you were interpreting staff's understanding of it. Is that right?
It's my understanding that those terms were explicitly used in the pre-hearing statement.
Okay. Now, as part of the CPA, I believe it's section 2, or excuse me, section 4, paragraph 2, subparagraph G. Quote, KPK through the primary contractor may subcontract or use KPK personnel to perform non-technical work such as excavation and transportation of EMP waste for appropriate disposal, so long as such non-technical work is supervised by the primary contractor. Does that reflect your understanding of the compliance plan agreement?
Yes.
supervision? Yes. And so my question related to this is harkens back to the question I asked Mr. Peterson. How often would you say Marcom supervised these sorts of non-technical activities on KPK sites?
Daily.
Daily. So specifically at the East Iver site, when the second spill happened, why wasn't Marcom there supervising that work?
Well, because our definition of supervision is to direct the work and provide periodic check-ins with the work there.
So your understanding of supervision, I guess, let me back up a second. How frequently would you say that Marcom personnel was on site supervising these types of non-technical activities?
We coordinate with KWS and KPK staff all the time on these, and we do periodic checks of every site as they are being maintained or worked on.
But Marcom personnel was not physically present supervising these activities on a day-to-day basis.
Not the entire time with the near constant supervision that is being used in the pre-hearing statement.
Now, let's think about a particular site. For example, I think we were just discussing the UPRR site. How often has Marcom personnel been on that site to observe non-technical aspects of work?
I don't have exact dates in my mind, but we have visited that site quite frequently.
Okay. And I think this will be my, actually, if I could, I'm gonna share my screen once again. And I'd like to point you to this is exhibit, what staff has marked as exhibit 503, which are the comments that were transmitted to Marcom for review with regarding the GRIP in January of this year. Can you see the page that I'm on? Well, I can make it larger. I apologize. Open that. Can you see this, Ms. Gals?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and I'm looking at the comment on what is PDF page 4, comment number 3. COGCC staff noted here that Marcom needed to define supervision to state the supervision that will be provided by a Marcom employee on location. I guess, what did you understand that to mean?
I understood that to mean that staff was implying that Marcom needs to physically observe all activities at all times.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think my last question for you deals with the compliance plan agreement itself. I'd like to point you to, it's page 28 of the compliance plan agreement, section 7, paragraphs 8 and 9. And it notes that, quote, this plan in no way affects the responsibilities of KPK to comply with any other federal, state, or local laws, regulations, or permits, including but not limited to the Act and the Commission's rules. Now, you've testified it's your understanding in many cases that, or not in many cases, but that the GRIP somehow supersedes the rule requirements, that the CPA somehow supersedes the rule or the rules of this commission. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't believe I have stated that the GRIP supersedes the rules.
but there have been some instances specifically related to, say, the site-specific implementation schedules where you have interpreted that the GRIP requirements supersede Rule 913. Is that correct?
913 states an implementation schedule is to be provided on Forms 27, which have been complied with. Staff's comment regarding that was that we needed it to be site-specific and very detailed on every project, which
You
also
would
complies with the rule.
Okay, so you would agree that the rules, the commission rules are the standard here?
I believe it needs to be a combination of all of the above. We have an agreement between all parties that also needs to be considered.
While that is an interesting perspective, the CPA clearly states that this plan in no way abrogates the commission's rules. Do you understand that?
Asked and answered, badgering the witness.
Go ahead and answer the question if you can.
As I have stated, the GRIP in no way states that we will break any of the rules.
Ms. Gauss, what would you do if there was a conflict between the commission rules and the GRIP, or the commission rules and the CPA?
I don't know too many instances where there are a conflict where it has caused an issue other than this site-specific implementation schedules.
Thank you for that. I have nothing further.
Mr. Jacobs, we've got 3 more minutes this afternoon. Do you want to start your redirect?
I'll just have a question or two. Ms. Gallus, if Rule 913B as cited by Ms. Stafford controls, then what was the point of the agreement with staff on January 13 regarding the ability to submit revised implementation schedules in supplemental Forms 27?
I do believe that Rule 913D allows for that change in implementation schedules.
And you're not a lawyer, are you?
No, I'm not.
And so the controlling provisions of a rule versus a novel compliance plan agreement made part of an order finding violation by this commission is not within your sphere of expertise, is it?
No, it is not.
I have no further questions on redirect.
Okay, very good. Ms. Gallus, we are going to conclude for the afternoon. We would like you available tomorrow morning, first thing, for potential commissioner questions. So if you could be available, that would be helpful. Anything further, Mr. Jacobs, this afternoon?
I don't believe so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long
Anything further, Ms. Stafford?
Yes, I'd like to re-raise my statement with respect to staff's exhibits. Once again, KPK referred to specifically Exhibit 501 and many of those pictures in the direct testimony, and I would again request that staff's exhibits be authenticated and admitted.
Okay, we'll take care of that tomorrow. We're out of time, unfortunately. Thank you for bringing that back to my attention. Anything further from commissioners? Seeing none, would look for a motion to continue the hearing to tomorrow morning, June 23rd at 9 a.m.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks, everybody.